Chapter 1735, A Nest of Monsters. Chapter 1735, A Nest of Monsters. The nearby Crimson Horn members couldn't help but gasp when they players pushed the evil Earth Dragon's titanic frames backward by over 20 yards. They were as shocked as if they had witnessed two ants push back a tiger and a lion. How is this even possible? Is Zero Wing just a nest of monsters? Both Crimson Horn's members and the various spectating players at the Primordial Divine Ruin were at a loss for words aside from how massive the evil Earth Dragons were. Just the fact that they possessed the strength of mythic monsters should make them impossible for players to go up against. Watching Black Flame kill a mythic evil demon had been scary enough. Yet two more monstrous players had risen in Zero Wing. No, this can't be possible. They must have used some kind of special potion to boost their strength. They can't keep this up for long. Windhunter's eyes nearly fell from their sockets when he saw the evil Earth Dragons slide back. He was sure that Cola and Turtledove must have used some special method to grant them the strength to face mythic monsters for a short time. There were certain tools in God's domain that could grant players extraordinary power for a short time. Even Windhunter had such a tool in his possession, but it wasn't strong enough to allow him to go toe-to-toe with a mythic monster. As for the possibility that Zero Wing actually had two more players on Black Flame's level, that was simply absurd. He absolutely refused to believe that Zero Wing could produce three experts that could contend with mythic monsters on their own thinking. Up to this point, he commanded the evil Earth Dragons to continue their assault against the two Guardian Knights. Once the two mythic evil beasts had stabilized themselves, they whipped their tails at the two MTS. The massive tails swept up a powerful storm as they moved, forming a pitch-black rift wherever they passed. Faced with such an attack, even a tier 2 metric tons with their life-saving skill activated would risk an instant death if they took the strike head-on. However, Cola and Turtledove remained unfazed as they swung their tier 3 mana weapons again. Two silver lights then clashed with the evil Earth Dragon's colossal tails as two loud explosions echoed across the battlefield. Even the crowd at the Primordial Divine Ruin, which was over 1,000 yards away, could clearly hear the explosions this time. Neither side had gained an advantage over the other by the time the clash ended. However, the ground beneath them had cracked, the fractures extending out over 20 yards away. The frightening display of power made the watching players shudder. Boom, boom, boom. Despite the clash ending in a draw, neither side wanted to give up the fight. For a time, both sides exchanged one blow after another. Meanwhile, the surrounding Zero Wing members massacred evil demons and evil beasts in a frenzy. Any Zero Wing member could solo a Great Lord, dealing around minus 50,000 damage with their attacks. As for Aqua Rose, Alluring Summer, Blackie, and Violet Cloud, who wielded tier 3 mana weapons, their spells easily dealt over minus 100,000 damage to their targets, with some dealing over minus 200,000 damage. From time to time, they would also use large-scale destruction spells, causing hundreds of thousands of damage to a clump of monsters. Although the evil demons and evil beasts greatly outnumbered Zero Wing's army, the army of 2,000-plus players had them completely outmatched. Before even 30 seconds had passed since the battle began, over 100 weakened chieftains and lord were killed. Already none of the spectating powers had expected this battle to take this turn. They had assumed that Zero Wing would rely on its magic towers to protect itself. They had never thought that Zero Wing's members actually possessed such extraordinary strength. If the rest of Zero Wing's force weren't busy with the other evil demons and evil beasts, the small army would definitely slay the two evil Earth Dragons. With such power, it's no wonder why they had no interest in our partnership offers. Quiet Melody, who sat in an open-air restaurant in the Primordial Divine Ruin, could not help but reveal a bitter smile as she watched Cola and Turtledove fight the evil Earth Dragons. She had thought that Zero Wing was trying to keep up appearances by refusing the various superpowers offers for cooperation and would only lower its head after Beast Emperor's forces had cornered the guild. However, with Zero Wing's current display of strength, it certainly qualified to protect Silverwing Town without help. Not even the various superpowers could deal with mythic-ranked monsters so easily. With the 5 magic towers' absurdly long attack range, Zero Wing should have no problems defending Silverwing Town even after the town's protection period. That damned Wind Hunter! He nearly made us enemies with Zero Wing. Fortunately, we haven't actually fought Zero Wing's members yet. We should still have time to escape Zero Wing's notice. Crimson Ghost could not help but glare at the distant Wind Hunter as he watched the evil demons and evil beasts' extermination. Zero Wing's strength was nothing like what Wind Hunter had told him. Every one of Zero Wing's experts was ridiculously strong. Not even a Tier 2 player like him dared to face Cola and Turtledove head-on. With the MT's incredible destructive power, they could likely kill him in one hit. The fight before him could no longer be described as a battle. This was basically a one-sided slaughter. When Crimson Ghost recalled how he had lost over 100 guild experts, he truly felt fortunate. If not for that incident, he wouldn't have given the command to retreat. Had his army of 2,000 players assaulted Zero Wing's members, the consequences would have been disastrous. Seeing Zero Wing's frightening combat power also instilled an indescribable shock in Crimson Ghost. Not even the super first-rate guilds that ruled over the Dark Knight Empire were capable of fielding such a powerful player army yet. An up-and-coming guild from Starmoon Kingdom had accomplished just that. Moreover, based on his investigations, Zero Wing didn't have the support of any backers. Meanwhile, the 6 cloaked players from the Dark Hunters rested in a corner of the battlefield. After observing the battle for some time, the ranger carrying a crystalline longbow shook his head. This won't do. Zero Wing's members are much stronger than we anticipated. We're canceling our plans to plunder their weapons temporarily. Leader, although Zero Wing is clearly stronger than we had assumed, it isn't entirely impossible to kill the guild's ordinary experts. Those experts haven't even reached Tier 2 yet. We can simply kill them and flee. The commander definitely won't let us off the hook if we fail this mission. Although the ranger leading this party wanted to cancel the operation, the other 5 members shook their heads, objecting to the idea when they thought about how frightening their commander was, in particular, and the punishment awaiting them if they failed. They couldn't help but shudder. Their party leader might be able to bear the penalty, but they couldn't. Hearing his party members' objections, the ranger glanced at Zero Wing's ordinary experts. As his party members had said, although these Zero Wing players had higher basic attributes than theirs, their combat standards were lacking. They hadn't even reached the half-step refinement realm, yet most importantly, these ordinary experts were all Tier 1 players. The differences between Tier 1 players and Tier 2 players weren't limited to basic attributes. There was also a massive gap between their skills and physiques with the strength of their 6-man party. They should be able to pick off a few of these ordinary experts before departing safely. Based on his observations, there were fewer than 10 players on Zero Wing's side that could pose a threat to their party. The others weren't a problem, fine, but finish things quickly. Flee as soon as you get your hands on their weapons. The ranger said, nodding after giving the matter some thought. Their mission required that they obtain the weapons Zero Wing's peak experts wielded, but trying to kill Cola and the others was too much of a challenge right now. On the off chance that Zero Wing's peak experts surrounded them, their deaths would be almost certain. If they targeted the weaker experts, though, they'd have higher chances of success. Although they wouldn't obtain the weapons Zero Wing's peak experts wielded, at least they wouldn't return empty-handed. Under the ranger's lead, the Dark Hunter's 6-man party charged towards Zero Wing's members, who were embroiled in a battle with the evil demons and evil beasts. Chapter 1736. Confrontation with the Dark Hunters. Chapter 1736. Confrontation with the Dark Hunters. On the chaotic battlefield, Cola and Turtledove continued to block the evil Earth Dragon's attacks. Meanwhile, the other Zero Wing members frantically cleared out the heavily injured evil beasts and evil demons, rapidly dwindling the army's numbers. The battle was thoroughly in Zero Wing's favor. Because of this, Zero Wing's excitement continued to mount as they fought. The mana weapons' incredible attack power couldn't compare to their normal weapons, and even though they were Tier 1 players, they completely overwhelmed the Lord-ranked evil demons and evil beasts. Although the slain monsters didn't drop any loot, these players did receive a bountiful amount of EXP after fighting for just a short moment. Their experience bars had grown by a noticeable chunk upon reaching their level. They required a ridiculously high amount of EXP for each level up. Sometimes, they'd grind for 10 minutes straight without any noticeable change to their experience bars. Now, however, they should be able to gain enough EXP for a full level after fighting these evil demons and evil beasts for 3 hours or so with how generous the EXP was from killing these monsters. They had to take advantage of this opportunity as much as possible. Even the spectators at the Primordial Divine Ruin were jealous of Zero Wing's members. It was not very often players encountered such a large army of high-ranked monsters. Even if they did, most players did their best to stay out of the monsters' way. Trying to fight such a powerful monster army guaranteed casualties. After all, the losses would completely outweigh the gains, however. Now that Zero Wing had Cola and Turtle Dove to pin down the evil Earth Dragons, and Zero Wing's other members had the strength to overwhelm the other evil beasts and evil demons, Zero Wing's army could safely grind these enemy monsters. Why wouldn't they be jealous of Zero Wing? It seems Beast Emperor has only failed again. Quiet Melody could not help her bitter smile when she saw that the evil demons and evil beast had begun to retreat after this battle. Beast Emperor wouldn't be able to touch Zero Wing at the Primordial Divine Ruin again. Big Sis Melody, look over there. A few Dar players seemed to be charging into the battle. Blue Jade said suddenly as she pointed at the 6 figures rushing into the heart of the battlefield with flying speed. They must intend to attack Zero Wing. These 6 players were none other than the 6 from the Dark Hunters Adventurer team. What a powerful concealment technique. Who are those people? Quiet Melody watched the rapidly moving figures with astonishment as one of the Sacred Temple's Vice Temple Masters. She had more than great combat power. She also possessed acute perception, although the 6 players hid their identities and appearances with black cloaks. Quiet Melody could tell that they were all Tier 2 players based on their movement. Tier 2 players had far higher basic attributes than Tier 1 players, and their mobility wasn't something that Tier 1 players could hope to rival. Hence, it was very easy to differentiate between Tier 1 and Tier 2 players. However, what truly surprised Quiet Melody was the 6 players' movement technique. All 6 moved with incredible stealth. As they weaved their way through the army of monsters, they were able to utilize the surrounding monsters' bodies and auras to hide themselves. It was likely that even she wasn't as adept at concealing herself and her aura as these 6 players were. If not for her bird's-eye view of the battlefield, she wouldn't have discovered these 6 players at all. What? The Dark Hunters are actually making a move? Crimson Ghost, who had long since retreated from the battlefield, could not help his surprise when he noticed the 6 figures approach Zero Wing's army at this point. Zero Wing's superiority in this battle could not be any more obvious. There was no reason to continue this fight with the guild, yet the 6 Dark Hunters insisted on doing so. Crimson Ghost was truly confused. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Wind Hunter had noticed the 6 Dark Hunters players moving towards Zero Wing's army. As well, they were going to strike. Wind Hunter's frown relaxed slightly. Originally, he hadn't planned on enlisting the help of the Dark Hunters Adventurer team in this fight against Zero Wing. Beast Emperor had invited them. Moreover, Beast Emperor had even specifically instructed him not to provoke the Dark Hunters casually. It was clear that even Beast Emperor was a little afraid of this adventurer team, known as the Dark Hunters initially. Beast Emperor's decision had left him slightly disgruntled, but after seeing that all 6 of the adventurer team's representatives were Tier 2 players, his opinion of the Dark Hunters had changed slightly. When he had tried to fight one of these representatives, he had learned exactly how powerful these 6 players truly were. If these 6 players were pitted against a 1,000-man team of ordinary Tier 1 experts, the expert army would suffer catastrophic losses even if the 6 eventually died. When the 6 Dark Hunters had stated their intentions to hunt Zero Wing's peak experts, he had agreed without hesitation. Because of this originally, he had thought that the Dark Hunters had planned to abandon this fight like Crimson Horn's members had. He never thought that the Dark Hunters would still make a move. This was definitely good news for him. As Wind Hunter considered his next move, the 6 Dark Hunters reached the edge of Zero Wing's army. Start the attack. The leading ranger commanded as he watched a group of Zero Wing members. The ranger then retrieved the crystalline longbow from his bag, simultaneously firing 9 arrows combat technique. 9-star strike. Suddenly, the 9 arrows split and flew at 9 different zero-wing players. Moreover, every arrow targeted the player's blind spots. Dang. 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 Although the ranger's aim had been accurate, the 9 zero-wing members noticed the attacks and responded by swinging their weapons at the incoming projectiles. However, they felt as if they had struck an immovable wall the moment their weapons touched the arrows. Not only did the resulting vibrations hurt their arms, but they were also forced to retreat. The power the arrows contained could even rival a Highlord's attack. As Tier 1 players, they wouldn't be able to block such an attack unless they used their berserk skills. However, Zero Wing's ordinary experts all wielded Tier 2 mana weapons, which granted them great strength. They could also stabilize their postures after retreating about 4 steps. Unfortunately, before the 9 Zero Wing members could locate their attacker, they noticed multiple skills and spells flying at them from multiple directions. Before they could react, these skills and spells smashed into them. Needless to say, these attacks had originated from the other 5 Dark Hunters. The 9 players from Zero Wing rapidly lost HP. Only the plate armor classes retained around 2/3 of their HP, while the rest had more than 50%. After the brief clash, the 9 Zero Wing members realized that they had encountered a powerful foe. They immediately activated their mana weapons, attacking their ambushers. Facing attacks that could rival the power of Highlords, the 6 Dark Hunters chose not to block the attacks directly, but to dodge or deflect them. This situation rendered the 9 Zero Wing members utterly helpless about their current predicament. Before the rear line healers could heal the 9 injured players, the 6 Dark Hunters launched another wave of attacks, easily slipping past the Zero Wing members' defenses and killing the 9 experts instantly. This shocked the nearby Zero Wing players, even the upper echelons from the various major powers, who watched from the primordial divine ruin, couldn't help but gasp too fast. Although the 9 players from Zero Wing had yet to reach the refinement realm, their basic attributes almost rivaled Tier 2 players. They should wield the strength of a Highlord of the same level. Yet the 6 Dark Hunters had effortlessly ended their lives. Although the Dark Hunter status as Tier 2 players was part of the reason for their success, the various major powers' upper echelons recognized the absolutely perfect coordination between the 6 players. Even if the 9 targeted players had been refinement realm experts, the ambush's outcome would likely have been the same. After the 9 Zero Wing members had died, they had dropped a total of 18 items, far more than normal. 3 of these 18 items were Tier 2 mana weapons. Good. We're retreating, the leading ranger commanded after snatching up a Tier 2 mana weapon. He then turned and fled. The other 5 Dark Hunters nodded in response. They wanted to kill more players, but since their party leader had ordered the retreat, they had to obey. Following which, they dully picked up an item closest to them and fled back into the Evil Demon and Evil Beast army. But just as the 6 players melded into the monster army, a figure leaped out of Zero Wing's forces and blocked the Dark Hunter's path. This figure was none other than Fire Dance. Do you think that you can leave so easily after killing our guild members? Fire Dance demanded as she swept a glance over the 6 Dark Hunters, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Chapter 1737. Soloing the Dark Hunters. Chapter 1737. Soloing the Dark Hunters. Fire Dance's sudden appearance abruptly halted the 6 Dark Hunters' retreat. Fire Dance didn't currently wear her black cloak, so both her appearance and level of 52 were available for everyone to see. Although her weapons and equipment didn't particularly stand out, Fire Dance radiated an unruly charm that felt like a daunting pressure weighing down on these Dark Hunters members. When the Dark Hunters looked at Fire Dance, she seemed like the absolute overlord of her surroundings. So fast. Fire Dance's appearance had surprised Lonely Lamp. The Ranger and the Dark Hunters party leader's party had specifically chosen to strike far away from any of Zero Wing's peak experts. The closest peak expert had been several hundred yards away. By the time the guild's peak experts could have ridden to the rescue, their party would have already completed their mission and fled the battlefield. Less than 20 seconds had passed since they had launched their assault against Zero Wing's 9 ordinary experts. Yet Fire Dance had caught up with them. Her movement speed should be nearly double theirs. What bold words. Do you believe that you can stop all 6 of us by yourself? An emaciated assassin among the Dark Hunters asked, sneering, "That's right. We are surrounded by evil demons and evil beasts. Do you really think your allies can come to your aid in time?" A beautiful female elementalist said with a faint smile. "Our original mission was to kill Zero Wing's peak experts like you. Now that you dare to block our path, we'll just use this opportunity to kill you. That way, we'll complete our mission perfectly." The other Dark Hunters nodded in agreement, killing intent radiating from their eyes. They currently stood in the midst of the evil demon and evil beast army. They were also roughly 200 yards away from the nearest Zero Wing member. It would take quite some time for Zero Wing's members to reach their location. They might not be confident in taking on Fire Dance one-on-one, but they outnumbered the female assassin by 6-1. By charging at them alone, Fire Dance had simply jumped into the jaws of death, yet Fire Dance had still been so foolish. Her actions rendered them utterly speechless. Was she a fool? Or had the woman lost her mind? Even the various superpowers, who were relatively familiar with Fire Dance's strength, were confused about the female assassin's actions, let alone the Dark Hunter's party. Is she tired of living? Does she not recognize those 6 players' strength? When the various superpowers' upper echelons saw Fire Dance charge into the army of evil beasts and evil demons, blocking the 6 Dark Hunters' path, they felt as if Zero Wing's members were a bunch of lunatics. It wasn't unusual to see Black Flame make such bold and arrogant moves. He qualified to do so, after all, but Fire Dance. Ha ha ha! Zero Wing is finally going to suffer a little. Wind Hunter could not help but laugh at the situation. When he noticed Zero Wing's members try to reach Fire Dance to offer their help, he commanded some of his evil demons to stop them. While the 6 Dark Hunters had spoken, they had subtly surrounded Fire Dance, preventing her escape. Watch her speed. Ranged players, maintain your distance from her. Sharp, you'll be the distraction. Make sure she doesn't escape. We have to finish this fight as quickly as possible. Lonely Lamp commanded as he retrieved his crystalline longbow from his back. The other 5 Dark Hunters nodded in response. The emaciated assassin, Sharp Blade, then charged at Fire Dance with a Tier 2 Berserker and a Tier 2 Swordsman close behind him. At the same time, the Tier 2 Cleric at the rear cast the Tier 2 instantaneous spell, Holy Mark, on Fire Dance. Now, even if Fire Dance used Vanish and entered a forced stealth state, their party could keep track of her. As for Lonely Lamp and the Tier 2 Elementalist, they coordinated their attacks, firing from the female assassin's sides. In the blink of an eye, multiple attacks flew towards Fire Dance from different locations. Pay for your arrogance. Sharp Blade shouted as he used Shadow Steps, appearing behind Fire Dance instantly. He then thrust his aqua blue short sword at Fire Dance's back. Tier 2 skill, Triple Interception. Suddenly, Sharp Blade's short sword transformed into 3 streaks of shadow that aimed for Fire Dance's blind spots. Although each shadow's power wasn't strong, the strikes couldn't be blocked with shields or weapons. They could only be dodged or stopped by defensive skill. In the meantime, the Berserker charging at Fire Dance from the front raised his battle axe and slammed it at the ground before him. Tier 2 skill, Fracturing Spikes. Stone spikes rose from the ground beneath Fire Dance's feet, entrapping her. Meanwhile, the Tier 2 Swordsman used a normal slash against his target. As for Lonely Lamp and the female Elementalist, they sent numerous arrows and fireballs at the female assassin as they watched the 6 Dark Hunters assault. The spectators at the Primordial Divine Ruin gasped. Even the various superpowers' peak experts wore serious expressions when they saw this coordinated offensive. The Dark Hunters' coordination and skill utilization were simply perfect. Even peak experts like themselves would fall under such a seamless bombardment. Even Fire Dance, the target of this offensive, was slightly surprised. She hadn't expected such high combat standard from the 6 Dark Hunters, and even their coordination had reached such an impressive level. However, before the numerous attacks could land, Fire Dance split into 6 identical copies of herself. Phantom. This was the 1,000 Transformations' first additional skill. Although the 5 doppelgangers couldn't attack, they were invulnerable. Moreover, they could exist for a full 30 seconds. Boom. 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 A series of attacks struck Fire Dance, but her HP didn't decrease in the slightest. Meanwhile, Fire Dance's sudden split and 6 copies had stunned the Dark Hunters slightly, and they paused for a brief moment. These are doppelgangers that can't attack. One of these 6 doppelgangers must be the real assassin. Lanhua and I will attack the doppelgangers. The rest of you need to keep an eye out for the real body. Lonely Lamp shouted, reacting quickly to the new development. Although doppelganger skills like the One Fire Dance had just used were rare in God's domain, some did exist. Hence, players had learned of ways to counter these skills in a one-on-one fight. Players would have to flee and wait for the skill's duration to end. But if a party were to face such a doppelganger skill, the ranged players could launch AoE attacks, hitting every doppelganger simultaneously to determine the real body's location. The melee players could then take advantage of this information to attack the enemy's main body immediately. Lonely Lamp and the female elementalist, Lanhua, launched spells and arrows at all 6 Fire Dance copies. However, before they could do so, Fire Dance had switched positions with one of her doppelgangers and appeared beside the Tier 2 Berserker. She then lightly swung 1,000 transformations at her target. Surprised, the Berserker hurriedly executed Whirlwind Slash to repel Fire Dance Boom. The instant the Berserker's battle axe collided with 1,000 transformations, however, the man's expression darkened. He felt as if he had just struck an impenetrable wall. Not only did his weapon stop abruptly, but the intense feedback forced him to take a step backward. Just as the Tier 2 Berserker stepped back, the Tier 3 Mana Dagger in Fire Dance's left hand glowed with a beautiful red light as the assassin thrust it towards the Berserker's heart. Damn it. The Berserker was close to losing his mind. You forced me to do this. He currently wielded a two-handed weapon. In terms of strength, he should be stronger than players who used one-handed weapons. Yet Fire Dance had surprised him by relying on 1,000 transformations. Her first attack didn't leave him any energy to deal with the weapon in her left hand. As the Berserker finished his statement, his skin began to turn a dark shade of red. His body then seemed to grow a little larger, and just as the Tier 3 Mana Dagger was about to reach the Berserker, 2 longswords appeared, blocking its path. Boom. Following the sound of an explosion, Fire Dance involuntarily took 3 steps backward, and she gave the Tier 2 Berserker before her a surprised look. The Berserker no longer resembled a human. Instead, he had taken the form of a 4-armed, humanoid lizard. The Berserker now wielded 2 one-handed axes and 2 long swords in his 4 hands. Yuri, quite impressive to force me to transform. But I'll be taking your life now. The Tier 2 Berserker sneered as he charged at Fire Dance. Silence dominated the battlefield. Meanwhile, the spectating crowd of the Primordial Divine Ruin watched this unbelievable scene with dropped jaws. A player had actually transformed into a monster. A mutated player? Surephone revealed a surprised expression when he saw the Tier 2 Berserker from Silverwing Town's walls. Chapter 1738, Dark Mutation. Chapter 1738, Dark Mutation. When the Tier 2 Berserker had transformed, Zero Wing's nearby players were dumbfounded. They had seen plenty of Berserk skills that slightly altered their user's appearance, but this was the first time they had seen a Berserk skill causing such a huge transformation. After transforming, the Tier 2 Berserker's aura had undergone a massive transformation. Not only was his aura much stronger now, but it also no longer felt human. However, this was still not the worst part. The most important change was to the Berserker's body. Currently, the Berserker had 4 arms instead of 2. Of course, having an extra set of arms wasn't necessarily a good thing, as human minds weren't accustomed to controlling more than one set of arms. If a person suddenly grew an extra set of arms, they'd have some difficulty controlling the new appendages. However, if the Berserker could control all 4 arms properly, he'd have a massive advantage in battle. A player with 4 arms would be able to execute more varied attack methods than a player with a single set. The 4-arm player could also commit 2 arms to offense and 2 to defense. If the Tier 2 Berserker could coordinate all 4 of his arms properly, his combat power would double at the very minimum. Meanwhile, the various Powers spectating members were dumbfounded by the Berserker's transformation. What did he do? Did he really use a Berserk skill? There's such a transformation skill in God's domain as well. Curiosity filled the spectating crowd as they watched the transformed Tier 2 Berserker. Even the various superpowers upper echelons had no idea of what the Berserker had just done. In fact, the Berserker's transformation had surprised them even more than watching Cola and Turtledove tank two mythic evil beasts. The Tier 2 Berserker's transformation had shattered their understanding of God's domain sure enough. He still had to use it? Lonely Lamp could not help but sigh when he saw Dark Bear, the Tier 2 Berserker, transform. This was the Dark Hunters Adventurer team's greatest secret. Not many people knew about this transformation ability. However, now that they had revealed this secret to the public, their adventurer team would definitely face trouble in the future. However, the Berserker's decision to transform didn't particularly surprise him. After all, Fire Dance had displayed extraordinary combat power. Had Dark Bear refused to transform, she would have likely killed him already. Aside from Lonely Lamp and the other Dark Hunters members, only Surefoam had a clear idea of what was happening as he watched the battle from Silverwing Town's walls. The Tier 2 Berserker's transformation ability was known as Mutation in God's domain. Mutation was a method of increasing one's combat power by abandoning one's human body. It was somewhat similar to Demon Player's demonification. The transformation process had no time limit, and it could be activated and deactivated at any time. To become a mutated player, one had to perform a particular ritual, which required the sacrifice of many players, even dark players. In addition, despite being dark players themselves, mutated players hunted other dark players. They did so because it was the only way a mutated player could mutate further and grow stronger. This was akin to how demon players improved their ranks. Only, mutated players had more of a restriction than demon players. Moreover, mutated players gained more combat power when they transformed than demon players. This was because in their mutated form, mutated players would gain a body that was far more suitable for battle. Their attributes and life ratings also increased. In return, physical control became more difficult. Mutated players had a harder time remaining calm in their mutated form as well, but one had to admit that mutation allowed players to become extremely powerful. Surefoam had never expected to find a mutated player at this stage of the game. By becoming a mutated player, players took a similar stance as the Evil God's Temple, becoming antagonistic to both dark and normal players. Furthermore, gaining mutation was incredibly difficult as the process couldn't be conducted on the God's Domain continent. Normally, mutated players would only appear after pathways between the continent and other worlds opened. Back on the battlefield, after a short moment of silence, the transformed Berserker charged at Fire Dance. Not only had the Berserker gained an extra set of arms after his transformation, but his movement speed and reaction speed had also undergone a qualitative transformation. In the blink of an eye, the Berserker appeared before Fire Dance. He then swung his one-handed axes down at the female assassin, while his two long swords flew towards Fire Dance's sides. The weapons moved so quickly that even Tier 2 players would barely be able to keep up with them. Die! As Dark Bear shouted, his arm muscles bulged, and his weapon's speed increased even further. Tier 2 skill, Rock Smash. Once Fire Dance recovered from her shock, she simply swung the Tier 3 mana dagger at the incoming axes, rather than activating a life-saving skill to protect herself from the sudden assault. Silver Divine runes lit up along the dagger as it was about to collide with the axe's boom. Sparks scattered as the weapons collided, and the resulting impacts shockwaves cracked and shattered the ground beneath the weapons. Lonely Lamp and the other Dark Hunters, who watched from the sidelines, were dumbfounded by this scene. Fire Dance's attack had actually sent Dark Bear flying back by a full 15 yards. When Dark Bear landed, his arms, which wielded the two axes, trembled violently, whereas the axes themselves released a low hum. Meanwhile, a damage of more than -2,000 had appeared above Dark Bear's head. Although receiving -2,000 damage was nothing considerable since Dark Bear had over 100,000 HP after transforming. If this scene repeated, it'd only be a matter of time before Dark Bear died. However, the most unbelievable aspect of the clash had to be the fact that Fire Dance had accomplished the feat without activating a Berserk skill. After entering his mutated form, Dark Bear's strength rose by 80%, yet he had still lost against Fire Dance's strength. Is she a monster? Dark Bear wondered to himself as he stared at Fire Dance in shock. Dark Bear could tell that Fire Dance had simply used the previous exchange to probe his strength. She hadn't used her full power. During that exchange, the Zero-Wing assassin hadn't even used a skill. Had Fire Dance applied a skill to her previous attack, the power of her strike would have definitely been much stronger. Had that attack struck his body rather than his weapons, he would have likely lost at least 50% of his HP. In other words, Fire Dance only needed 2 attacks to finish him off. Even Lonely Lamp and the other party members now feared Fire Dance, watching her with somber expressions, not to mention Dark Bear. Similarly, the outcome of the exchange between Dark Bear and Fire Dance had stupefied the crowd at the primordial divine ruin. Based on the change in Dark Bear's aura, they knew that the Berserker's basic attributes had increased by a significant margin, yet his transformation was meaningless before Fire Dance. However, what these players didn't know was that the strength Fire Dance could exert after sacrificing 1 point of durability from her Tier 3 Mana Dagger was far beyond what any Berserk skill could achieve. We can't hold back against her. Everyone transform. We need to finish her off quickly. If the other peak experts get here, we'll be in trouble. Lonely Lamp hurriedly commanded. Losing his previous composure, Fire Dance alone was already troublesome for them. If another of Zero-Wing's peak experts arrived, they would have no choice but to turn tail and flee. After saying so, Lonely Lamp and the other 4 Dark Hunters took on their mutated forms, but not all of them had grown an extra pair of arms like the Tier 2 Berserker. Lonely Lamp grew an extra pair of eyes, and his arms merged with the crystalline longbow he wielded. Overall, these players' transformations suited their classes. You are the first player to single-handedly force our entire party to transform since we joined God's domain. But at the end of the day, you're still just one person. As long as we ignore the risks, we will secure victory, Lonely Lamp said, smirking at Fire Dance. He then retrieved 12 black arrows that radiated a horrific aura from his bag. At this point, Lonely Lamp had no intention of holding anything back. He had found these 12 black arrows from an ancient ruin, and each of them had the power of a peak Tier 3 attack. They even posed a threat to Tier 4 existences. Is that so? What if you have to face 2 people? Suddenly, a dull voice reached the Dark Hunters from their surroundings, echoing powerfully in Lonely Lamp's mind. In the next moment, a massive spatial tear appeared beside Fire Dance. Shifeng's figure then slowly stepped out of the spatial tear. Chapter 1739, Annihilating the Dark Hunters. Chapter 1739, Annihilating the Dark Hunters. Black Flame. Lonely Lamp's expression darkened when he saw Shifeng. The other 5 Dark Hunters also halted their assault as they stared at the swordsman, fear surfacing in their gazes after the battles in Stone Forest Town and near the primordial divine ruin. Black Flame's fame had spread to the various countries across God's domain, including the Dark Knight Empire. Although these 6 players had never fought Black Flame personally, they knew that both his basic attributes and combat standards were at the apex of God's domain. After witnessing the man's battle videos, even under normal circumstances, their 6-man party would have to take extreme care around Black Flame. Originally, they had a chance of completing their mission since Fire Dance had been alone, but now that Black Flame had joined the fray, their chances were uncertain. Black Flame is finally making his move. The various superpowers watching from a distance could not help but grow excited upon Shifeng's appearance. They had very eagerly watched the clash between Fire Dance and the Dark Hunters, but they had also worried that the female assassin might die. They had been worried because they wanted to see the 6 Dark Hunters' true strength. This was the first time they had encountered players that could transform into monsters. They hadn't even known that was possible until today. Naturally, they had to collect as much information on these 6 players as possible. They might even discover some clues that could help them acquire this power. From what they could tell, the Dark Hunter's ability to transform into monsters was definitely stronger than a Berserk skill, since the transformation gave the players a body that altered and improved their combat standards. If their guild's experts could grasp this power, it would undoubtedly increase the guild's overall strength. Hence, They very much hoped that Zero Wing could defeat the Dark Hunters, forcing the 6 Dark Hunters to use everything they had. If the Dark Hunters achieved victory instead, however, they wouldn't know whether or not these players had held back anything. Leader, what should we do? Even if we have the strength to defeat 2 of them, it'll likely take a long time to do so. Lan Hua asked through the team chat as she quietly observed Shifeng. Our opponents are too powerful. Prepare to retreat. Lonely Lamp said, breathing a deep sigh as he glanced at Fire Dance and Shifeng. If their party tried to fight Shifeng and Fire Dance, regardless of the battle's outcome, the Dark Hunters party would be annihilated in the end. It wouldn't take long for Zero Wing's other peak experts to arrive. After all, if they did die, they'd suffer an even worse death penalty than ordinary dark players, which wasn't an outcome Lonely Lamp wished to see understood. Although the other 5 Dark Hunters felt reluctant, they nodded and prepared to flee. What? Leaving so soon? Lonely Lamp and his party members' action surprised Shifeng a little. He hadn't expected the Dark Hunters to be so decisive. Retreating the moment they realized how disadvantageous their situation had become. Guild leader Black Flame, you jest. We are not so foolish as to think that the 6 of us can stand against you and Commander Fire Dance, Lonely Lamp calmly explained as he looked at Shifeng. Since we've already accomplished our mission, albeit barely, we will be taking our leave. Saying so, Lonely Lamp fired the 12 black arrows in his hands, aiming 4 at Fire Dance and 8 at Shifeng. Each arrow carried power at the peak of Tier 3. Current players had no chance of blocking them. Even against a monster like Shifeng, Lonely Lamp was confident that his arrows would push the swordsman back slightly. Meanwhile, their party could use the opportunity to leave the area safely. However, Shifeng unhurriedly unsheathed Killing Ray and lightly swung the blade at the air. Suddenly, a blue lightning bolt tore through the space before him. Lightning slash. The massive lightning bolt devoured all 12 black arrows instantly, and the intense shockwaves that resulted even made the surrounding space tremble. After a brief moment, the black arrows disintegrated. Lonely Lamp and his companions, who prepared to run, were thoroughly dumbfounded. They forgot about their retreat as they stared at the vanishing black arrows. How is that possible? Lonely Lamp could not believe what he had just seen. Those were 12 black arrows they were talking about. Even a mythic monster would have trouble dealing with such an attack, yet Shifeng had crushed it with a single move. For a moment, he even wondered if heaven were playing some joke on him. He truly hadn't thought that Shifeng would actually block all 12 black arrows successfully. He had watched Shifeng's battle against the mythic evil demon. The man shouldn't be capable of blocking the black arrows so easily. At the very least, blocking the attack should have pushed the swordsman back by over a dozen yards. Naturally, the spectating crowd was similarly dumbfounded. Strong. Too strong. The various superpowers were no strangers to black arrows. They all had their own small stockpile. Normally, these arrows were stored in their guild warehouses, only to be used against sufficiently valuable bosses. However, after watching Shifeng destroy 12 black arrows so effortlessly, they felt like fools. They had all treated these black arrows, which could be blocked so easily, like priceless treasures. You can't possibly think that you can leave safely after that little trick, do you? Shifeng said indifferently as he glanced at the 6 Dark Hunters before him. Leader, what should we do? Lonely Lamp's party members asked the ranger previously. They had only feared Shifeng due to his fame, but after watching him destroy 12 black arrows in an instant, true fear gripped their hearts. They finally realized why so many people called Shifeng a monster. We don't have any other choice. Use the advanced Mad Demon Potion, Lonely Lamp said, gnashing his teeth as he stared at Shifeng. Hearing this, the other 5 Dark Hunters were shocked. The advanced Mad Demon Potion was a special berserk potion, which they had gone to great lengths to purchase. When consumed, it would grant mutated players like themselves another boost in power for 30 seconds. It was akin to a 2-fold berserk. However, this 2-fold berserk did not come without a price. Once the potion's duration ended, they would lose 40% worth of EXP. In addition, they would also fall into a weakened state for a short time. Hence, They understood that this potion should never be used unless absolutely necessary, but they also realized that this potion was their only chance of escape, right now Guild Leader Blackflame. You are as amazing as the rumors say. However, I'm afraid that you still lack the strength to keep us here. Saying so, Lonely Lamp took out an advanced mad demon potion and drank it. The other 5 Dark Hunters did the same suddenly. The 6 Dark Hunters' auras grew more intense. Previously, their auras had rivaled great lords of the same level, but now, their auras were even stronger than that of a Grand Lord of the same level immediately. The 6 players split up, and Ronnie don't think so. Sherfone revealed a calm smile, following which he activated Power of Darkness, skyrocketing his basic attributes. He then stabbed the Abyssal Blade into the ground forbidden domain. Abyssal Curse. With Sherfone as the center, pitch-black ripples spread up to a 30-yard radius. At the same time, every one of his enemies within a 500-yard radius became unable to use any skills, spells, or tools. Not only did Abyssal Curse's activation bind all 6 Dark Hunters, but it also decreased their basic attributes by 20%. Reacting quickly, the 6 tried to activate their control removal skills, however. No matter how much Lonely Lamp and the others willed for their skills to activate, their skills remained inactive as the 6 Dark Hunters struggled to break free of their restraints. Sherfone raised Killing Ray once again and lightly swung the sacred sword at the Dark Hunter's lightning edge. Countless arcs of lightning formed before Sherfone, forming a river that devoured Lonely Lamp and the others. When the river of lightning faded, only 7 items lay on the ground where the Dark Hunters had stood. Chapter 1740, Black Flames Warning. Chapter 1740, Black Flames Warning. The moment the 6 Dark Hunters died, silence filled the battlefield. Even the Crimson Horn members, who currently fled the battlefield, could not help but pause to look at the fading river of lightning for a moment. The watching players even wondered if their eyes were playing tricks on them. It wouldn't have been unusual if Sherfone had merely slain a bunch of ordinary experts with a single hit, but the 6 Dark Hunters hadn't been ordinary experts. They were bona fide, great experts. Every one of them was strong enough to make the various dark guilds in the Dark Knight Empire shudder with fear. Yet now, as if swatting a bunch of flies, Sherfone had incapacitated and killed the 6 Dark Hunters with a single swing of his sword. They died? How is this possible? Those are the Dark Hunters we are talking about. Crimson Ghost, who had long since put some distance between himself and the heart of the battlefield, stared at Lonely Lamp and his companion's prior location in a daze. He had experienced Lonely Lamp's strength personally after transforming. Lonely Lamp and the other Dark Hunter's combat power was only slightly weaker than his when he activated a Berserk skill. However, unlike his Berserk skill, Lonely Lamp and the other's transformation did not have a duration. Once his Berserk skill's duration ended, he'd meet death very quickly. Moreover, Lonely Lamp's party had consumed a mysterious potion that had heightened their aura's intensity. Needless to say, their basic attributes must have risen further. If he had to fight Lonely Lamp while the Ranger was in such a state, he'd likely die after a few hits even with his Berserk skill active. Yet even after multiple boosts, Sherfone had killed the party instantly. He might be able to accept Sherfang's victory after an arduous battle, but that hadn't happened. As soon as Sherfone took the situation somewhat seriously, Lonely Lamp and the other Dark Hunters had burned to ash when Crimson Ghost looked at Sherfone, who quietly stood before the items Lonely Lamp and his party had dropped. His whole body shuddered. Too scary. Fear and relief overwhelmed his heart. Sherfone was a true monster with bottomless strength. If he weren't certain that Sherfone was, in fact, a player, he might even suspect that Sherfone was an NPC the main god system had created to prank God's domain's players. Fortunately, he had not allowed his army to fight Zero Wing's forces. Even if some of his players survived, his army would have suffered severe losses. Meanwhile, the players from the various superpowers that watched from the primordial divine ruin gasped when the Dark Hunters had been annihilated, their eyes nearly falling out of their sockets. The 6 Dark Hunters exuded auras that could even rival Grand Lords of the same level. This proved that their basic attributes had reached that standard. Coupled with the Dark Hunters' combat standards, None of the superpowers present were confident that they could stop the 6 players' escape. No, to be precise, they might even struggle in a head-on fight against these 6 players. On the other hand, not only had Silverwing killed all 6 Dark Hunters by himself, but he had also done so with one attack. Because of this, the various superpowers' upper echelons all wore solemn expressions, since Silverwing could exterminate the 6 Dark Hunters. Needless to say, he should have no issues doing the same to them. This also implied that, as long as Silverwing wished it, he could kill any one of them. Knowing this, how could they not take Silverwing more seriously? This man, Quiet Melody, could not help but shake her head and smile bitterly as she watched Silverwing collect the items Lonely Lamp and his party had dropped. It seems that not only did we fail to learn anything about those 6 players, but we also received a dire warning. In her opinion, Silverwing had killed the 6 Dark Hunters instantly for 2 reasons. First, he didn't want others to take advantage of his efforts by learning the Dark Hunters' bottom line and secrets. The second reason was to give superpowers like the Sacred Temple a warning. Since he could kill the Dark Hunters so easily, he was naturally capable of killing superpowers' upper echelons like her. It was a message that they should reconsider targeting Silverwing at the Primordial Divine Ruin. Otherwise, they would suffer a similar fate. Blue Jade, who stood beside Quiet Melody, nodded in agreement with her Vice Temple Master's words, complex emotions flashing in her eyes as she watched Silverwing after this battle. Her admiration for Silverwing had doubtlessly increased. However, she also bore a sense of rivalry in her heart. She felt as if she had just found a goal worth working towards. This Black Flame is truly arrogant. He actually dares to send the various superpowers a warning. Although he is arrogant, he has clearly earned it. Can't you see the various superpowers' faces? Those looks are priceless. It seems that nobody should entertain ideas of targeting Silverwing at the Primordial Divine Ruin in the future. That's right. Not only does Silverwing Town have such powerful and long-range defensive structures, but it is also protected by so many incredible experts. Even without the NPC guards, nobody would dare to target Silverwing Town and Silverwing. Both the guilds and the adventurer teams resting at the Primordial Divine Ruin elevated their opinions of Silverwing. Some adventurer teams even thought of joining the guild as a whole now that Silverwing dominated the Orc Empire's Primordial Divine Ruin. Its development speed would be astounding. It might even become a super first-rate guild in the virtual gaming world in a short time. If they joined Silverwing before the guild became a super first-rate guild, they would have a higher chance of becoming internal members. If they became core members, they'd be set for life. Damn it! Did Black Flame purposefully wait until the Dark Hunters attacked to make his move? Wind Hunter, who watched the battle from safe distance, cursed as the Dark Hunters died, his complexion paling. He had thought that Lonely Lamp's party could cause Silverwing some trouble, but they had only succeeded in throwing their lives away. Moreover, he had dispatched quite a few evil demons and evil beasts to reinforce Lonely Lamp's party. As a result, his minions were more clumped than usual, allowing the magic towers to target the monsters more easily. Suddenly, Beast Emperor's phantom appeared beside Wind Hunter. Beast Emperor then said, "All right, that's enough. Wind, you need retreat as well. We no longer have the ability to do anything against Silverwing Town. But are we going to let Silverwing off the hook, just like that?" Frustration tore at Wind Hunter. Not only had his campaign failed to damage the guild, but it had also bolstered Silverwing's reputation. Moreover, his monster army had sustained a lot of damage. This was the first time he had suffered such a severe loss. No, of course, we won't let Silverwing off the hook. Regardless of my agreement with Nine Dragons Emperor or my personal reasons, I want to remove Silverwing from God's domain permanently. But it's not time for that yet, Beast Emperor said as he glared at Silverwing's distant figure, killing intent radiating from his eyes. Because of that man, his path to promotion had been cut short. How could he possibly spare Silverwing after the losses he had suffered? However, thanks to this operation, Silverwing has provoked the Dark Hunters. Provoked the Dark Hunters? Wind Hunter could not help his confusion. That's right. The Dark Hunters adventurer team is a mysterious organization consisting of a bunch of lunatics. Nobody can guess their true thoughts. However, one thing you can be sure of is that they are a vengeful bunch. Now that Black Fame has killed Lonely Lamp, one of its core members, the Dark Hunters won't let Zero Wing get away with this, Beast Emperor said, sneering. Zero Wing will only maintain its arrogance for a short time. Once the Dark Hunters take action, Zero Wing's days will be numbered. I understand. Wind Hunter nodded. He then commanded his evil demons and evil beasts to depart from the battlefield, however. Even though the evil beasts and evil demons had begun their retreat, Feng commanded Zero Wing's members to chase the monsters down. In the end, Zero Wing slaughtered another large number of evil demons and evil beasts. Meanwhile, news of this battle's outcome quickly spread to the neighboring countries. Chapter 1741, Popular Silverwing. Chapter 1741, Popular Silverwing. After the battle outside of Silverwing Town, Zero Wing's prestige and reputation skyrocketed. Zero Wing is amazing. Even Beast Emperor's monster army is helpless against the guild. I've heard that you can get plenty of combat techniques from the Primordial Divine Ruin. Now that nobody can contest Zero Wing for Silverwing Town, won't Zero Wing acquire a ton of combat techniques? That's not all. Don't forget about Primordial City. I've heard that Primordial City can help players improve their combat standards. I've heard that Zero Wing has been recruiting new members lately. Why don't we give it a try? I've also heard that even Zero Wing's elite members can learn combat techniques without signing a binding contract right now. What? Those are combat techniques we're talking about. I've heard that even large guilds' core members have to sign strict contracts if they wish to learn one of the guild's combat techniques. Honestly, you can learn Zero Wing's combat techniques without joining the guild. Only, the price is exorbitant. However, if you become an elite member, you can get a significant discount. As news of Zero Wing's victory spread, many independent players made their way towards Star Moon Kingdom to join Zero Wing as a result. The number of players applying to join Zero Wing had increased by nearly 3 times for a time. Aqua Rose was swamped with work to make matters worse. Now that Zero Wing had proven that it had the strength to defend Silverwing Town, a large number of merchant players and corporations hoped to purchase shops, conducting their business in the town. This was especially true for the corporations that sold virtual goods, however. Feng had no intention of selling Silverwing Town shops. Instead, he would only rent them out. Moreover, the rental price was an astronomical 2,000 gold or 6,000 magic crystals per month. Because of this price, 99% of the merchant players cursed Zero Wing. This was simply fraudulent. Feng's decision even confused Aqua Rose with 2,000 gold. One could buy a very good plot of land in an NPC town. Even in guild towns, strategically located shops only sold for 800 gold or so, yet not only were Silverwing Town shops only available to rent, but the rental cost was also 2,000 gold per month. With so much money, players could permanently purchase 2 good plots of land in another guild town. Although Silverwing Town's location was strategic, teleportation war fortresses had appeared in the Orc Empire. It was only a matter of time before the various large guilds occupied these fortresses. Once that happened, Silverwing Town's value would fall. The wisest decision Zero Wing could make right now will be pulling as many merchant players as possible to Silverwing Town. By doing so, Zero Wing could make a fortune and solidify the town's position and advantage in the Orc Empire. Yet, Feng had chosen to rent the town's shops at astronomical prices, scaring away many merchant players that had solid foundations. When the various large guilds began to capture teleportation war fortresses, these merchant players would gravitate to these fortresses instead. Doing this wouldn't benefit Zero Wing, but Feng paid the matter no heed first. The Orc Empire's teleportation war fortresses were not that easy to capture. Second, Silverwing Town had 5 magic towers. Players could gain a full rest just by standing in the town. They wouldn't need to rent rooms from a hotel. There was also the Spirited State buff, which could help players level up far more quickly. One could easily imagine how attractive Silverwing Town would be to players. However, these players wouldn't just loiter on the street like fools, doing nothing. They would stroll around the town and window shop. The chances that they'd spend some money would be quite high in addition, unlike Zero Wing City, where players could accumulate the double EXP buff even while they were offline. Players in Silverwing Town had to remain online to take advantage of the Spirited State buff. They could only take advantage of the buff while offline if they rested in a hotel room or a guild hall. Hence, there would be many players strolling down Silverwing Town streets. With how many players would wander Silverwing Town streets, business in the town would thrive as well as those in Zero Wing City. Naturally, he couldn't ask for too low of a price for the town's shops. Moreover, Silverwing Town needed to maintain more than just the 5 magic towers. There was also the Magic King, Craig Midlands. Silverwing Town's daily operation costs could drive any first-rate guild crazy, including the fact that Silverwing Town needed the funds to develop and had limited space. Selling the shops cheaply would be foolish. Rather, setting up hotels in place of shops would generate more income for the town in the end. Only 6 merchant associations were willing to rent shops in Silverwing Town, although there were so few. Zero Wing had still earned 12,000 gold. This allowed the guild to construct more high-rise buildings in the town, which would, in turn, hasten the town's promotion to an intermediate town. A neutral town's promotion conditions weren't like those of towns constructed within kingdoms and empires. In addition to the population and town reputation requirements, the neutral town also needed to achieve certain conditions. These conditions involved a certain number of high-rise buildings and NPC merchants. Unfortunately, due to safety concerns, NPC merchants would rarely set foot in a neutral. Maps the town needed to earn a C rank in safety, but trying to do so with a basic town was excruciatingly difficult. Because of this, neutral towns had a hard time getting promoted. One had to develop the town to its very limits before it could reach the next rank, of course. There were methods that could hasten this process, and one involved using a town promotion order only. The town promotion order in neutral town required was unusual. To upgrade a basic neutral town to an intermediate neutral town, one would need a gold rank town promotion order. Meanwhile, gold town promotion orders could be used to upgrade an intermediate town to advanced rank in kingdoms and empires. One could easily imagine how difficult such a promotion order would be to obtain. Even Shurfeng did not have a guaranteed method of acquiring a gold town promotion order. All he could do was hasten the construction of high-rise buildings in Silverwing Town. Although it was true that Silverwing Town currently had the ability to stop Beast Emperor's forces, he wasn't so arrogant to think that Silverwing Town's current state would always be enough to stop Beast Emperor. After all, the evil god's temple, which Beast Emperor belonged to, was everyone's enemy on the god's domain continent. If given enough time to grow, Beast Emperor could definitely become strong enough to overcome Silverwing Town's current defenses. Moreover, Beast Emperor wasn't the only enemy Zero Wing had to worry about. The various superpowers also eyed Silverwing Town. With these superpowers' foundations, they would only grow stronger as time passed. Once the various superpowers realized Primordial City's true importance and gathered sufficient strength, they wouldn't miss the chance to strike at Silverwing Town. The various superpowers only saw the benefits Silverwing Town currently offered. However, they had neglected to notice the potential threat Silverwing Town could become. Hence, Shurfeng needed to develop and fortify Silverwing Town as quickly as possible. However, although Zero Wing currently had a gold mine like Zero Wing City, which earned a large number of coins and magic crystals each day, it wasn't enough to sustain the guild's development. This was because Zero Wing had constantly recruited new members recently. Since the start of the latest recruitment drive, more than 150,000 players had joined the guild. This number would only increase as time went on. Meanwhile, the guild needed to provide all sorts of benefits for these new members, and to do so, the guild would need a ton of resources normally. New members were a good thing for a guild. After all, the more members a guild had, the stronger it would be. But Zero Wing wasn't like first-rate guilds. Zero Wing's sphere of influence was tiny in comparison. As a result, although Zero Wing had gained more members, the guild did not have the necessary territory to let these new members operate and generate wealth for the guild, which was necessary to sustain the guild benefits its members enjoyed. To put it simply, Zero Wing couldn't afford to take in so many members. If the guild wished to develop, it would need a large amount of resources and coins. Without the proper funds, the guild couldn't be self-sufficient. Meanwhile, after the battle, Surephone returned to Silverwing Town's candlelight trading firm and began to evaluate the guild's latest harvest. After killing the evil demons and evil beasts, the guild had acquired nearly 2,000 evil energy crystals from this battle. This was a considerable harvest. However, it was a drop in the bucket compared to how many evil energy crystals Surephone needed, huh? What's this? As Surephone inspected the loot from the Dark Hunters, he noticed a skeletal hand made entirely of crystal. Surprisingly, Surephone couldn't actually inspect the skeletal hand normally. The system simply stated that it was an unknown item. His curiosity piqued. Surephone used omniscient eyes to inspect the skeletal hand. The instant he tried to appraise the item, he heard the sounds of a series of system notifications. Chapter 1742, Philosopher's Hand. Chapter 1742, Philosopher's Hand. System: you have discovered the Cursed Philosopher's Hand system. Epic ranked main storyline quest, Philosopher's Wish, activated quest content. Locate the World Forest using the Philosopher's Hand and activate the World Gate reward. Philosopher's Hand. A legendary item? Shurfang's heart pounded rapidly when he saw the system notifications. He had never thought that he would have the opportunity to acquire the Philosopher's Hand in this life. Any alchemist in God's domain would definitely have heard of the Philosopher's Hand. Like the Philosopher's Stone, the Philosopher's Hand was a treasure of the alchemy world, so Surephone knew quite a bit about it. It was a bona fide legendary item. Unlike the Philosopher's Stone, the Philosopher's Hand was a complete, undamaged item. Countless lifestyle players dreamed of using its abilities. If one would say that the power of the Philosopher's Stone focused on refining materials, then the Philosopher's Hand focused on strengthening the standards of lifestyle players, allowing them to break through all kinds of bottlenecks easily and continuously elevate themselves to a higher level. In his past, the Philosopher's Hand had appeared in the hands of the first-rate guild Kingdom Sword. With the help of the Philosopher's Hand, the lifestyle players working under Kingdom Sword were able to develop rapidly. Back then, this incident had shaken the entire Dark Knight Empire. The trading firm operated by Kingdom's Sword also quickly became one of the top 3 trading firms in the Dark Knight Empire, inciting the other first-rate guilds' envy. However, the Dark Knight Empire was an empire even stronger, the Black Dragon Empire. There were a total of 4 superpowers fighting over the empire. One could easily imagine what kind of end had awaited Kingdom's Sword. In the end, the 4 superpowers requested that Kingdom's Sword sell its Philosopher's Hand. Although it was presented as a request, in reality, it was closer to coercion. However, Kingdom's Sword had already grown to become an extremely powerful first-rate guild by then. The guild had plenty of expert members and was already well on its way to becoming a super first-rate guild naturally. Kingdom's Sword had refused the superpowers requests. After all, the requirement to become a super first-rate guild was to have sufficient financial strength and resources. If Kingdom's Sword sold its Philosopher's Hand, that would be equivalent to severing its path towards becoming a super first-rate guild originally. It would have indeed been very difficult for one superpower to deal with a powerful first-rate guild like Kingdom's Sword. The surprising thing was that the 4 superpowers had actually worked together to deal with Kingdom's Sword. As a result, Kingdom's Sword had become history from then on. However, the guild leader of Kingdom's Sword was also ruthless. Even when his guild had been on the brink of annihilation, he had still refused to hand over the Philosopher's Hand. In the end, none of the 4 superpowers had gotten their hands on it, and the alchemy treasure had vanished from God's domain. With the Kingdom Sword Guild, Surephone found it truly surprising that the Philosopher's Hand had appeared before him. If not for being targeted by 4 superpowers, there was no doubt that Kingdom Sword would have become a super first-rate guild. After all, the further one progressed in the game, the more important lifestyle players became to guilds. Many weapons, equipment, and items had to be crafted by the various lifestyle players. It was simply impossible to sustain a guild's development with dropped items. Alone looking at the Philosopher's Hand, many ideas danced in Shurfang's mind. Although Silverwing Town seemed free of issues right now, the town would face great danger in the future. Sufficient power would be needed to maintain the town's safety, although he had acquired the bronze guardian puppet design. Zero Wing simply wasn't capable of producing the bronze guardian puppet right now. It might be fine if he had obtained a design for the common guardian puppet, as it did not require master-ranked lifestyle players to be produced. However, the bronze guardian puppet's minimum requirement was to have a master forger, a master alchemist, a master engineer, and a master enchanter. In addition, some parts needed to be made by 2 different kinds of masters, while some needed all 4 kinds of masters working together to make them the bronze guardian puppets, could only be crafted after meeting the requirements. Even then, the production success rate was very low. If one wished to produce the bronze guardian puppet reliably, the master lifestyle players selected had to be intermediate or advanced masters. Basic masters were too unreliable. Fulfilling these conditions was wishful thinking, for the current Zero Wing master lifestyle players were not available on demand. Even 10 years after God's Domain had launched, basic masters have been extremely rare and have been greatly respected by the various large guilds, let alone intermediate and advanced masters. However, if Zero Wing acquired the Philosopher's Hand, it would be possible to nurture a bunch of basic masters within short time. Building up some intermediate masters might even be possible. At that time, Zero Wing could start the production of the bronze guardian puppet. Just thinking about such a future was incredibly exciting. Bronze guardian puppets possess combat power at the peak of Tier 3. Moreover, players could control them fully since they were much easier to control than summon creatures. A Void Realm expert that was ignorant of the realms of truth could still, at the very minimum, exhibit combat power at the refinement realm when controlling a guardian puppet. Most importantly, unlike summon creatures, guardian puppets could be used permanently. They even dealt additional damage to buildings and magic arrays. Whether they were used in a siege or defensive battle, guardian puppets were the perfect tool. Countless guilds had dreamed of obtaining guardian puppets in the past. Guardian puppets were so powerful that the first-rate guilds that had them could even afford to provoke superpowers and get away with it. He could produce several dozen bronze guardian puppets now. Nobody in God's Domain could threaten Silverwing Town even if 10 mythic monsters charged the town. The monsters could be easily stopped with 40 bronze guardian puppets. After all, guardian puppets had extremely high defense, rivaling Tier 4 monsters. If he had 100 bronze guardian puppets right now, he would immediately set out to annihilate Ancient Rock City's evil god branch temple right now. Of course, these were only fantasies. However, with the Philosopher's Hand, it was entirely possible to turn these fantasies into reality. Setting aside those ideas for the moment, Sherphone quickly inspected the Philosopher's Hand statistics. Cursed Philosopher's Hand. As the creator of the Philosopher's Hand failed to complete his wish before death, the creator's soul had attached itself to the Philosopher's Hand and cursed it to lose all of its power. Only after removing this curse will the Philosopher's Hand recover its original abilities. 20 stalks of soul-dissolving flower are necessary to activate soul guidance and remove the curse. Soul-dissolving flower? What a ruthless price! Sherphone could not help but frown after reading the item's introduction in God's Domain. Any item pertaining to souls was extraordinarily valuable. Sherphone knew a little about the soul-dissolving flower. It was an extremely rare, epic material, and the main material needed to produce the master-ranked meditation potion. The meditation potion was one of the rare few potions capable of helping players learn combat techniques more easily after consuming a master meditation potion. The potion would offer players guidance that would help them grasp combat techniques very quickly. In the past, the potion had been highly sought after by the various major powers. Unlike skills and spells, players needed to train arduously to learn a combat technique. Even expert players struggled to learn basic combat techniques, not to mention advanced combat techniques and above. Hence, one could easily imagine how valuable the soul-dissolving flower was in the market. Each stock could sell for 300 gold. Even so, nobody would be willing to sell a soul-dissolving flower they had obtained, as they were exceedingly rare. So rare that even the various superpowers could only get their hands on a small number. The flower's rarity was because it did not exist on the continent of God's Domain. Instead, it only existed in other worlds and higher planes, which made them extremely difficult to acquire, yet the Philosopher's hand actually required 20 stalks of soul-dissolving flower. At this moment, Sherfong finally understood why the Philosopher's hand had only appeared after mainstream players had already reached level 80. At that time, the pathways connecting the continent of God's domain and other worlds had already been opened. Most likely, Kingdom Sword had only managed to collect the 20 soul-dissolving flowers after that event. It seems there's a need to make another trip to the Ice Crystal World. The only other world Sherfong could freely travel to right now was the Ice Crystal World. Although there was also the option of visiting a higher plane, it would take a very long amount of time to collect 20 soul-dissolving flowers all by himself. Meanwhile, there were many players in the Ice Crystal World. Done thinking, Sherfong contacted Lifeless Thorn and the other members of the Asura adventurer team and had them gather in White River City. After grouping up, they headed towards the Ice Crystal World. Chapter 1743, Revisiting the Ice Crystal World. Chapter 1743, Revisiting the Ice Crystal World. Ice Crystal World, Cold Wind City, the Snow Rift. Icy cold winds blew endlessly inside the snowy valley. If a player without ice resistance stood here, they would no doubt freeze to death. Even if players possess sufficient ice resistance to survive the cold environment, their stamina consumption would be several times higher than usual currently. However, there was a very large number of players grinding inside the snow rift looking down from the top of the mountain. One would see many large groups of players grinding the monsters here. Seemingly used to fighting in this place, already we just left for a short while. And there are actually so many people grinding here already. Xianxia, who is currently dressed in exquisite dark blue mage robes and wielding an emerald staff, was slightly surprised as she looked down at the crowd of players grinding beneath the mountain. Even the lowest level player among the players present inside the snow rift was level 50, with most of them being level 51. Some of the players giving out orders had even reached level 52 inches in Empire on the continent of God's domain. A level 52 player could easily rank within the top 30, yet there were actually more than 30 level 52 players present in the Snow Rift. Xianxia and the rest of the Asura adventurer team members that had gone over to the continent of God's domain together with Sherfong had been roaming about the continent grinding and questing constantly. Sherfong had even helped them level up a little. However, they had only reached level 52, yet so many independent experts at Cold Wind City had already managed to reach the same point. The monsters in the Ice Crystal World are stronger and provide more EXP, so the leveling speed of the players here is faster than that of the players on the main continent. Right now, the average level of large guild members on the main continent is already close to reaching level 50. It is very normal for the mainstream players here to reach level 51 and 52, Sherfong said, not finding this situation particularly surprising. During his previous visit to the Ice Crystal World, he had discovered that the average level of the players here was much higher than the players on the continent of God's domain. The part that truly surprised Sherfong was the weapons and equipment these players were using. The drop rate for weapons and equipment in the Ice Crystal World was extremely low. Normally, monsters here only dropped materials. The main source of weapons and equipment was from lifestyle players. Hence, the quality of the weapons and equipment used by the players here was considerably inferior to those used by the players on the main continent. In contrast, the standard of the lifestyle players here was much higher. Most of the level 50 players present in the Snow Rift were geared in level 50 mysterious iron equipment, with some even being geared in level 50 secret silver equipment. The equipment standard of these players was not the slightest bit inferior to the players residing on the main continent. After reaching level 50, the drop rate for weapons and equipment would decrease drastically. Currently, level 50, 20-man team dungeons were the goal of independent players on the main continent. Meanwhile, the best equipment dropped in these dungeons was level 50 secret silver rank, although the drop rate was extremely low. The drop rate was only at an acceptable level if one rated at Hell Mode. However, a level 50, 20-man Hell Mode team dungeon was still too difficult of a challenge for current independent players. As a result, even after reaching level 50, Most players on the continent of God's domain would only be geared in level 50 mysterious iron equipment. Few of them possessed secret silver equipment. As for level 50 fine gold equipment, that was something only large guilds were capable of acquiring. It also wasn't very easy for players to produce high-quality level 50 equipment after reaching level 50. Not only did the production procedures for weapons and equipment become more complex, but the production success rate also decreased. Even Silverwing, despite having become a basic master forger already, still needed the help of a bunch of excellent support tools to produce high-quality level 50 equipment at a profitable rate. Silverwing found it very difficult to imagine that the lifestyle players of Coldwind City were already capable of producing level 50 secret silver weapons and equipment. If the lifestyle players here had truly reached such a standard already, then the average forging standard of Coldwind City was even higher than that of the Candlelight trading firm. The Candlelight trading firm possessed many secret forging techniques. Candlelight could even send players to train at the holy city of Titan. Members of Candlelight could also work and practice in the mana-rich environment of Zero-Wing City. Yet despite these factors, Candlelight's overall forging standard was still inferior to the forging standard of Coldwind City. How could Silverwing not be surprised by this fact? "Commander, those people over there seem to be members of our adventurer team," Solitary 9 said, smiling as he pointed at a 50-man team currently fighting against a level 56 Great Lord. Currently, 6 level 51 MTs were working together to pin down the level 56 Great Lord ranked Frost Ape. The Frost Ape was very powerful. Even when 3 MTs worked together to receive one of its normal attacks, the MTs would still get pushed back and receive over 10,000 damage each. To cope with the Frost Ape's powerful attacks, the 6 MTs would take turns receiving its attacks. Of course, to level 51 MTs, losing 10,000 plus HP was not a cause for concern. Instead, the truly troublesome part about the Frost Ape was the freezing debuff its attacks inflicted. If one were struck by the Frost Ape, their body's movements would turn sluggish. If struck too many times, even their movement speed would decrease. At the same time, the damage they received would also increase. However, although the Frost Ape was very powerful, Asura's 50-man team was still able to reduce its HP steadily. It was only a matter of time before the Frost Ape died after hearing Solitary 9's words. Lifeless Thorn, Cleansing Whistle, Dark Madness, Xianxia, and the other members of Asura in the team turned to look in the Frost Ape's direction. For a moment, they all could not help but sigh ruefully. Although the Asura members that were currently in combat were relatively strong and high-leveled, in their eyes, these players were still too lacking when it came to combat standards. This was something they had learned after leaving the Ice Crystal world. The players of the Ice Crystal world might be higher-leveled, but the average combat standard of the players on the continent of God's domain was significantly higher. The Asura members in the Ice Crystal world needed 50 people to suppress the level 56 Great Lord ranked Frost Ape. If the task were left to the various large guilds of God's domain, a 20-man team would be more than enough to deal with such an opponent. Just as Solitary 9 and the others were talking about their fellow companions' combat standards, an army of players suddenly entered the valley below them. There were easily over 3,000 players in this army. Meanwhile, these players all wore level 50 mysterious iron equipment of matching designs. It was obvious that the equipment was player-made. Some of the leader-level individuals in this army were also equipped in 5 or more pieces of secret silver equipment. As for the 100-man team moving in the lead of this army, over half of the equipment on them was level 50 secret silver rank. The gorgeous and neat equipment these players wore quickly earned them the envy of the other players present inside the snow rift. At the same time, fear surfaced in the eyes of the surrounding crowd. The players in this army all wore a guild emblem in the shape of a black lion. They were evidently guild players. When the players grinding in the snow rift saw the arrival of these players, they immediately started a discussion between themselves. Amazing. So this is Hecate? Sure enough, Hecate isn't something the guilds of Coldwind City can hope to compare to. It's no wonder the Matchless family decided to join Hecate. Moreover, with how much pressure Hecate is placing on the Centurion dynasty, I believe it won't be long before the Centurion dynasty disbands. I really wish I could join Hecate. I heard that there are plenty of weapons and equipment made available for exchange in the guild. One is eligible to exchange for level 50 secret silver equipment just by becoming an elite member. It's a pity Hecate's recruitment requirements are too high. As the players grinding in the snow rift watched Hecate's army slowly approach, they felt a sense of yearning towards the guild. Right now, they had to grind arduously for rare materials and then use these materials to trade for a piece of level 50 secret silver equipment from Hecate. If they could become members of Hecate, however, they would not have to go through all that trouble. They also wouldn't have to make unfavorable trades, with Hecate's reserving this place. Non-members leave this place immediately. If you're not gone within 5 minutes, we'll forcefully evict you from this place. Just as the spectating crowd was chatting among themselves, a few of Hecate's members suddenly started evicting players from the map. Hecate has occupied several high-resource leveling maps before. This leveling spot is something we found after going through great lengths. How can you guys just come here and take it from us? That's right. This is too much. Without this place, how are we supposed to grind for rare materials? For a time, the various independent players all complained about Hecate's tyrannic actions. You guys have something to say about this? At this moment, a savage man wearing light blue armor walked out from Hecate's army. The man then sent a glance at the crowd before him, sneering, "If you have something to say, fine. Come say it to my face." Hearing this man's words, everyone suddenly went quiet. The savage man before them was named Vast Heaven and very famous in Cold Wind City. On the first day he had arrived in Cold Wind City, he had killed over 30 experts from the Centurion dynasty. Afterward, in the guild war between Hecate and the Centurion dynasty, not only did Vast Heaven manage to kill over 100 players all by himself, he even managed to slay Centurion dynasty's guild leader, Sky Slicer. How could they possibly dare fight him? Everyone started quietly leaving the area, no longer daring to say anything about Hecate's actions. Meanwhile, Asura's 50-man team finally defeated the Frost Ape and were about to pick up their loot and leave as well. Wait a minute. This place is already under Hecate's management. You guys over there leave those materials behind. Vast Heaven shouted as he looked at Asura's members. Vast Heaven, we killed this boss. Don't you dare go overboard. The Berserker, serving as the leader of Asura's 50-man team, said as he looked at Vast Heaven. What? You guys want to fight? Vast Heaven laughed. Sure, come at me. I'll even let all of you attack me together. If you manage to kill me, I'll immediately have my men leave the area. Chapter 1744, Asura's Commander. Chapter 1744, Asura's Commander. After Vast Heaven was done speaking, he stepped out from a crowd behind him and slowly walked towards Asura's 50-man team. Bathed in Vast Heaven's chilling aura, Asura's members felt greatly pressured. None of them dared reply to Vast Heaven's provocation. They knew very clearly what kind of temper Vast Heaven possessed during the first few days after Hecate arrived in Cold Wind City. A situation similar to this had occurred. Some adventurer teams that were displeased with Hecate's tyrannical actions had challenged Vast Heaven. In the end, however, Vast Heaven had defeated every challenger. Even when a 100-man team challenged Vast Heaven, the entire team still ended up getting annihilated. Vast Heaven's combat power was on an entirely different level than theirs. Accepting his challenge would simply be suicidal. I heard that the Asura Adventurer Team is the #1 adventurer team of Cold Wind City. Your commander has even been labeled a monster and was able to oppress the 2 large guilds in Cold Wind City single-handedly. Your adventure team is also famed for being filled with experts. So, how did your adventurer team end up having a weak bunch like you? Vast Heaven sneered as he sent a glance at the silent players before him. It seems those rumors really are just that, rumors. I've been in Cold Wind City for some time now, yet I still haven't met that so-called commander of yours even now. He must be like you bunch, hiding in fear. And to think you all even dare call yourselves the #1 adventurer team of Cold Wind City. This truly is disappointing. Oh well, It was my fault for expecting there would be capable experts in a backwater village like Cold Wind City. The expressions of Asura's members darkened when they heard Vast Heaven's words, however. They were also powerless to refute Vast Heaven's words. Vast Heaven's strength was clear for all to see. He was definitely one of the strongest experts present in all of Cold Wind City. Even if their commander and the other experts of their adventurer team were present, they were unlikely to win against Vast Heaven. Leave the loot behind. We're leaving, said Stain Maple, the berserker serving as the leader of Asura's team. Gnashing his teeth, he knew that their team stood no chance against Vast Heaven whatsoever. It was definitely unwise to throw away the lives of the entire 50-man team just for the loot of a frost ape. Under the berserker's lead, Asura's team turned around and left. Hold it. Who said you could go? Vast Heaven shouted. Suddenly, we already left the loot behind. What else do you want? Stain Maple said. I see that you have quite a few pieces of secret silver equipment on you. Hecate just so happens to be in need of level 50 secret silver equipment. Since I've already come all the way here, you wouldn't let me leave with nothing, right? Vast Heaven said, chuckling. Hand over 5 pieces of secret silver equipment as my labor fee. Afterward, you guys can leave. Rage immediately burned in the eyes of Asura's members when they heard Vast Heaven's words. This was too much. They had already chosen to concede, yet Vast Heaven was even telling them to hand over 5 pieces of secret silver equipment. That was basically asking for their lives. Nowadays, while it was indeed true that the mainstream players of Cold Wind City had already reached level 50 equipment was still scarce. Right now, even level 50 mysterious iron equipment was worth a fortune, not to mention secret silver equipment. Just one piece of level 50 secret silver equipment was already worth far more than the value of the Frost Ape's loot. They would have to kill over 20 Frost Apes to earn enough to purchase 5 pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment. Even though the Asura adventure team was Cold Wind City's #1 adventure team, it did not possess a lot of secret silver equipment. As for their 50-man team, altogether, they only had around a dozen or so pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment. What? Not willing to hand them over. Are you asking for me to make a move? Vast Heaven said as he swept a scrutinizing gaze over Asura's members. Meanwhile, Asura's members' rage burned brightly as they glared at Vast Heaven. Boss Maple, let's just duke it out with them. Isn't it just a single death? That's much better than just handing over 5 pieces of secret silver equipment. That's right. I refuse to believe our 50-man team can't kill one person. Asura's members were expressing their anger on the team chat one after another. They were all willing to fight against Vast Heaven rather than handing over 5 pieces of secret silver equipment without putting up a fight. All right, we'll fight with everything we got. Even if we can't kill him, we'll make him lose a few teeth. Stain Maple said after giving the matter some thought. After all was said and done, Vast Heaven was only a level 52 berserker. Even Stained Maple himself was a level 52 berserker. The weapons and equipment his team wore were also much stronger than before. Their chances of winning against Vast Heaven were not entirely zero. After Stained Maple agreed, Asura's members all unsheathed their weapons and started encircling Vast Heaven. You want to make a move? Vast Heaven could not help but laugh when he saw Stained Maple brimming with fighting spirit. Good. I just happen to be in need of some practice targets. Saying that, Vast Heaven unsheathed the silver spear hanging on his back. He then charged directly into Asura's team so fast. Stained Maple could not help but be surprised when he saw Vast Heaven transforming into an afterimage. Despite Vast Heaven being a berserker, he was so fast that even Stained Maple's eyes could not keep up with him. In fact, Vast Heaven appeared to be even faster than Asura's assassins. This bunch from Asura sure is unlucky. The boss has just been promoted to Tier 2 recently and have been fussing about not having any sparring partners. The boss is amazing. His speed is so high. Before this, the boss was famed for having immense strength. However, back then, his speed was lacking. His promotion to Tier 2 just so happens to have made up for this weakness of his. With this, He is most likely unbeatable in Cold Wind City now. Hecate's members started chatting merrily among themselves when they saw that Vast Heaven had already charged into the ranks of Asura's team previously. Even when Vast Heaven was still a Tier 1 player, he had already managed to make a mess of the Centurion dynasty. Now that he had been promoted to Tier 2, he was definitely invincible in Cold Wind City, let alone 50 players. Even if Asura's team had 100 players, the outcome would still be the same, seeing Vast Heaven's ridiculous movement speed. Stain Maple immediately commanded the ranged players to start attacking the enemy Berserker. He also had the 6 MTs of the team try to surround Vast Heaven as much as possible, preventing the enemy Berserker from coming close to the team's ranged DPS and healers. However, Vast Heaven was simply too fast. He was able to easily dodge any spells and arrows that were sent at him. As for the 6 MTs trying to pin him down, they were as slow as turtles before Vast Heaven. Very quickly, Vast Heaven managed to circle the 6 MTs and charged at Asura's healers, and ranged DPS disappear. Vast Heaven dashed past the melee players that had tried to hinder his path and abruptly jumped into the air. When he was still in the air, he started rotating his spear and creating a storm with it. Immediately after, he slammed his spear down where Asura's healers were standing. Tier 2 skill, Bladestorm. Just when Vast Heaven was about to descend on the healers, however, a crimson light suddenly flew at him like a meteor. The crimson light flew at the Tier 2 Berserker's defensive blind spot, the frightening power it carried, even scorching the air around it into nothingness. However, Vast Heaven quickly noticed the attack and altered his spear's attack trajectory, forcibly canceling Bladestorm and executing Whirlwind Slash instead. Boom. There was an explosion, and dazzling sparks scattered around Vast Heaven. A powerful shockwave also spread from the point of collision like a cannonball. Vast Heaven's body was sent flying over 20 yards away and landed heavily on ground. Only after taking 6 steps back did he manage to stabilize himself. Each step he took also left behind a deep footprint in the ground. A damage of over -22,000 appeared above Vast Heaven's head, his HP bar decreasing by a significant portion. What's going on? Is there a monster attack? Whether it was Asura's members or Hecate's members, both had incredulous expressions on their faces as they looked at the scene that had just happened. This was especially true for Hecate's members. When they saw Vast Heaven instantly losing over 1/3 of his HP, their eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Who is it? Who attacked me just now? What's there to be proud about? Executing an ambush. If you have the guts, come out and face me directly. Vast Heaven bellowed before Vast Heaven finished speaking. 10 people were already walking over from a short distance away. Although all 10 of these players were wearing black cloaks, none of them bothered hiding their appearances. Who are you guys? You actually dared to ambush me? Do you wish to make an enemy out of Hecate? Vast Heaven grew slightly afraid as he looked at the 10 approaching figures through the previous attack. He already understood that these newcomers were no ordinary people. At least, in terms of strength, he was no match for the expert that had just attacked him. Who am I? Sherfong smiled. Weren't you looking for Asura's commander? I'm the person you're looking for. Chapter 1745. You lack the qualifications. Chapter 1745. You lack the qualifications. You're Asura's commander? Vast Heaven revealed a stunned expression as he watched Sherfong walk towards him step by step. How is this possible? After he had arrived at Cold Wind City, he had heard many things about the Asura adventurer team. Even the guild leader and vice-guild leader of the Matchless family feared them originally. He had been eager to challenge Asura's members to a fight. However, the performance of the adventurer team during recent times was simply too disappointing. While it was indeed true that Asura had many expert members, in his opinion, these expert members were no different than amateurs that were not worth him spending energy to fight. After all, he had defeated several experts that were originally ranked in the top 10 of Cold Wind City. These top 10 experts were only slightly stronger than ordinary experts and were still far from rivaling him in terms of combat standards. As a result, he no longer paid any attention to the Asura adventurer team. In fact, in his eyes, even Cold Wind City's #1 expert was most likely a joke, but now someone had suddenly appeared before him, declaring that they were Asura's commander. Moreover, This person had even managed to push him back using just a single blow. How could he possibly believe the situation to be true? Commander? It's really the commander. Even the vice commanders are with him. The oppressed Asura members had excited expressions when they saw Shi Feng and his team members appear. They never thought that Shi Feng's group would actually return to Cold Wind City. Moreover, Shi Feng had even managed to send an expert like Vast Heaven flying with a single hit, huh? So, he is the Asura Adventurer Team's commander? Didn't they say that Asura's commander brought a group of experts out for an exploration? The matter regarding the exploration should be a lie. They must have known that Hecate arrived at Cold Wind City and used exploration as an excuse to avoid coming across our guild. This is interesting. The Asura Adventurer Team has constantly refused to join our guild. The higher-ups have been fussing about looking for Asura's commander all this time. Now that he has actually shown himself before us, we'll see how Boss Vast takes care of him. However, Asura's commander looks quite strong as well. He actually managed to take away more than 1/3 of Boss Vast's HP in a single hit. That's just because he executed an ambush. He must have used some kind of powerful magic scroll for that attack. Don't forget, Boss Vast is a Tier 2 player. If it gets serious, who in Cold Wind City could possibly be his match? Hecate's members could not help but start a discussion among themselves when they saw Shi Feng's group approaching, filled with curiosity about the Asura Adventurer Team's commander. At the same time, they also eagerly waited for Vast Heaven to teach Shi Feng a lesson nowadays. The Asura Adventurer Team was in rapid decline. The only reason why the Adventurer Team's members were still sticking around was that they still held hope that their commander and the top experts of the Adventurer Team would return soon. Now that Asura's commander had returned, if said commander would be killed by Vast Heaven, the Asura Adventurer Team would most likely crumble instantly. After all, every member of Asura had placed their faith in Shi Feng as Hecate's members were having a quiet discussion among themselves. Vast Heaven retrieved an advanced healing potion from his bag and drank it, his HP instantly recovering by a significant portion. Afterward, his HP continuously recovered in small increments. After a short time, his HP fully recovered. I never thought that the rumors were actually true. You really do possess some abilities. It's no wonder why you were able to become Cold Wind City's #1 expert, Vast Heaven said after recovering from his previous shock. With such strength, you indeed have the qualifications to be my opponent. Come, let's have a proper fight. Let me see whether your fame as Cold Wind City's #1 expert is true or not. Vast Heaven's eyes started burning with fighting spirit. From the previous clash, he already understood that Shi Feng's strength was ridiculously high. However, in a battle between players, the outcome could not be decided based on just the strength attribute. Only you want to witness our commander's strength? I'm afraid you still lack the qualifications to do so, Cleansing Whistle said, clicking her tongue as she looked at Vast Heaven. If you wish to challenge our commander, you'll have to get through me first. Cleansing Whistle stepped forward from the group team leader. Whistle, be careful. He is Hecate's Vast Heaven. Previously, even Sky Slicer fell to him, despite being supported by dozens of experts. You mustn't fight him alone. Stain Maple warned Cleansing Whistle in a panic. He knew very clearly just what kind of strength Cleansing Whistle possessed. After all, he was originally a member of the Wave Heart Adventurer Team and had joined Asura with Lifeless Thorn and Cleansing Whistle. While Cleansing Whistle was indeed very strong, she should only be roughly equal to the Centurion Dynasty's Sky Slicer. Meanwhile, Vast Heaven was someone who had single-handedly slain Sky Slicer together with dozens of experts from the Centurion Dynasty. Vast Heaven's strength was no trivial matter. It was a feat that even Lifeless Thorn, Cold Wind City's previous #1 expert, was not capable of accomplishing. Stain Maple did not think that the current Cleansing Whistle had any chance of winning against Vast Heaven. In his opinion, only their commander, Shi Feng, could possibly contend against Vast Heaven in a one-on-one match. However, Stain Maple's warning was obviously ineffective, since Cleansing Whistle still continued walking towards Vast Heaven. Although Stain Maple wanted to try and stop Cleansing Whistle again, his attempt was hindered by one of Asura's vice commanders, Solitary 9. When Stain Maple turned to look at the rest of Fang's group, he noticed that nobody on the team showed any intention of stopping Cleansing Whistle. Instead, they simply took on the attitude of spectators, making it look like this upcoming fight had nothing to do with them whatsoever. This is insane. Every one of them has lost their minds. Stain Maple was rendered speechless by his allies' actions despite having clearly stated that even the Centurion dynasty was powerless against Vast Heaven. Phone and the others were actually allowing Cleansing Whistle to go in a battle all by herself. This was basically sending Cleansing Whistle to her death. Besides Stain Maple, his team members were also very anxious. Boss Maple, what should we do? The commander and the other higher-ups are refusing to listen to your advice. I heard that Vast Heaven has a special tool that can increase the death penalty of the players he has killed. If he uses that special tool, we don't have a choice. If Cleansing Whistle looks to be getting pushed back, we'll charge in together. Stain Maple said through the team chat as he gritted his teeth. He was determined that he would not let Cleansing Whistle die currently. The Asura adventurer team was in a precarious situation and in urgent need of powerful experts to take charge of it. Meanwhile, Cleansing Whistle was one of the top 10 experts in the adventurer team. The adventurer team could not afford to let her get killed and lose multiple levels. The other members in Stain Maple's team nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, seeing Cleansing Whistle slowly walking towards Vast Heaven, Hecate's members started making a clamor. Who is this lady? She actually dares to challenge Boss Vast. Boss, let us take action. We'll teach this little girl a proper lesson. Asura's members sure are arrogant. Hecate's members were greatly displeased with Cleansing Whistle's arbitrary decision to take Fang's place in battle. They all wanted to charge forward and kill Cleansing Whistle. Now you going to fight me? You sure know how to speak bold words. Vast Heaven could not help but laugh as he looked at Cleansing Whistle's slender figure. I know who you are. You're the 6th-ranking expert of Cold Wind City, right? However, even the ones ranked above you failed to last more than 10 moves against me. How many moves do you think you can possibly last against me? He was filled with feelings of ridicule as he watched Cleansing Whistle walking towards him. Even before he had completed his Tier 2 promotion, he had managed to defeat experts ranked higher than Cleansing Whistle with great ease. Now that he had reached Tier 2, he could easily defeat those experts in just 2 or 3 moves. After all, the difference between tiers was massive. You sure speak a lot of nonsense. Were those your last words? Cleansing Whistle replied in annoyance. Die. Vast Heaven shouted in rage. He readied his spear and activated charge, his body transforming into an afterimage as he instantly arrived before her, although she stood over 20 yards away. He then thrust his spear, sending 8 rapid jabs at Cleansing Whistle's defensive blind spots Tier 2 skill, Star Piercer. The combination of a Tier 2 skill's power and his strength attribute meant each one of his jabs carried strength rivaling that of a great lord of the same level. Just as the 8 streaks of silver light were about to come into contact with Cleansing Whistle, the female swordsman brandished her 2 swords. They created multiple arcs of light before her Tier 2 skill, Split Flash. Dang, dang, dang. When swords and spear collided, sparks scattered into their surroundings. The sounds of miniature explosions also rang out one after another. In the end, not only did Cleansing Whistle block all 8 spear jabs, but she even managed to force Vast Heaven to retreat 3 steps, damages ranging in the hundreds appearing above the berserker's head in succession. In contrast, Cleansing Whistle remained standing steadily in her original position, her HP still completely intact. Although both sides had only clashed once with each other, the difference in strength was already clear for all to see. Chapter 1746, Change in Strength. Chapter 1746, Change in Strength. How's her strength so high? Vast Heaven was deeply shocked as he stared at Cleansing Whistle. His class was famed for its strength. Moreover, he had even been promoted to Tier 2 already. Even if his opponent were a Tier 2 Shield Warrior or Tier 2 Guardian Knight, he was confident in suppressing them with his strength. Meanwhile, Cleansing Whistle was only a swordswoman, a class that was supposed to be an all-rounder, yet he was actually no match for her in a competition of strength. Before Vast Heaven could recover from his surprise, Cleansing Whistle quickly followed up with an attack of her own wind blade. In the blink of an eye, Cleansing Whistle appeared before Vast Heaven, who had retreated to a distance roughly 10 yards away, and started striking with her swords at the enemy berserker. Like a pair of cunning snakes, her swords twisted and turned like living creatures. In the next moment, over a dozen phantom snakes were visible, pouncing on Vast Heaven combat technique. Phantom snakes. The attack trajectories of the phantom snakes were both complex and constantly changing. Unlike normal attacks, which usually moved in a straightforward pattern, her attacks when executing phantom snakes constantly changed. Even if her opponent managed to predict her attack trajectories in one moment, those attack trajectories would abruptly change in the next, preventing her attacks from easily being parried. Although Cleansing Whistle had yet to reach a level where she could change the attack trajectory of every phantom snake at any time, she was still able to alter 4 attacks at any given moment, making it very difficult for her opponents to grasp her attack trajectories, seeing the dozen or so phantom snakes striking at him. Vast Heaven's expression immediately turned somber. He was not able to perfectly grasp the trajectory of these phantom snakes. In the end, he had no choice but to execute indiscriminate slash to cope with her attacks. He did not dare to block all the attacks using normal attacks only. Dang, dang. A series of clangs echoed through the surrounding area continuously, even though Vast Heaven was able to execute over 20 attacks with indiscriminate slash. With his strength even enhanced by the skill, both he and Cleansing Whistle ended up taking 3 steps backward after clashing. How is this possible? The spectating members of Hecate could not help but gape in shock. The Hecate members present were all elites and experts. They knew that, although it appeared that Vast Heaven and Cleansing Whistle had come out as equals during that clash, in reality, Vast Heaven was at a disadvantage. Indiscriminate slash was a sure kill skill of the Berserker class. Yet, even after using a sure kill skill, Vast Heaven was only able to end his clash with Cleansing Whistle with a draw. Meanwhile, Cleansing Whistle hadn't even used any skills during the previous attack. One could easily imagine what kind of outcome would result from a normal clash. Looking at Cleansing Whistle again, an indescribable sense of fear sprouted in the hearts of Hecate's members. Vast Heaven was a bona fide Tier 2 Berserker. His combat standard ranked at the top of Hecate. Yet, he was actually being overwhelmed by a player from some backwater city. If they would tell this matter to the other experts of Hecate, their words would most likely be treated as a joke at this moment, let alone Hecate's spectating members. Even Vast Heaven himself was looking surprised and confused. He could not understand just how Cleansing Whistle could be so powerful. How is this possible? I'm a Tier 2 Berserker. At this moment, the composure Vast Heaven had before had completely disappeared. In fact, he could feel death looming over him already. Wasn't she the 6th-ranked expert of Cold Wind City? How are her basic attributes and combat standards so high? Meanwhile, Stain Maple and the other members of Asura, watching from a short distance away, were similarly dumbfounded by this outcome. How did Cleansing Whistle become so powerful? When Stain Maple saw Cleansing Whistle suppressing Vast Heaven with ease, he could not help but think he was hallucinating. He had a very clear idea of Cleansing Whistle's previous strength. Although she was indeed stronger than him, the gap between them was minor. However, the Cleansing Whistle he looked at right now was like a completely different person. Whistle's grasp over phantom snakes is still too shallow. If she could grasp it completely, she could have taken away at least 50% of that Berserker's HP with that attack. Just now, Lifeless Thorn stated idly solitary 9, and the others in the team also nodded in agreement. Currently, Cleansing Whistle was geared in the level 50 Fine Gold ranked Magic Light set. As for the weapons she was wielding, one was a level 50 Fine Gold Longsword, and the other was a level 50 Epic Growth type Longsword. On the other hand, Vast Heaven was only geared in level 50 Secret Silver equipment. The difference in equipment standards between the two of them was massive. It was only normal for her to overwhelm Vast Heaven. Moreover, after leaving the Ice Crystal world, Cleansing Whistle had also traveled around the continent of God's domain and challenged all sorts of experts. After the training provided by Zero Wing, Cleansing Whistle who was originally close to reaching the half-step refinement realm, had now fully set foot into the refinement realm standard. Her combat standard was only slightly inferior to Vast Heaven, someone who was a veteran refinement realm expert, however. With the advantage she had in terms of attributes, she could easily make up for this minor difference. As for the Phantom Snake's combat technique, it was one of the combat techniques Zero Wing had acquired from the primordial divine ruin. Although it was only a basic combat technique, its power definitely allowed it to rank among the top of basic combat techniques. To improve their strength, Shifeng had decided to let Cleansing Whistle and the rest of them learn some suitable combat techniques in exchange for having them owe the Asura adventurer team some contribution points if Cleansing Whistle could fully grasp Phantom Snakes with their powerful attributes. It would definitely be possible to shave away half of Vast Heaven's HP in a single attack, taking away half of Vast Heaven's HP with a single attack. When Stain Maple heard Lifeless Thorn's words, he suspected he was hearing things. This was Vast Heaven they were talking about. The Berserker was someone capable of going up against dozens of experts from the Centurion dynasty all by himself. Yet, in the eyes of Lifeless Thorn's group, such an expert was like an ordinary player one could find anywhere on the street. Just as everyone was feeling shocked by the strength Cleansing Whistle had displayed, Cleansing Whistle immediately altered her footwork after stabilizing herself. She transformed into multiple afterimages, making it look like there were 5 copies of her as she dashed towards Vast Heaven combat technique, Residual Steps. Similar to Phantom Snakes, Residual Steps was also a combat technique acquired from the primordial divine ruin. It was a special footwork technique that relied on afterimages to confuse one's opponent. Footwork-type combat techniques were capable of improving a player's combat power significantly. In terms of value, a basic footwork-type combat technique was equivalent to an advanced offensive or defensive combat technique. When one was fighting against an enemy of roughly equal combat standards, a footwork-type combat technique allowed one to take the initiative in battle. It was something crucial in a battle between experts. At the end of the day, Vast Heaven was only a refinement realm expert. As a result, he was not able to fully grasp the movement patterns of all 5 copies of Cleansing Whistle. When Cleansing Whistle was close to reaching him, he had no choice but to make a powerful stomp on the ground thunderclap. The ground around Vast Heaven trembled and shattered, preventing Cleansing Whistle from executing residual steps properly. As a result, her afterimages disappeared, and her real location was revealed. Seeing an opportunity to strike, Vast Heaven immediately used his strongest Tier 2 skill. Death Charge. Vast Heaven's body increased in size, instantly becoming a 3-meter-tall giant. He raised his silver spear and stabbed it at Cleansing Whistle. Death Charge was a sacrificial skill that sacrificed 40% of his maximum HP to execute a charging assault on a target within 50 yards ahead of him. While the skill was in effect, it increased his movement speed by 150%, strength by 100%, and damage dealt by 500%. In the next moment, the ground beneath Vast Heaven's feet shattered. The Berserker transformed into a blur as he charged at Cleansing Whistle. Just as Vast Heaven was about to reach Cleansing Whistle, the latter suddenly swapped out the level 50 fine gold longsword in her right hand and replaced it with a tattered longsword engraved with silver divine runes. She swung the tattered longsword at Vast Heaven just as the tattered longsword was about to collide with Vast Heaven's spear. The silver runes engraved on the longsword lit up brightly. Boom. There was an explosion, and the ground beneath the point of impact shattered. Contrary to expectations, Cleansing Whistle did not get sent flying. In fact, she was still standing steadily in her original position. On the other hand, Vast Heaven's charge had stopped abruptly. He took 3 steps back involuntarily, the spear in his hands trembling visibly. His body had also fallen into a complete paralyzed state. For a brief moment, Vast Heaven was thoroughly dumbfounded by this outcome. He failed to understand what Cleansing Whistle had just done, actually overwhelming his strongest attack. However, before Vast Heaven could recover from his brief paralyzation, Cleansing Whistle quickly swung the epic growth-type longsword in her other hand. Tier 2 skill, Storm Fury. This move was the strongest Tier 2 skill Cleansing Whistle possessed. In the next moment, countless wind blades assaulted the immobilized Berserker, chipping away at his HP rapidly. By the time Vast Heaven recovered from his paralyzed state, he had less than 1/3 of his HP remaining. However, Cleansing Whistle had already followed up with another 2 slashes. A moment later, Vast Heaven's vision darkened, and his body collapsed to the ground powerlessly. Chapter 1747, King Returns. Chapter 1747, King Returns. As Vast Heaven's body transformed into particles of light and disappeared from the snow-covered field, an exquisite pair of silvery gray arm guards took the Berserker's place. Before the spectating crowd could recover from their daze, Cleansing Whistle collected the arm guards and stored it in her bag. She then shifted her gaze towards Hecate's army. Who else wants to duel? Cleansing Whistle asked with a faint smile as she glanced at Hecate's members. She had just acquired a piece of level 50 secret silver equipment by killing one player. This was far more profitable than raiding a team dungeon. Seeing the cute smile on Cleansing Whistle's face, dread filled the hearts of Hecate's members. Too scary. Vast Heaven was a Tier 2 expert, yet Cleansing Whistle had fought as if she had randomly encountered some common monster. Not only had she dealt with the Tier 2 Berserker so easily, but she had also killed him in an instant. This was a Tier 2 player they were talking about. Even if Cleansing Whistle were also a Tier 2 player, there shouldn't be such a huge difference between her and Vast Heaven. Moreover, a Tier 2 Berserker had even more HP than a Tier 1 metric ton of the same level, yet Cleansing Whistle had. Faced with such power, who would possibly dare challenge Cleansing Whistle to a duel? Hecate's members remained silent for a time. Meanwhile, Stained Maple and his companions were ecstatic once they snapped out of their daze. Hecate had constantly suppressed their adventurer team in Coldwind City. So watching Cleansing Whistle kill Vast Heaven, one of Hecate's top fighters, was truly a joy to behold. Amazing. So, this is the effect of the special training the commander had mentioned. Stained Maple could not help but shift his gaze towards Shifeng. Astounded when Shifeng had first established the Asura adventurer team, he had stated that as long as they were willing to work hard, he would help them grow stronger. He had assumed Shifeng's claim was merely a boast now. However, it would seem that Shifeng had told the truth. The man really had a way to make them stronger. Moreover, the improvement wasn't insignificant. Take Cleansing Whistle, for example. Compared to the last time he had seen her, when she had still been a member of the Waveheart adventurer team, she was like an entirely different person. However, the increase in her strength wasn't limited to her basic attributes. He could also tell that Cleansing Whistle's combat standards had undergone a qualitative transformation. When Stained Maple looked at Cleansing Whistle now, he felt a mental pressure similar to Lifeless Thorn's previous aura. Only, this pressure was not as intense. Lifeless Thorn's when Stained Maple thought about how Cleansing Whistle had grown so much stronger after leaving with Shifeng. Passion and anticipation rose within him. He knew that Vast Heaven held a high position in Hecate. Although he had no hope of reaching Cleansing Whistle's current standard, as long as he became as strong as Vast Heaven, he would qualify to look down on the various large guilds. Meanwhile, when the distant spectating independent players saw Vast Heaven die, their jaws hit the ground. He died. Vast Heaven actually died. Who is that woman? I know her. She's Cleansing Whistle. She used to be the 6th strongest player in Coldwind City. The 6th strongest player? Are you kidding me? Vast Heaven has defeated 2 players who ranked higher than Cleansing Whistle by himself. Even if Cleansing Whistle has become significantly more powerful in such a short time, she shouldn't be able to kill Vast Heaven so easily, right? As the spectating crowd watched Cleansing Whistle, they started to research the woman. However, what they learned shocked them. Vast Heaven was a berserker. While Cleansing Whistle was a swordsman normally, berserkers had an absolute advantage in terms of strength in a melee battle against swordsmen without the involvement of skills. Thus, in a one-on-one confrontation, berserkers were far stronger than swordsmen. Yet, when Cleansing Whistle had fought Vast Heaven, she had suppressed the enemy berserker from start to end. This proved that the woman wore higher quality equipment than Vast Heaven. But what surprised them most was the improvement speed of Cleansing Whistle's combat standards before joining the Asura adventurer team. Cleansing Whistle's combat standard had only been slightly higher than independent experts like themselves. However, the combat standard the woman had just displayed was clearly far superior to theirs. The combat technique Cleanse Whistle had just employed, in particular, had seemed like some kind of skill or spell. They had never seen such mystifying combat techniques before. No one would believe that Cleansed Whistle had hidden her strength before she had disappeared. After all, before joining the Asura adventurer team, Cleansing Whistle had constantly competed with Lifeless Thorn for the position of Cold Wind City's strongest expert. Why would she have held back while doing so? The only explanation was that Cleansing Whistle had drastically improved her combat techniques after she had joined the Asura adventurer team and left Cold Wind City for a time. The distant independent players were overwhelmed by their interest in and desire to join the Asura adventurer team. Meanwhile, Hecate's members glared at Cleansed Whistle in silence, having lost their prior Fear Asura adventurer team. Huh? You actually dared to kill a member of Hecate? You must be tired of living. Autumn Changes, the army's vice commander, said as he strode forward. He sneered at Cleansed Whistle and the others as he said, "This is a good opportunity. We'll teach you who truly rules over Cold Wind City. Everyone, charge." Vast Heaven's death was indeed shocking. He had never thought that the Asura adventurer team actually possessed an expert of such caliber normally. He'd simply avoid clashing with an expert like Cleansing Whistle, but he had an army of 3,000 players behind him, many of which were experts. Furthermore, he had to restore the reputation their guild had just lost due to Vast Heaven's defeat. Despicable. Stain Maple felt his scalp tingle as Hecate's army surged forward. He hadn't expected Hecate to be so shameless. Going back on its previous promise, including Shurfeng's team, there were only 60 Asura members present. Meanwhile, Hecate had 3,000 members here. Hecate's army also consisted of elite and expert players. The Asura adventurer team members likely had no hope of escaping with their lives. Commander, you guys should take off. We'll hold them back. As long as you survive, not even Hecate can deal with our adventurer team so easily. Stain Maple hurriedly said both Shurfeng and Cleansing Whistle were emotional pillars for the Asura adventurer team right now. If Hecate's members took these two down, Asura's reputation would plummet. If that happened, Asura would struggle to develop in the future. However, as soon as Stain Maple finished speaking, he noticed Shurfeng approaching Hecate's army with Lifeless Thorn and the others close behind. Commander, what are you trying to do? Stain Maple asked in a panic. Do I really have to answer that? We're getting to work. Shurfeng laughed nonchalantly. The 50 of you, get into a defensive formation and focus on dodging AoEs. Just don't die and leave the rest to us. We finally get to stretch after such a long trip. After exchanging a glance, Lifeless Thorn and the others charged at Hecate's army, as if they were charging at a group of common monsters that posed no threat whatsoever. As Stain Maple and his companions watched Shurfeng's party rush forward, they were utterly dumbfounded what was going on. 10 players were trying to take on an army of 3,000 players. But before Stain Maple could recover from his daze, Shurfeng used Flame Domain. A towering pillar of flames then emerged amidst Hecate's army, so massive that even the independent players over 1,000 yards away could see it clearly. With this single move, several hundred players instantly turned to ash as ownerless weapons and equipment took their places. Chapter 1748. Small display of strength. As the towering pillar of fire dissipated, it revealed a charred circle within the snow-covered plain. Even players over 30 yards away could feel the rising heat that radiated from the scorched area. Aside from the weapons and equipment, nothing remained in the 70-yard radius of charred earth. A large-scale destruction spell? Autumn Changes paled when he saw the burned ground. Although he had his players spread out, Shurfeng's large-scale destruction spell had slain over 300 of his people. That was more than 1/10 of Hecate's army. The players that had just died were all experts and elites from Hecate. This was the first time the guild had suffered such a devastating loss since Hecate had arrived in Cold Wind City. They'd need an astronomical amount of resources to recuperate from this. The responsibility he'd bear would also be massive. Kill them. I want all of them dead. Autumn Changes bellowed as he glared at Sherfone. The person who was responsible for this lost only be able to avoid a severe punishment if he annihilated the Asura members. Before him hearing Autumn Changes' command, Hecate's members snapped out of their daze. Although they still somewhat afraid of Sherfang's group and worried that their enemies had more large-scale destruction spells in store, they had over 2,600 players on their side. How could Asura possibly stop them all with just 60 members? Like a pack of hungry wolves, Hecate's members descended on their enemies, of course. Although Hecate's members had been stirred into a frenzy, their movements were still well organized. Their actions displayed these players' vast experience in team battles, and instead of charging as one, they split into dozens of smaller groups to deal with each individual opponent. Each of the groups that aimed for Sherfang's team of 10 consisted of 50 players. Stain Maple and his team became incredibly nervous as they watched the army of thousands approach. Although they had fought in many team battles before, they had been small-scale skirmishes, only involving 100 or 200 players. This was the first time they had participated in a battle involving thousands. As they watched the large groups rush towards them in an orderly manner, they struggled to breathe. Hecate's army outnumbered them by dozens of times. This overwhelming advantage couldn't be negated just because Sherfang had used one large-scale destruction spell. The Asura adventurer team is finished now. There's no helping it. Hecate is Coldwind City's current overlord. How could an adventurer team hope to contend with it? The independent players in the distance sighed ruefully as they watched the battlefield at the bottom of the canyon. This was the difference between a guild and an adventurer team. Even if an adventurer team were very powerful, it would only be able to stand against an ordinary guild like Centurion Dynasty or Matchless Family at most. However, Hecate was a large guild that ruled over multiple cities. An adventurer team with a little over 1,000 members was a joke before a guild like Hecate. As Hecate's army advanced, Lifeless Thorn and the others exchanged glances before they turned to Sherfang. Commander, you mustn't join this competition. This is a rare chance for us to display the fruits of our labor. If we miss out on such a golden opportunity, it'll be difficult to find another. Lifeless Thorn said, that's right. Commander, if you make a move, we won't have anything to do. Cleansing Whistle complained. The rest of Sherfang's party nodded in agreement. They were very familiar with Sherfang's strength. After the battle on Thunder Island, in particular, they had learned just how vast the world truly was. All of the players that had participated in the struggle for Thunder Island had been experts among experts. Refinement Realm experts had been a dime a dozen, yet Sherfang had slaughtered everyone that had stood in his path. No one had possessed the power to stop his rampage. A couple of thousand elites and ordinary experts were not even worth Sherfang's time. Meanwhile, they had just recently completed their Tier 2 promotions and had yet to test out and familiarize themselves with their newfound strength. A battle of thousands of players was the best practice ground for them. Fine, I won't attack, but you better take care of this quickly. Stain Maple's group won't be able to hold on long, Sherfang said, sighing. He had wanted to trample over Hecate's army with overwhelming strength, which would have made it easier to expand the Asura adventurer team in Coldwind City. That way, he would have had more players to help him with his quest. After all, the soul-dissolving flower he needed was extremely rare. Without sufficient manpower, searching for the flower would be nigh impossible. Commander, rest assured, we'll make sure to end the battle before Stain Maple's group starts to falter. Lifeless Thorn, his eyes glowing with excitement as he turned to the approaching Hecate members shortly after completing his Tier 2 promotion. Sherfang had suddenly called for them to gather for a trip back to the Ice Crystal World. He hadn't even had the chance to experience the power of his Tier 2 class after reaching Tier 2. His physique had improved significantly. This would no doubt affect his execution of skills and combat techniques, and he would need to fight in many battles before he got used to the new changes. He could also use this chance to try out new combat methods, which he hadn't been able to use with his previous physique. After saying so, Lifeless Thorn eagerly raised his spear and dashed toward Hecate's forces, which were still over 100 yards away. The rest of the team also advanced, but instead of moving as a unit, they split up and rushed at different sections of the enemy army. They showed no intention of cooperating. What are they trying to do? Stain Maple felt devastated as he watched Lifeless Thorn and the others move independently. They were going up against an army of over 2,600 players, yet Lifeless Thorn and the others planned to fight solo. Even Autumn Changes was stunned as the enemies rushed towards him. Have these people lost their minds? Autumn Changes could not help but rub his eyes to make sure that he was not hallucinating. Hecate's army still had over 2,600 elite and expert players remaining. Even Vast Heaven wouldn't recklessly charge into such a force by himself, using a roundabout strategy instead. Yet Lifeless Thorn and the other Asura members were running towards their army like a bunch of lunatics. Good. Since they wish to die so badly, we'll grant their wish. Ranged unit, prepare to attack. Once they're within 50 yards, launch your attacks and blast them to smithereens. Autumn Changes commanded. Hearing Autumn Changes' orders, the ranged players at the rear line readied their bows and channeled their spells. As soon as Lifeless Thorn was within range, they would launch their attacks 90 yards, 80 yards, 60 yards. The moment Lifeless Thorn crossed the 50-yard mark, Hecate's ranged players fired their spells and arrows. These arrows and spells blotted out the sky. Lifeless Thorn revealed a wild grin as the attacks rained down. He responded by swinging his sword at the incoming attacks. Tier 2 skill, Blade Storm. With a light swing, a storm formed before Lifeless Thorn. Like a barrier of wind, the violent storm blocked every spell and arrow Hecate's members had launched. Not a single attack had made it through. How is that possible? Hecate's members were stupefied when they saw Lifeless Thorn emerge unscathed. They had never dreamed that a skill could be used in such a way. Lifeless Thorn had actually used an offensive skill, as a defensive skill. Blade Storm had a 3-second duration. Taking advantage of the skill, Lifeless Thorn made his way towards Hecate's front line without receiving any damage. However, 8 MTs immediately stepped forward to intercept Lifeless Thorn. Seeing this, Lifeless Thorn swept his spear in a horizontal arc. Tier 1 skill, Whirlwind Slash. Boom! The swing sent every MT that stood in Lifeless Thorn's path flying, their HPs decreasing by a significant chunk. Following which, Lifeless Thorn advanced and arrived before the other melee players. His rapidly thrust his spear at his enemies, and the weapon transformed into over a dozen afterimages. Although the melee players tried to defend themselves, the Lifeless Thorn's jabs targeted their blind spots. Moreover, his attack speed was extremely high. They simply could not keep up with the attacks. In the end, the spears struck these players multiple times before they transformed into streaks of light and vanished. The attacks Hecate's range players launched were utterly ineffective against Lifeless Thorn, as he constantly and swiftly changed positions. Wherever Lifeless Thorn passed, players fell, one after another. Moreover, Lifeless Thorn's movements became faster and smoother as he continued to fight. Solitary 9 and the others had also charged into Hecate's ranks by this point. Although their performance was not as violent as Lifeless Thorn's, they were just as unstoppable. Whenever they used a Tier 2 skill, they instantly killed 10 or more players. Although Solitary 9 and the others took some hits, they instantly recovered the lost HP with an advanced healing potion. Meanwhile, the Hecate members that had charged at Silverwing were even more miserable. Before Hecate's members could reach him, Silverwing activated Defensive Blade, which increased his attack range tremendously. He then lightly swung Killing Ray at the approaching players. The swordsman's strength was already beyond that of a Tier 3 Great Lord of the same level, and the players that had failed to block his attacks had fallen instantly. Although the players that had blocked the attack had survived, they were paralyzed for a brief moment. As a result, they couldn't block Silverwing's following attacks at this moment. The difference in tiers and attributes could not be more obvious. Asura and Hecate's members were on an entirely different level. How is this possible? Autumn Changes was racked with confusion as he watched this happen. With just 10 members, the Asura adventurer team had rendered Hecate's 3,000-man army utterly helpless. Just who are these people? Before even 1 minute had passed, Hecate's army had lost an additional 800 or so players. In contrast, Shurfeng's group of 10 had yet to suffer a single casualty. It's about time we end this battle. Seeing that the enemy's morale had plummeted, Shurfeng pulled out the Bible of Darkness and activated Demon, summoning immediately. A massive gate of white bone descended from the sky. As the gate opened, a 5-meter-tall, dual-horned, pitch-black demon emerged. Chapter 1749, Legend of Cold Wind City. Chapter 1749, Legend of Cold Wind City. The massive bone gate immediately caught the attention of everyone present. When the bone gate abruptly opened, power of darkness flooded out and instantly turned the snowy plain into a barren wasteland when a 5-meter-tall, 4-armed demon with 2 crimson horns stepped out of the gate. The watching players gasped. Slaughterer Demon, Great Lord. Level 81. HP 33, 750, 000/33, 750, 000. A level 81 Great Lord? Crap, they can summon Tier 3 monsters. Hecate's members were stricken with fear as they stared at the Slaughterer Demon. It wouldn't have been a major issue if the summoned Great Lord had only been level 50 or 60, but the Great Lord before them was level 81. That was far above their current levels. Although the level suppression system in the game had been nerfed quite a bit by this point, the suppression from a 30-level difference would still be powerful naturally. In terms of basic attributes, a level 81 Great Lord was much stronger than a level 50 Grand Lord. Even a 100-man elite team wasn't guaranteed success against an ordinary level 50 Grand Lord, which would be a nightmare if controlled by a player suddenly. The Slaughterer Demon unfolded its pitch-black wings and disappeared. The demon then reappeared in the heart of Hecate's army, as if it had teleported. The demon had used the Tier 2 skill, Space Jump, which had a longer range than instantaneous movement, allowing the Slaughter Demon to cross a 400-yard distance in a fraction of a second. Emerald flames then flared around the Slaughter Demon's 4 bone swords before it stabbed all 4 into the ground. Boom. With the Slaughterer Demon at the center, emerald fire swirled out, only stopping after it covered a 50-yard radius. Tier 3 skill, Omnidirectional Incineration. Everything the emerald flames touched burned to nothingness. Even level 52, Tier 1 MTs that had activated their life-saving skills had died instantly in just one attack. Hecate's army lost another several hundred members. After this attack, Hecate's members, who had already felt uneasy, fell to their despair retreat. Hurry up and retreat. Autumn Changes shouted in the team chat as the Slaughter Demon prepared to attack again. The combat power Lifeless Thorn's team had displayed had already frightened him. He had never thought that players could become so powerful. Lifeless Thorn and the others were like monsters in player clothing. Lifeless Thorn, in particular, was ridiculously strong. Even several level 50-plus MTs working together couldn't stop his rampage. Just one of the Berserker's attacks was more than enough to send multiple MTs flying. Meanwhile, cloth armor classes were little more than pests before this man. They'd definitely die if they received a single hit. Now that a level 81 Great Lord had joined the battle as well, Autumn Changes could not help but feel like the system was playing some cruel joke on him. However, although Autumn Changes had already ordered the retreat before a Tier 3 demon strengthened by Demon Ruler, escape was impossible. The Slaughterer Demon was simply too fast. Moreover, it only needed one hit to kill the fleeing players. Since Hecate's members were focused on escape, Lifeless Thorn and his companions had an easier time killing their enemy's 9 players and 1 demon chased after the 1,000-plus players that fled in all directions. The inconceivable scene left the distant independent players speechless. They had witnessed many accounts of 1,000-man armies chasing down groups of dozens of players, but they had never seen a handful of players chase after a 1,000-man army. The crowd's eyes glowed with excitement, and some players even got goosebumps as they watched this miracle unfold before them. Ever since Hecate had arrived in Cold Wind City, the guild had constantly suppressed independent players like themselves. Naturally, they were more than pleased to see this guild's members get slaughtered. Their blood boiled with passion as they watched Too Strong. Asura is invincible. So this is the strength of Cold Wind City's #1 adventurer team. The watching crowd gained a newfound appreciation for Asura's strength. Numbers could no longer replace the strength the adventurer team wielded. As long as these Asura experts were present, the adventurer team would become a legend. Rather, Asura's legend would begin today in Cold Wind City. Meanwhile, Stained Maple and his teammates, who tried their best to keep Hecate's members from fleeing, felt an indescribable pride and excitement for their own adventurer team so strong. But the basic attributes and combat standards Lifeless Thorn and his companions had displayed today were absolutely mesmerizing when they thought about how Lifeless Thorn and the others' newfound strength was due to their commander, Sherfong. Their hearts burned with even more passion since Lifeless Thorn and the others had improved so much by following the swordsman. These players realized that if their performances were sufficient, they might get to train under their commander as well, experiencing the same explosive strength growth. If they could become half as powerful as Lifeless Thorn and his teammates, they'd be more than satisfied. Meanwhile, many of the spectating independent players had recorded the battle between Asura and Hecate, and some had even uploaded their videos to Cold Wind City's official forums battle of the century in the Snow Rift. Initially, very few players paid attention to the forum post. Those that had checked out had done so out of boredom. However, as soon as players clicked on the post and watched the videos, they couldn't look away what's going on. Several players are chasing after thousands. Is this some kind of movie shoot? This battle is real. I am at the battlefield right now. You should have seen it for yourself. Several experts from the Asura adventurer team just slaughtered Hecate's army. They can kill even level 50 MTs with one hit. When did Asura become so powerful? I'm also at the scene of the battle. I'm an assassin, so I managed to get a closer view of the battlefield. It seems that Asura's commander has finally returned. Those are the experts from Asura that left Cold Wind City with the adventurer team's commander a while ago. Just now, Asura's cleansing whistle single-handedly killed Hecate's vast heaven. Moreover, she made it look easy. Cleansing whistle killed vast heaven by herself? Stop lying. Do you know who Vast Heaven is? He's the current #1 expert in Cold Wind City. The city's previous top-ranked experts didn't even last 10 moves against him. How could Cleansing Whistle beat him? I have screenshots and videos. Take a look for yourself. What? It's actually true. That's Vast Heaven. For a time, every player in Cold Wind City was focused on the shocking battle between Asura and Hecate. Cold Wind City's inhabitants were astounded and excited as they watched thousands of Hecate's elite and expert members flee from a handful of players from the Asura adventure. Too many thoughts they had harbored of the adventurer team falling apart had vanished after this heaven-defying battle. Who in Cold Wind City would possibly look down on Asura's strength? At the same time, Asura was fated to become a legend in Cold Wind City after this battle. Even if a long time had passed, today's battle would be regarded as a classic. While Cold Wind City's players heatedly discussed the Asura adventurer team, Hecate's upper echelons, who had been stationed in Cold Wind City, gathered in Hecate's guild residence for an emergency meeting. Over a dozen people sat in the solemn meeting hall, every one of them radiating an aura that would make ordinary players shudder with fear. However, these players all watched the youth at the head of the table in silence and trepidation. This youth wore a particularly gloomy expression, and even the temperature of the air around him had dropped due to his aura speak. What is happening? What is this Asura adventure team? The handsome youth demanded. Chapter 1750, Establishing an Adventurer Alliance. Chapter 1750, Establishing an Adventurer Alliance. Inside the silent hall, the handsome man's shout immediately made Hecate's upper echelon tremble involuntarily, although they were part of the upper echelon of Hecate and possessed great individual strength. When facing the handsome man before them, they instinctively felt a sense of awe towards him. The reason for this was the identity of the male youth before them. He was none other than Carnage, the player nicknamed Hell Knight, who was also one of Hecate's vice guild leaders. Although Carnage was baby-faced, in reality, he was already over 40 years old, much older than they were. Moreover, he had worked as a mercenary and was nicknamed the God of Death. It was no exaggeration to say that a large part of Hecate's current success was due to Carnage moreover. Carnage was also the head instructor for Hecate's internal training program, and every one of them present inside the meeting hall right now had actually received his tuition. Even vast heaven owed the strength he had today to Carnage's tutelage. Meanwhile, the training they had undergone was akin to going through hell, hence they knew exactly what kind of personality Carnage had normally. He didn't lose his temper easily. When he did get angry, however, it was like hell descending on the world. And right now, they could sense that he was furious, however. His reaction was only natural of the 3,000 elite and expert members the guild had sent to the Snow Rift. Over 2,000 had gotten killed. Even when Hecate went to deal with the Centurion dynasty, it had not suffered such a staggering loss. Yet now, the guild had sustained such casualties just because of 10 players. The guild used tons of resources to nurture its elite and expert members. After opening up the path to Cold Wind City, it had sent only 1,000 expert players over. Only after arriving at Cold Wind City and annexing the entire Matchless family did Hecate's guild member count in Cold Wind City skyrocket, the number of elite and expert members breaching 10,000. Meanwhile, among the 3,000 players Vast Heaven had brought to the Snow Rift, nearly 400 were the guild's original expert players. And among the 2,000-plus players that were killed, 300-plus were these original experts, the equivalent to losing more than one-third of the total number of experts Hecate had in Cold Wind City. This was a massive loss. The levels lost was one thing. The crucial point was the weapons and equipment lost in the Ice Crystal world. Guild elites and experts relied mainly on lifestyle players for their weapons and equipment. However, very few lifestyle players could produce weapons and equipment of suitable standards for elite and expert players. Not to mention, the materials needed to produce level 50 secret silver weapons and equipment were also extremely valuable and very difficult to acquire. Meanwhile, based on the post-war statistics, they had lost over 200 pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment. Since producing just one piece of level 50 secret silver equipment already required a lot of time and resources, all the more for 200 pieces, this loss would severely impact their guild's raid progress of the Snow Rift Vice guild leader. We've already done a thorough investigation. The people who targeted us this time are all experts of the Asura adventurer team that had disappeared previously. From what we heard, it seems that these experts had gone with their commander on an expedition. However, the strange part is that these experts weren't so strong before. Right now, we still don't know how they managed to gain the combat power they have. A level 52 elementalist reported in a careful tone, suddenly became stronger. Carnage's lips curled up slightly as he read the report his subordinates sent him. This is interesting. They're just a bunch of hillbillies. Yet not only did they gain a massive boost in basic attributes after going out on an expedition, but even their combat standards have undergone a qualitative transformation. It seems this Asura adventurer team has quite a huge secret. Investigate this matter immediately. Use every means available to dig out this secret. As long as Hecate acquires it, then the day Hecate becomes the #1 guild in the north will be just around the corner. Right. Also notify the main branch to send the 12 heavens to Cold Wind City. Upon hearing Carnage's command, everyone in the room was shocked despite themselves. They had never thought that Carnage would actually summon the 12 heavens to a backwater like Cold Wind City. The 12 heavens were the apex combatants of Hecate. In Cold Wind City, aside from Carnage, Vast Heaven was the strongest member of Hecate present. Even so, Vast Heaven's level was still insufficient for him to become one of the 12 heavens, only qualifying as a reserve member. At most normally, the 12 heavens would be split up and dispatched to Hecate's various branch guilds. Nevertheless, Carnage was having all 12 of them come. Hecate's upper echelon shuddered in fear. Just thinking about this matter, these people could still remember the last time the 12 heavens were all together. Back then, they were gathered to help repel the siege of super first-rate guild's army. In the end, due to the 12 heavens, the invading super first-rate guild had no choice but to give up on capturing one of Hecate's guild towns. Yet now, Carnage was actually mobilizing the 12 heavens just to deal with a single adventurer team. This was simply insane. Elsewhere, Sherfong and the others had already returned to Cold Wind City after reaching the city. The group discovered that nothing much had changed there. The player population in the city had increased only slightly, with the majority of the newcomers being new players to God's domain and a small portion being Hecate's guild members. Unlike on the continent of God's domain, players belonging to the Ice Crystal world couldn't travel freely between different cities in the Ice Crystal world. Travel between two different cities generally required players to unlock the gate separating the two cities first. Another method was to use a special pathway. However, activating such special pathways was very troublesome. These pathways also had many restrictions. Hence, ordinary players couldn't travel freely between different cities currently, outside Asura's residence. Asura's members crowded around the entrance as they welcomed Sherfong and the others returned as the commander. The commander is back. All hail the commander. Asura is invincible. The Asura Adventurer Team's members were all thrilled to see Sherfong. The shouting of thousands of players echoed throughout the streets of Cold Wind City, firing up the independent players that had come to join in on the fun due to Sherfong and the others defeating Hecate's army. Asura's fame in Cold Wind City had recovered to its peak. In fact, the Adventurer Team's fame was even greater than before. The strength Sherfang's group displayed had captivated the independent players of Cold Wind City. As a result, many independent players were now hoping to join Asura Commander. With this, I'm afraid the various large guilds of Cold Wind City will target our Adventurer Team, Solitary 9 said, revealing a bitter smile as he looked at the crowded street around him. The goal of guilds was to take control of NPC cities. Meanwhile, unlike in the NPC cities on the continent of God's domain, players could gain a small portion of control over the NPCs in the Ice Crystal world. Doing so required the support of a large number of players. At the same time, players also needed to complete a series of contributions to the city at this point. The Asura Adventurer Team's strength was completely different from before currently. Aside from Asura's members, hundreds of thousands of players crowded the street outside Asura's residence. One could easily imagine how high the Asura Adventurer Team's prestige and reputation were in Cold Wind City right now. With so many players willing to join the Adventurer Team, all Asura needed to do was complete a series of contributions to the city. Then it could become the true overlord of Cold Wind City. With such a situation, how could the various large guilds of Cold Wind City possibly let Asura operate unhindered? The large guilds would undoubtedly treat Asura as a thorn in their side and try to deal with it as soon as possible. Don't mind them. If they want to fight, we'll give them a fight, Sherfong said, chuckling. Moreover, my original goal was to take control of Cold Wind City and make it the foundation of our Asura Adventurer Team. Solitary 9 and the others could not help their stupefaction at Sherfang's words. They had thought that Sherfang's purpose behind revisiting Cold Wind City was simply a quest. Now, however, it would seem that Sherfang's sights were set much higher than they had imagined. The thought of an Adventurer Team taking control of an entire NPC city was simply too crazy since so many people have come. I'm making an announcement in my capacity as Asura's commander. From today onward, the Asura Adventurer Team will be establishing an Adventurer Alliance. We welcome all Adventurer Teams and independent players to join this alliance. Any Adventurer Team and independent player that joins this alliance will enjoy a portion of the benefits offered by the Asura Adventurer Team. Sherfong declared loudly as he looked at the crowded street around him. Chapter 1751, Future Help. Chapter 1751, Future Help. Upon hearing Sherfang's announcement, the hundreds of thousands of players on the street outside Asura's residence fell silent, every one of them staring at Sherfang in disbelief. However, as if some spell had broken, the sounds of cheering echoed down the street. A moment later, all hail, Asura. What? The Asura Adventurer Team is so generous. What a wealthy move. Does Asura plan to unify Cold Wind City? The Asura Adventurer Team's sudden announcement stunned everyone in Cold Wind City. Meanwhile, some players from the various large guilds, who watched from a distance, gaped in shock. Solitary 9, Lifeless Thorn, and Asura's other members gave Sherfong incredulous looks. They all thought that Silverwing had gone crazy and Adventurer Team wasn't like a guild. There were very few restrictions on an Adventurer Team's members. In fact, some Adventurer Teams didn't even place a single restriction. They were mostly a large group of players with the same goal. Meanwhile, the Asura offered particularly valuable benefits, even better than what some guilds offered their members. With the Adventurer Team's contribution points, one could purchase weapons, equipment, and basic combat techniques. However, the Adventurer Team had strict conditions for joining. Fortunately, Asura had plenty of experts, so the team had a much easier time gathering resources and developing. However, Silverwing's decision would allow every independent player to enjoy Asura's benefits without meeting any of the entry requirements. Yet the Adventurer Team had to pay for these benefits. Commander, are we really going through with this? Xianxia hurriedly asked Silverwing. Even if they were going to acquire Coldwind City, they had many other methods they could use to do so. There was no need to earn the public's hearts with such a wasteful option. Here are the details. Publicize them in a moment and inform everyone about what the Adventurer Alliance is, Silverwing said, nodding. He then some details regarding the Adventurer Alliance he had intended to establish to Xianxia and the others. In reality, he had planned to establish an Adventurer Alliance even before he had first visited the Ice Crystal World. Someone had established an Adventurer Alliance, an organization that would serve independent players during his previous life. It served as a platform for independent players to purchase better equipment, materials, information, and find companions to quest with. This helped independent players avoid getting taken advantage of by the various large guilds. However, when the Adventurer Alliance had first appeared during his previous life, mainstream players on the continent of God's Domain had already reached level 90. Although setting up the Adventurer Alliance was very costly and would require further investments, the organization would command more influence and strength as it gradually took shape. In the end, the Adventurer Alliance had become the #1 ranking adventurer team throughout God's Domain. It had even become one of God's Domain's apex powers. God's Domain had many superpowers, but very few could be considered an apex power, every one of which had powerful backgrounds and countless experts. Meanwhile, not even ordinary super guilds had dared to provoke the Adventurer Alliance in the past due to its frightening member count. Many of God's Domain's top-ranking apex experts had belonged to the Adventurer Alliance, including Tier 6 God-ranked players. Although the Adventurer Alliance had only established a few restrictions on its members, the Alliance and its members had been inseparable. If any super guild had harmed the Alliance, the independent apex experts and Tier 6 God-ranked experts would have taken action. This was why the Adventurer Alliance had become one of the game's apex powers in terms of ability to collect materials. Not even the Secret Pavilion had been a match for the Adventurer Alliance. No matter how many members a guild possessed, independent players far outnumbered them since nobody had established an organization like the Adventurer Alliance in this life yet. Silverwing wouldn't hesitate to take advantage of this idea. After all, materials were very important in God's Domain, and if he wished to acquire soul-dissolving flowers quickly, this was the fastest way. The Adventurer Alliance could also be a huge help to Zero Wing in the future. Unfortunately, establishing the Adventurer Alliance would require a lot of investments. This was especially true for the weapons, equipment, and the Alliance's resource bank. The Alliance would also require a large number of people to manage and operate the organization. Then it would have to earn a reputation and credibility among independent players. Hence, setting up the Adventurer Alliance's foundation certainly wouldn't be easy. However, Coldwind City was currently the best place to establish the Adventurer Alliance first. Coldwind City wasn't particularly large, with a player population just over 2 million. Meanwhile, unlike the situation on the continent of God's Domain, players in the Ice Crystal World could not communicate easily, so Silverwing didn't have to worry about too many players trying to join the Alliance at once. This also meant that the initial required investments wouldn't be as massive, and the Alliance wouldn't have to worry about collapsing in on itself before it could even take shape. When the Adventurer Alliance had first established in the past, the support it had received from multiple major corporations had been a large part of the reason for its survival during its infancy phases. These corporations had invested an astronomical amount of resources to help the Alliance mature. Shurfang's second reason was the love independent players had for the Asura Adventurer team by establishing the Adventurer Alliance. The Asura Adventurer team would also have an easier time taking control of Coldwind City. Once Asura controlled the city, it could use the income to sustain the Adventurer Alliance. Xianxia and the others read the details of Shurfang's idea. Their eyes glowed with excitement as they began to understand why Shurfang wanted to take on such a thankless task. Although the initial investments were massive, once independent players got used to using the Asura Adventurer team's contribution points, all sorts of materials, weapons, and equipment would continuously flow into the team's hands. Moreover, Asura would be able to recruit expert players more easily immediately. Solitary 9 and the others went into action and started to spread the Adventurer Alliance's details. Meanwhile, when the upper echelons of Coldwind City's various large guilds received this news, hatred towards Shurfang welled in their hearts. However, as the Asura Adventurer team had already displayed such immense strength, they couldn't stop the Adventurer Alliance's establishment forcefully. Hence, the city's guilds began to think of ways to stop Asura's plans by deliberately lowering their recruitment standards. They also loosened the restrictions on their guild members, making their guilds more attractive to independent players. After all, there was no way an adventurer team could offer as inviting benefits as a guild. Moreover, guilds had far more and far better weapons and equipment in their stocks than adventurer teams. Furthermore, players could earn a very high and stable salary by becoming one of the guild's upper echelons. Meanwhile, in Hecate's residence in Coldwind City, this Asura adventurer team is quite ambitious. Like the other guild's upper echelons, Carnage was surprised when he received news of the Adventurer Association. He had never thought that the Asura adventurer team would be so enthusiastic to grow. However, he revealed a sneer as he said, "It's a pity that your efforts will go to waste. Notify our subordinates and tell them to lower the exchange rates for Hecate's weapons and equipment. However, keep the original exchange rates for any player that's related to the Asura adventurer team in any way." Hecate also began to hasten its exploration of the Snow Rift. Having a large number of guild members simply wasn't enough to rule over Coldwind City. An organization also needed to make sufficient contributions to the city. Elsewhere, Shurfang focused on producing all kinds of weapons and equipment in preparation for the Adventure Alliance's establishment. After being away from Coldwind City for some time, the Asura adventurer team had collected plenty of rare materials. It had even acquired 45 ice crystal fragments. Other lifestyle players might find it difficult to produce level 50 secret silver and fine gold equipment, but to Shurfang, who had long since become a master forger, it wasn't a problem. Moreover, he had the assistance of a Tier 3 mysterious flame and the Forging Association's special mana forging room to increase his forging success rate, while Shurfang forged level 50 fine gold equipment with the forging designs he had purchased from the Forging Association. He had Lifeless Thorn and the others raid the Snow Rift bosses and collect materials and ice crystal fragments. In the end, Shurfang spent 3 whole days cooped up in the Forging Association and produced 300+ pieces of level 50 fine gold equipment, 100+ pieces of level 50 fine gold weapons, 10 fine gold ranked magic light sets, and 500+ pieces of secret silver equipment. He had basically spent all of the resources the Asura adventurer team had gathered during his absence. Now that the preparation work is complete, it's about time to reveal it to the public. Shurfang revealed a faint smile as he looked at the room cluttered with the weapons and equipment he had crafted. Chapter 1752, Enemy of Guilds. Chapter 1752, Enemy of Guilds. Coldwind City, Hecate's guild residence. Due to the sudden reduction in Hecate's recruitment requirements and exchange rates for weapons and equipment, the guild hall was crowded with players. Most of these players had been independent players, and all of them traded rare materials for level 50 weapons and equipment. Vice guild leader, since we lowered the exchange rates, we've seen twice as many players come to purchase our weapons and equipment. Moreover, these players are all at the elite standard and above. Not only have they signed an agreement stating that they won't support Asura, but they will also secretly discriminate against Asura's members. The other guilds have taken similar measures against Asura as well. Right now, the majority of Cold Wind City's elite players have taken a stand against Asura. Even if Asura establishes that Adventurer Alliance, the Adventurer team won't be able to obtain many resources from the Alliance to increase its strength. Good. Well done. Now, all that's left is to find out how Asura's experts became so strong so quickly. Then, we'll take full control of the city. Carnage was very satisfied with his subordinate's report. He had to admit that the Asura Adventurer team posed an even greater threat than the Centurion dynasty when it came to competing for Cold Wind City's authority. However, the Adventurer team overestimated itself if it thought it could compete with guilds. The various guilds simply wouldn't allow that to happen. After all, if news of this situation spread, they would become a laughingstock in the other cities. The various guilds would rather sacrifice a portion of their profits to prevent such a thing now. Due to the various guilds' efforts, the majority of Cold Wind City's elite and expert players had sided with the various guilds. The remaining elites and experts had their own methods of obtaining weapons and equipment, so they weren't interested in the guilds' exchange services. All in all, the various guilds had already taken control of Cold Wind City's main source of rare materials. Although the Asura Adventure team had plenty of powerful experts, it couldn't take control of the city by relying on experts alone. An organization would need well-equipped elite and expert players to perform the difficult and necessary contributions. While Asura had quite a number of ordinary expert players, it lacked top-tier weapons and equipment. Producing such items required plenty of rare materials, and the high production difficulties only increased how many materials were needed. With how few members Asura had, the adventurer team simply didn't have the manpower to obtain the necessary resources. Moreover, unlike guilds, adventurer teams did not have specially trained groups of lifestyle players. Even if an adventurer team had its own lifestyle players, it wouldn't have the resources to nurture many or any advanced lifestyle players now that the various large guilds had severed Asura's source of rare materials. The adventurer team would have no way to compete for the authority over Cold Wind City Vice Guild leader. Based on our investigations thus far, the Asura experts that have recently returned haven't said a single word about how they had grown so powerful. The adventurer team's other members know nothing about it either. It seems they're keeping a very tight lid on this secret. The level 52 assassin reporting to Carnage said helplessly, "No matter. Keep on looking into it," Carnage said, smiling faintly. "It is fine even if we fail to find out about it. Even if we fail to learn Asura's secret. Once we take control of Cold Wind City, we'll thoroughly eliminate the adventurer team." Hearing Carnage's words, the reporting assassin could not help but smile. Although the Asura adventurer team had become quite famous in Cold Wind City, at the end of the day, it was still an adventurer team. Asura was both foolish and suicidal if it thought it could go up against Hecate. Once Hecate took control of Cold Wind City, the guild would secure a small portion of the city's authority. This fraction of authority, fortunately, would be more than enough to deal with one adventurer team. A few more powerful experts wouldn't matter in the end. Right, didn't I send you out to poach Asura's experts? How was that coming along? Carnage asked. He had a very optimistic view of Cleansing Whistle and the others. With such strength, they could become a great source of combat power for the guild if they joined Hecate. Hearing Carnage's question, the reporting assassin fell silent. "What? Did they dislike our offer?" Carnage asked curiously. They said that they're not interested in a reserve elder position. They said that they might consider joining if we offered them the position of guild leader or vice guild leader. The assassin said honestly. Bang. Carnage slammed his fist on the office table before him, shattering it when he heard the assassin's reply. The killing intent he radiated shocked the nearby upper echelons, making them shudder. Reckless fools. Since they want to fall with their adventure team, I'll grant their wish, Carnage said, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Sneering, he continued, place a 3,000 gold bounty on each of those players. Send someone to keep an eye on them, and tell the 12 heavens to get here as soon as possible. Understood. Everyone in the guild leader's office nodded. They couldn't help but feel some pity for Cleansing Whistle and her companions, but the group had simply asked for their deaths. Very quickly, Hecate publicized its bounty and caused a huge commotion in the city crap. Is Hecate that determined to destroy Asura? 3,000 gold. With that kind of money, Asura's own members might take action against these people. But those players are incredibly strong. They're almost impossible to kill. Who told you that? Although they're very powerful, there are many tools available in God's domain. With a sufficiently powerful tool, killing them is definitely possible. It is just a matter of whether the owners are willing to use their tools or not. For 3,000 gold, though, they might be tempted. It really makes you wonder what Asura's higher-ups are trying to do. First, they provoked Hecate. Then, they made an enemy of every guild in Cold Wind City. Not only has Asura's material sources been cut off, but its peak experts are also targets. As far as I see it, Asura is doomed. I know, right? At the end of the day, an adventure team is still an adventurer team. It is impossible for an adventurer team to go up against a large guild. Cold Wind City's general populace was sorely tempted by Hecate's bounty. They wanted nothing more than to rush into Asura's residence and slay its experts. However, plenty of independent players pitted the Asura adventurer team. If Asura hadn't set its eyes on Cold Wind City's authority, Hecate might have been powerless against the adventurer team. Eventually, Asura might have even grown powerful enough to intimidate the various large guilds. As everyone talked about the Asura adventurer team, Asura had announced the Adventurer Alliance's official launch and welcomed anyone and everyone to apply for membership at Asura's residence. As long as a player was independent, they could join the Adventurer Alliance and enjoy a portion of the benefits Asura offered. Asura really is dumb. Who would dare apply to join the Adventurer Alliance right now? That's right. The majority of level 50 weapons and equipment on the market have been produced by guilds. How many weapons and equipment could a measly adventurer team possibly offer? Only people who don't want to upgrade their weapons and equipment would join the Adventurer Alliance. The general populace showed no interest in Asura's announcement. In fact, many players did not want anything to do with the adventurer team now. Seeing this, the various guilds' upper echelons in Cold Wind City sneered at Asura and its members. Commander, even though we've announced the launch to the public, not a single player has shown interest in joining. Xianxia expressed her frustration from her seat in Asura's residence. She had to admit that the various guild strategies had been very effective. It had utterly dissuaded any independent players from joining the Adventurer Alliance. All right, then. I had wanted to show the guild some respect, but since they refused to accept my kindness, there's no need for me to hold back, Shifeng said, not particularly surprised by the situation. He then instructed, tell Solitary 9 to publicize the Adventurer Alliance's exchange list on the forums. Understood. I'll notify the Vice Commander right away. Xianxia said, smiling. Excitedly, she contacted Solitary 9. Chapter 1753, Madness-inducing benefits. Chapter 1753, Madness-inducing benefits. Cold Wind City, Frostbone Plain. Many adventurer teams grinded the area's level 50+ undead. The Frostbone Plain was a level 50 to level 60 map. Although it wasn't a resource-rich map, the undead here had a chance of dropping froststones since they absorbed power of frost all year long. When froststones were used in crafting weapons and equipment, the items had a chance of gaining ice resistance. Although each weapon and equipment piece would only have a small amount, if players wore items that all had the bonus, it would add up naturally. There were many maps in the ice crystal world that had extremely low temperatures. Without a certain amount of ice resistance, players would be restricted. As a result, items like froststones, which could increase a player's ice resistance, were very valuable. Moreover, since froststone's drop rate was incredibly low, many guilds only accepted froststones as currency for the weapons and equipment they produced. Because of this, grinding froststones had become the best way for independent players to make money and obtain better items. However, the Frostbone Plains undead were not easy to defeat. These undead rarely acted independently, moving in groups of over 100 instead. Even the weakest of these monsters was an elite, while the stronger undead were usually great lords. From time to time, players even encountered patrol squads, usually consisting of 500 to 600 undead, led by Grand Lord-ranked Frost Generals. Most of the adventurer teams grinding in the Frostbone plane operated in units of 100. However, many players watched as a 20-man team fought a level 50-plus Frost Undead Patrol squad with relative ease. The 20-man team systematically annihilated the 100-plus Undead in the Patrol squad. These players had even suppressed the 2 level 55 Highlord-ranked Frost captains. After just 10 minutes, the entire Patrol squad had been eliminated, leaving a pile of materials on the ground for the battle's victor's brood. Your combat standard have improved pretty quickly. You can even solo a Frost Captain now. If you hadn't handled one of the Frost Captains, we might have had to flee, a level 51 Shield Warrior said, smiling at the level 52 Guardian Knight beside him. The Guardian Knight wielded a dark blue diamond shield in one hand and a crystalline axe in the other. I recently researched the war between Asura and Hecate and gained some insight from watching Asura's Solitary 9 and Dark Madness. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to tank the Frost Captain by myself. The Guardian Knight, named Brute 7, responded excitedly. After this hunt, I should have enough materials to purchase a level 50 secret silver chest piece. Once I have that, I might be able to challenge a level 55 Great Lord. Anticipation illuminated Brute 7's features as he spoke about the level 50 chest piece. He had been grinding frost stones in the Frostbone plane for a long time now. Once he had the chest piece, their adventurer team might be able to explore more of the map and challenge level 55 Great Lords in the Ice Crystal world. Materials drop rates drastically decreased after monsters hit level 50. Meanwhile, Great Lord rank acted like a dividing line for monsters. Not only would Great Lords drop more rare materials of high quality, but they also had a certain chance of dropping mysterious iron weapons and equipment. If their adventurer team could grind Great Lords, their income would increase significantly. The guilds are being too stingy right now. They're asking for several times more materials for each piece of secret silver equipment. Even now, I've only managed to collect half of the materials needed for a piece of secret silver equipment. It's a pity that our forger's standards are so low. Otherwise, we could craft our own level 50 secret silver equipment, the Shield Warrior said, slightly envious when he heard Brute 7's plan. Although their adventurer team had nurtured its own advanced forgers, their advanced forgers were weaker than those in the various guilds in both techniques and their tools. Their adventurer team's advanced forgers even struggled to craft level 50 mysterious iron equipment, not to mention secret silver rank. Yet, without good equipment, they couldn't challenge stronger monsters and obtain better resources. Only the various guilds' forgers could produce level 50 secret silver equipment. And because of that, these guilds demanded exorbitant prices for the items, leaving adventurer team players no choice but to provide these guilds cheap labor. As Brute 7's team rested and chatted amongst themselves, one of the team's members abruptly shouted in the team chat, "Guys, look at the forums. Asura just announced that it has officially established the Adventurer Alliance, stating that anyone who wants to join can apply at Asura's residence." TCH. So what? Although the Adventurer Alliance's members get to enjoy some of Asura's benefits, Asura is only an adventurer team. It can't compare to a guild. Who would possibly join the Adventurer Alliance now that the various guilds have singled Asura out? That's right. Since the guilds are the sole suppliers of level 50 secret silver weapons and equipment, only players who don't want to upgrade their items would consider joining the Adventurer Alliance. It really makes you wonder what Asura's upper echelons are thinking. They're actually trying to compete with the guilds for Cold Wind City. Isn't that just suicidal? None of the team's members showed any interest in joining the recently established Adventurer Alliance. They all thought that Asura's commander, Feng, was a fool. Despite his adventurer team's bright future, he had decided to ruin his players' prospects by competing for Cold Wind City. After these players chatted for some time, they discovered that the Asura adventurer team had posted a new announcement: Adventurer Alliance's benefit list. What? They're trying to lure people to join by posting their benefits? What is Asura playing at? Even if Asura offers good benefits, how could it possibly contend with the various guilds, which can produce level 50 secret silver equipment? But as these players clicked on the new post, preparing to laugh at Asura's foolishness, They were dumbfounded by what they saw. What's going on? Am I seeing things? Crap. This is amazing. Not even large guilds can offer this. Is Asura really an adventurer team? Everyone's eyes glowed as they read the benefit list the Adventurer Alliance offered. Even just looking at the offered benefits excited them greatly. The list contained a total of 3 benefits, the first of which regarded the purchase of weapons and equipment. The second involved the purchase of combat techniques. The third consisted of the rare materials and tools available for purchase. Meanwhile, players would only be able to buy these items with the Adventurer Alliance's internal points. These 3 benefits were incredibly tempting, especially when players read the list of weapons and equipment Asura had to offer. If Asura had only offered level 50 mysterious iron weapons and equipment, they might have viewed the adventurer team in a better light. Nothing more. If the list included level 50 secret silver equipment, these players would assume that Asura planned to duke it out with the various guilds, and they consider the adventure team a little more mad than they had expected. But there were level 50 fine gold weapons and equipment on that list. This was practically a dream. Level 50 fine gold equipment was as rare as a phoenix's feather, even in the various large guilds. Not even the guild's core members were guaranteed to get a piece. Yet the Asura adventure team was offering these items up for purchase, and that was only the tip of the iceberg. What truly dumbfounded Cold Wind City's players was the level 50 fine gold ranked magic light sets Asura offered. Not even Hecate, Cold Wind City's current #1 guild, likely had such equipment on hand. Yet not only did Asura have these items, but the adventurer team was offering them to other players for exchange. Chapter 1754, Nightmares Beginning. Chapter 1754, Nightmares Beginning. Shortly after the Adventurer Alliance's exchange benefits were published on the official forums, news of the post spread throughout Cold Wind City like the plague. Even the members of the various guilds of Cold Wind City turned green with envy when they read its contents level 50 fine gold set equipment. To the current guilds of Cold Wind City, such equipment only appeared in their dreams. Asura is too ruthless. The adventurer team actually pulled out such a card to lure in independent players. How did Asura get its hands on this magic light set? Crap, if I had this magic light set, I could easily solo tank a level 55 Grand Lord. It's no wonder Asura's top few experts possess such powerful attributes. It turns out that they're wearing this magic light set. The upper echelons of Cold Wind City's various guilds fell silent when they saw the benefits Asura was offering. Just the weapons and equipment Asura put up for exchange were far superior to what their guilds had. However, compared to these weapons and equipment, the second exchange benefit Asura offered was the part that truly gave them a headache: combat techniques. Combat techniques were much more precious than weapons and equipment. At the end of the day, weapons and equipment were external items. Moreover, as players continued leveling up, they would also have to keep replacing their weapons and equipment. Using their current items forever was impossible. However, that was not the case for combat techniques. Combat techniques would not fall behind the times and could accompany players on their entire journey in God's domain. They provided improvements directly to a player's base combat power, and thus were many times more valuable than weapons and equipment. Given a choice between obtaining level 50 Dark Gold equipment or a combat technique, the majority of players would go with the combat technique. After all, if one chose the level 50 Dark Gold equipment, they wouldn't necessarily be able to obtain a combat technique by using it. Moreover, once they reached level 60, their level 50 Dark Gold equipment would no longer be considered top tier for their level. However, if one chose the combat technique, the immediate benefits from the combat technique might not be as much as those of the level 50 Dark Gold equipment. But with their improved combat standards, obtaining equipment that could rival level 50 Dark Gold equipment was only a matter of time. Combat techniques were also something the various guilds constantly sought. Unfortunately, these were truly too rare and difficult to acquire. Even until now, the various guilds had not found a single clue that could lead to the acquisition of a combat technique. Every known combat technique in Cold Wind City right now was created by talented experts. However, these experts would never teach others the combat techniques they had researched and invented through great efforts. as these combat techniques were their trump cards. Sharing their combat techniques would only result in them losing an edge over others currently. The only guild in Cold Wind City that possessed a combat technique was Hecate. However, Hecate had a very heavy restriction on the combat technique, and only core members that had signed binding contracts were qualified to learn it. Experts that were not contracted to the guild had no hope of learning it. Meanwhile, inside Hecate's residence, sitting inside the exquisite guild leader's office, Carnage read the exchange benefits of the Adventurer Alliance with an indescribably grim expression on his face, his eyes having turned bloodshot. The guild's upper echelon inside the room was similarly stupefied by Asura's forum post. Is this Asura adventurer team filled with lunatics? They're actually offering combat techniques for exchange? Are they not afraid that letting outsiders learn these combat techniques will hamper their adventurer team's development in the future? Everyone inside the room voiced their confusion over Asura's crazy behavior. They had never imagined that Asura would make such a bold move in order to obtain Cold Wind City. At this time, a level 52 ranger suddenly entered the room and reported to Carnage. Vice Guild Leader, I just received a report stating that a large number of elite players contracted to us have just dissolved their contracts. Currently, we have already lost over 1,000 contracted elite players, and this number is still steadily climbing. Have these people lost their minds? Dissolving their contracts means having to pay us 3 gold in compensation. The members of the upper echelon standing at the sides of the room were stupefied when they heard the ranger's words, although the contracts Hecate signed with the independent players wishing to partner with it could be dissolved. The price to do so was very steep. 3 gold was a lot of money, even to expert players, let alone elite players. Although players' income had risen due to their increasing levels, the repair fee for weapons and equipment was also higher. Moreover, players had many other expenses, such as potions and magic scrolls, food, and accommodation. In the end, players would be able to save only a small portion of their earnings each day at this stage of the game. Elite players would be fortunate if they had 50 or 60 silver coins in savings, while ordinary players would only have around 10 silver coins banked. Only expert players would have a little more extra money, with most expert players having roughly 5 or 6 gold coins stashed away. Hence, they had set the compensation fee at 3 gold, which was half of the liquid funds of an expert player yet. Meanwhile, outside Asura's residence, shortly after the Adventurer Alliance's benefits were publicized, a large crowd of independent players had appeared here. Within half an hour of the Alliance's benefits disclosure, over 50,000 independent players had come to apply to the Alliance. The long queue that formed outside of Asura's residence extended across 5 whole blocks. Moreover, the number of applicants was still climbing rapidly. This situation forced Asura to mobilize over 500 members to maintain order at the application site. The spectacular scene stupefied the scouts sent over by the various guilds. Among the players looking to join the Adventurer Alliance were many level 51 and level 52 elite and expert players, and even some well-known adventurer teams of Cold Wind City. In fact, the scouts actually recognized some of those standing in line to be elite and expert members of various guilds. Though, to be precise, these people were former members now. However, the actions of these former guild players were also understandable. Players joined guilds to obtain good weapons and equipment more easily. If they couldn't, they would have no reason to subject themselves to the restrictions of guilds. Now, however, the Adventurer Alliance was also supplying weapons and equipment, and these were even better than the ones offered by the guilds. Moreover, players could exchange for combat techniques, something that even expert players hungered for. From the Alliance, the benefits offered by ordinary guilds could not compare to those offered by the Adventurer Alliance at all. Hence, it was only natural that plenty of elite and expert players were trying to join the Alliance. Commander, this move of yours is simply too vicious. I just received a report stating that some of the smaller guilds in Cold Wind City lost a significant portion of their expert and elite members shortly after we announced the Adventurer Alliance's benefits. It won't be long before these guilds are forced to disband. Even Hecate has lost over 300 experts and 4,000 elites thus far. Xianxia reported to Feng excitedly as she walked into the residence's basic forging room. She held not a shred of goodwill towards the various guilds of Cold Wind City, especially Hecate. Just because they had refused Hecate's poaching attempts, the guild had actually publicly placed a bounty on their heads. Had Feng not sent them to grind bosses in the Snow Rift, a forbidden land for players, she would have gone directly to Hecate's grinding spots and paid the guild back for its kindness, having received news that the Adventurer Alliance had managed to plunder over 300 experts from Hecate. She was naturally elated in Cold Wind City, even after annexing the Matchless family. Hecate had only a little over 2,700 expert members. Losing 300-plus expert players was equivalent to losing 1/9 of its expert forces, which was definitely a huge blow to the guild right now. She could already imagine what kind of expression Hecate's higher-ups were making vicious. Huh? Feng laughed, shaking his head. This was only the beginning. He then turned to Xianxia and asked, "Did you get that thing yet?" "MHM. I've already bought the largest plot of land available in Cold Wind City and constructed a 3-story shop on it. As for the interior design, that can only be done after we make a personal visit there. I spent a total of 8,000 gold. Almost all of the funds our adventurer team has gathered thus far have been used up already," Xianxia replied. She then took out a deed from her bag and handed it over to Feng. "Good. Let's head over and take a look." Feng nodded. After accepting the deed, he immediately left for Cold Wind City's largest plot of land together with Xianxia originally. This plot of land was meant for the construction of a guild residence. However, as its location was not very good and the land was quite costly as well, none of the guilds in Cold Wind City had purchased it. This gave Feng a chance to take it for himself. Not bad. "This should be large enough," Feng said, nodding in satisfaction as he arrived at the 3-story shop. Some independent players were already standing around the entrance of the shop, curiously eyeing the 3-story building. In fact, let alone these passers-by. Even Xianxia, who was trailing Feng, was curious to find out why he had decided to buy a plot of land in this secluded area. Moreover, he had even wanted such a large shop to be built on it. If he really wished to set up a shop, the wise decision would have been to build one in the city's central district. Not to mention, even though they had built such a large shop, the Asura adventurer team did not possess that many items to sell. However, Feng did not bother explaining his decisions. Instead, he walked straight into the shop. Currently, the main hall of the shop was still empty. Feng also did not hurry to start the decoration process. Instead, he took out a large number of magic crystals and rare materials, then started drawing a magic array at the center of the hall. The magic array he was drawing right now was none other than the Starlight Gathering magic array, which he had gotten from the War God's temple some time ago. When activated, the magic array would create an enclosed space with a 500-yard radius and increase the mana density within it by 300%. As the materials needed to produce the magic array were extremely rare and the difficulty of drawing, it was equivalent to drawing an advanced magic array. Feng had not bothered putting it to use until now recently, though Zero Wing had managed to gather the necessary materials for the Starlight Gathering magic array. Hence, he decided to use the magic array in Cold Wind City. The reason for his decision was the dearth of locations with high mana density in the Ice Crystal world. In fact, the Ice Crystal world wasn't alone in this predicament. Practically every other world faced this problem. Only higher planes had many areas with high mana density. This was also the main reason why the combat standards of otherworld players were weak in general. Without environments of high mana density, players would have great difficulty improving themselves. If he wanted to truly raise the Asura adventurer team's strength, he could not just rely on weapons, equipment, and combat techniques. As for sending players to the continent of God's domain via the ancient shrine, the cost of doing so was simply prohibitive, way beyond the current means of Zero Wing or Asura. Moreover, having more people cross over would increase the risk of exposure for the ancient shrine's secret. Hence, before coming to the Ice Crystal world, Feng had already decided to create a place similar to Stone Forest Town's battle arena in Cold Wind City. Finally, after spending over an hour, he was done engraving the Starlight Gathering magic array. The illusion of a dazzlingly beautiful galaxy then formed in the center of the Hall. "Commander, what's this? It's so beautiful." Xianxia was immediately captivated by the magic array. "What is this?" Shifeng smiled. "It's a new world." Saying so, Shifeng spent 500 magic crystals to activate the Starlight Gathering magic array. Chapter 1755, Asura Hall. Chapter 1755, Asura Hall. Inside the spacious hall, when the Starlight Gathering magic array activated, white mist began to fill the hall. The light then dimmed, and twinkling starlight glittered around the room. A short moment later, the mana density inside the hall swiftly started to rise. 100%, 200%, 300%. The ice crystal world's ambient mana density was already higher than that in God's domain. And now, after this 300% increase, the shop's mana was even denser than the mana in Zero-Wing City. Celestial magic arrays truly are amazing. Shifeng was quite satisfied as he gazed at the galaxy that had appeared on the hall's ceiling. As he stood in the hall, he could feel his mind become tremendously clear. He could even push aside unwanted thoughts and block his sense until he only existed within his own consciousness. As long as he put a little effort in, his mind could easily process what he wanted and provide the desired results. In fact, he even felt physically lighter as a magic array that had been passed down since ancient times. Current magic arrays simply couldn't compare to the power of a celestial magic array like the Starlight Gathering magic array do to the celestial power. Celestial magic arrays were able to operate at a cheaper cost and higher efficiency than present magic arrays of similar rank and functionality. That was also why any celestial magic arrays that had appeared on the market in the past had sold for astronomical prices. If he hadn't caught a Abandon Wave, he wouldn't have obtained the Starlight Gathering magic array. Xianxia, who stood beside Shifeng, was utterly dumbfounded as she felt the change that had taken place around her. The strength of the Starlight Gathering magic array before her was simply too frightening. The entire hall felt like a revolving galaxy. The ambient mana was so dense that she felt almost omnipotent. If she could train in such an environment, she was confident that she could fully grasp the basic combat techniques, which she had struggled with before, in a short time. She even felt like she could learn the advanced combat technique, Void Steps. An advanced combat technique. Void Steps was an advanced footwork technique that not even Lifeless Thorn had mastered. If she could grasp this footwork technique, her combat power would rise to a whole new level. She was even confident that she'd be able to take on Flowing Water Realm experts. After all, with Void Steps, she would have absolute control over the battle's initiative. She could clash or retreat whenever she wanted, and her opponent would be powerless to stop her. Excitedly, Xianxia turned to Shifeng and asked, "Commander, are you planning to make this our adventurer team's training ground?" With such a mana-rich environment, this place could definitely become a sacred training ground for players. Ordinary experts, particularly Cold Wind City's experts, did not understand the true benefits of mana-rich environments. However, Xianxia had learned well the benefits of such an environment. After all, she had gone through plenty of hardships while learning her combat techniques. If not for the combat rooms in Zero-Wing City's battle arena, she never would have grasped the several basic combat techniques she now knew so quickly. If she could train in such a mana-rich environment, she could practice her basic combat techniques relentlessly without running out of stamina or concentration. "No," Shifeng said, shaking his head. "I plan to make this the Adventurer Alliance's training ground." "A training ground for the Adventurer Alliance?" Shifeng's answer stunned. Xianxia had already offered the Adventurer Alliance's members amazing benefits, which not even the various large guilds could afford to offer. Yet, he also intended to make this sacred ground one of the Alliance's benefits as well. She didn't dare imagine the craze in Cold Wind City if news of this went public. If Cold Wind City's various guilds learned of this, they'd want nothing more than to eat Shifeng alive. "Of course, I will also segregate a portion of the space specifically for Asura's members," Shifeng said, chuckling. While reserving this place for Asura's members was a good idea, maintaining the Starlight Gathering magic array was not cheap. The magic array cost 500 magic crystals to operate per day. That was the equivalent of running a single magic tower. Since both towns generated massive amounts of income, it didn't really matter that the magic towers in Stone Forest Town and Silverwing Town were expensive to run. However, the Asura Adventurer team did not possess the ability to generate so much income. After all, Asura only had around 3,000 members. It might be fine if the Starlight Gathering Magic Arrays operation required coins, as earning coins was relatively easy for an adventurer team of Asura's caliber. But it was a different story for magic crystals. Furthermore, magic crystals were rarer in the ice crystal world than in the continent of God's domain. If Sherfone wanted to maintain the Starlight Gathering Magic Array, he needed a huge source of magic crystal income currently. Coldwind City had over 2 million players, the majority of which were independent players. Sherfone wouldn't have to worry about a lack of interest in a new training ground with such high mana density. As long as he charged a small fee for using the training ground, he could easily maintain the Starlight Gathering Magic Array's operation. Moreover, by making the Starlight Gathering Magic Array available to the Adventurer Alliance, not only could he earn back the Magic Array's operation cost, but he could also attract more players to join the Alliance, killing two birds with one stone. Following which, Sherfone began to modify the shop's interior. All 3 of the shop's floors would become training grounds. He also set aside some room on the first floor to establish a restaurant and bar for players to rest. Using the remaining space, he constructed a total of 270 training rooms, 50 of which would be reserved for the Asura Adventurer team. However, although there were 220 training rooms left for the Adventurer Alliance's members, considering how many members the Alliance had, Sherfone ensured that each Alliance member could only rent a training room for 1 hour per day if they paid with coins or Adventurer Alliance points. If players paid their rent with magic crystals, they would be allowed to rent up to 2 hours a day. This way, Sherfone wouldn't have to worry about not earning enough magic crystals. This would also help reduce some of the points Alliance members accumulated, whether players wanted to purchase the Adventurer Alliance's weapons, equipment, or combat techniques. They all required a large number of points. In other words, none of the Adventurer Alliance's services were cheap. If that were the case, it would only be a matter of time before the Adventurer Alliance collapsed in on itself, with the training ground absorbing some of the points the Alliance members accumulated normally. The Alliance's points would be more valuable and meaningful. After Sherfone finished arranging the training ground's layout, he made a trip to the Adventurers Association and hired 5 advanced NPCs and 100 basic NPCs to manage the training ground. This way, his players wouldn't have to waste their time with managing the building. Naturally, he set the training room's rent higher than the fee for Zero Wing City's battle arena. He decided on 5 silver coins worth of points per hour. This might be costly to ordinary players, but to elite players, who normally had 50 to 60 silver coins in their pockets, it was affordable. Besides, they could only rent the training rooms for 1 hour per day with points. If they paid in magic crystals, they'd only have to spend 10 silver coins per day for expert players. This expenditure was pocket change. Commander, the only thing left to do is name the training ground. Then, we can open it to the public, Xianxia said, as she looked at the dazzling training ground before her and watched the NPCs as they prepared to work. She couldn't help her growing excitement. A name? After giving the matter some thought, Sherfone said, "Let's call it Asura Hall then." His main goal in establishing this training ground was to strengthen the Asura Adventurer team. Now that was done, he had to put Asura's name on it, letting everyone know about the Asura Adventurer team. Once Sherfone had stated his desired name for the establishment, the NPC managers engraved the name on a plaque on the building's entrance. The massive, golden engravings quickly caught the attention of the players passing by. Players could even see the words Asura Hall from a good distance away. Asura Hall. What's this place? It should be related to the Asura Adventurer team. It seems to be open already. Let's go in and have a look. After the Asura Hall opened, the passers-by curiously entered the building. They had seen all kinds of shops before, but this was the first time they had seen one with such an ambiguous name. Furthermore, the shop seemed to be related to the Asura Adventurer team. Chapter 1756, Adventurer Alliance's Power. Chapter 1756, Adventurer Alliance's Power. Upon entering the Asura Hall, the group of independent players felt as if they had stepped into a sports arena's main lobby. The ceiling was covered in a galaxy of stars, as if it were the actual night sky. It gave players a relaxed, happy feeling. What's going on? The mana density here is so high. Why do I feel like my mind has become so much clearer than before? This place is amazing. Every player that entered the Asura hall quickly discovered its peculiarities. Not only did they feel calmer after entering the building, but they also felt physically lighter. They felt as if they could now accomplish tasks that had been impossible, and these players eagerly wanted to test themselves in battle in this environment. However, when these players saw the pricing list at the Asura hall's front counter, their eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. So expensive. Is this a joke? Renting a training room actually costs 5 silver per hour? Is the Asura adventurer team that desperate for money? Wait, that's not right. Only the Adventurer Alliance's members are allowed to rent training rooms. No one else has access. Just where has Asura gotten the confidence to impose such a restriction? Who would bother to rent a training room here? To begin with, everyone's burning interest in the Asura hall instantly froze after they saw the rental prices. Some players had even turned and left the building on the spot, not wanting to waste any more of their time with this place. As the first group of visitors left the Asura hall, news of the establishment quickly spread throughout Coldwind City, becoming the latest and hottest topic for discussion. Although many players had deemed that the Asura hall's prices were too high, they were very interested in its mana-rich environment commander. Although quite a few players have visited the Asura hall, none have tried to rent a room. They all think that the price is too high. Why don't we lower the price slightly? Xianxia suggested as she watched a group of players idle around the first floor hall. No need to rush. We have plenty of time. Players will eventually discover the Asura hall's true benefit, Silverwing said, smiling. He then continued, right now, we need to focus on collecting enough ice crystal fragments and soul-devouring flowers. I've already posted a purchase request for ice crystal fragments and soul-dissolving flowers in the Adventurer Alliance. Moreover, I've ensured that players who want to purchase level 50 fine gold equipment or the Magic Light set will have to use both CPs and a sufficient number of ice crystal fragments or soul-devouring flowers, Xianxia said. Right now, a piece of level 50 fine gold equipment will require at least 1 ice crystal fragment. For level 50 fine gold weapons, each will require 2 ice crystal fragments or 1 soul-dissolving flower. For the Magic Light set, players must contribute 12 ice crystal fragments or 6 soul-dissolving flowers. While you were designing the internal layout of the Asura hall, we acquired 9 ice crystal fragments and 1 soul-dissolving flower through the Adventurer Alliance. I doubt it will be long before we have the required number of fragments and flowers. That quickly, Silverwing could not help his surprise when he heard Xianxia's report. Ice crystal fragments only dropped from bosses in the Ice Crystal World's Forbidden Lands. Moreover, only Great Lord ranked and above dropped the fragments. Even if he used Icarus's heart, obtaining an ice crystal fragment from each boss he killed wasn't guaranteed. The drop rate would be even worse for other players the Adventurer Alliance had only established a few hours ago, yet it had already collected 9 ice crystal fragments and one of the super rare soul-dissolving flowers. The Alliance's material collection speed was astonishing. If the Adventurer Alliance were developed properly and attract hundreds of thousands of independent players from Coldwind City, the Alliance would beat any guild in the city when it came to collecting materials, aside from the items that dropped from team dungeons. As for guilds that tried to acquire the Adventurer Alliance's top-tier weapons and equipment or combat techniques by disguising their members as independent players, Silverwing did not particularly mind. Rather, he welcomed it. After all, the extraordinary items the Alliance offered required other items of considerable value, such as the ice crystal fragment and soul-dissolving flower. In trade at this moment, Silverwing finally understood just how frightening the Adventurer Alliance in his previous life had actually been. It was no wonder why the Alliance had become one of God's domain's apex powers. Resources were everything in God's domain. With abundant resources, one could even pump out batch after batch of expert players. If one was fortunate enough, they could even nurture peak or apex experts. Although our resource collection speed is very fast right now, as more independent players join the Adventurer Alliance, our stock of weapons and equipment in the Alliance's inventory will begin to dwindle. If we don't replenish the items soon, aside from the valuable items that require ice crystal fragments or soul-dissolving flowers. Everything will be gone. Xianxia said with a bitter smile. The Adventurer Alliance indeed possessed a frightening resource collection ability. However, the cost of maintaining this ability was also frightening. At this point, the weapons and equipment they had gained from killing Hecate's members before had already been purchased with rare materials. These materials flooded the Adventurer Alliance's warehouse, and nobody had any intentions of purchasing the items. The Adventurer Alliance earned its income of coins and resources by buying and selling items, earning the price difference. For example, it would purchase a particular rare material using 9 CPs and selling them for 10 CPs, making a profit of 1 CP between trades. However, the problem now was that nobody in Coldwind City wanted these rare materials. The Alliance was only gaining a mountain of rare materials that no one wanted while losing a bunch of weapons and equipment. You're right. Shifeng smiled after listening to Xianxia's concerns, although the situation didn't surprise him. The Asura adventurer team wasn't like Zero Wing, which had the support of the Candlelight trading firm. So long as the guild had rare materials, it could quickly turn those materials into products that various players needed. However, the Asura adventurer team lacked this ability. Let's do it this way then. Have Solitary 9 bring a few assassins and load them up with rare materials. Then head to White River City and hand these materials to Melancholic Smile. We'll have Melancholic collect as much ice resistance equipment and items as possible and send the items back with the assassins. Meanwhile, I'll try to craft as many items as possible to cope with the Adventurer Alliance's current expenditure. While rare materials might not be particularly useful to adventurer teams, they were very valuable to the Candlelight trading firm. In Starmoon Kingdom, Candlelight had difficulty purchasing rare materials in bulk, and the prices for these materials were very high. However, the situation was the opposite in the Ice Crystal world. Rare resources were more common and cost significantly less. Shifeng could take advantage of this situation and make a profit off of the price difference of rare materials between the two worlds. The only problem was the amount of time and magic crystals required to transport the materials to the continent of God's domain. But compared to the potential profits, the cost was practically negligible. Hearing Shifeng's plan, Xianxia's eyes glowed with realization. Equipment and tools that could increase one's ice resistance were worth a fortune in the ice crystal world. For example, level 50 mysterious iron equipment with ice resistance was worth 2 or 3 times more than equipment without ice resistance. If it were possible to convert these rare materials into equipment and tools that increased ice resistance, the Adventurer Alliance would attract plenty of independent players even if it ran out of magic light sets and level 50 fine gold equipment. Shifeng then returned to the Forging Association to resume production of all sorts of level 50 weapons and equipment. This time, though, he only crafted secret silver equipment. He left the level 50 mysterious iron equipment to the lifestyle players Asura nurtured internally. Meanwhile, Xianxia contacted Solitary 9 and had him gather 9 assassins. After filling their bags with rare materials, Solitary 9 and the assassins disguised themselves and made their way to the ancient shrine before heading to White River City's Candlelight trading firm. Time passed quickly. After working for around half a day, Shifeng had made 50-plus pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment with the rare materials the Adventurer Alliance had acquired. During this time, his forging proficiency continuously increased. He also gained a lot of EXP. Now he was at 41% of level 66. His leveling speed via forging was no slower than expert players' leveling speed. While Shifeng was in the midst of forging a piece of plate armor, Xianxia sent him a message. The content was very simple. All 100 ice crystal fragments have been collected. The collection's done? Shifeng smiled as he read the message. It's about time that I pay the Countess a visit, then. Chapter 1757. Astronomical Wealth. Chapter 1757. Astronomical Wealth. Black Dragon Empire, Lake Heart City. As soon as Shifeng walked out of the teleportation hall, he was greeted by the sight of a crowded street. The liveliness of the city was not the slightest bit inferior to White River City's. In fact, it might even be livelier. Meanwhile, shortly after he exited the teleportation hall, Player shouts entered his ears seeking a powerful team to enter the underground maze's inner area. I'm a level 51 shield warrior with over 30,000 defense, 34% block rate, and combat standard at the late stage of the Trial Tower's 5th floor. Underground maze team looking for level 50 plus powerful MTs and DPS. 32 waiting on 18. Noobs not welcomed. Purchasing Ice Jade for 30 silver each. Buying as many as you have. At this moment, both sides of the street Silverwing was on were teaming with players either hawking their wares or forming teams. Moreover, the players thronging the street were all very high-leveled, with the lowest level player being level 49 and the majority being 50 and 51. Silverwing also spotted quite a few level 52 experts. Normally, such a scene could be found only in places like the Ice Crystal World, where the average level of players was slightly higher than that of the continent of God's domain. Yet now, the players in Lakeheart City could actually rival the players of Cold Wind City in terms of levels. Looking at this scene, Silverwing even thought that he was still in Cold Wind City right now aside from the large number of independent experts. Silverwing also noticed plenty of guild elite and expert teams coming out from the teleportation hall from time to time. As soon as these guild teams arrived, they would dash out of the city. Did these guilds finally notice it? Silverwing did not feel particularly surprised to see the various guild teams riding their mounts out of the city. Rather, this situation was within his expectations back then. The reason why he had chosen to set up Silverwing's branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire's Lakeheart City was the resources in the vicinity during the early stages of the game. The various large guilds and players disregarded a backwater like Lakeheart City. However, past level 50, the dungeon environments would become increasingly severe, and players would need all kinds of resistances if they wished to survive in raid team dungeons. Meanwhile, among the items that provided resistances, the Ice Jade found within the Lakeheart City region was one of the most well-known of those produced in the Black Dragon Empire. Ice Jades could be turned into ice resistance gemstones, which could then be inlaid into equipment to increase one's ice resistance. What made Ice Jade so popular was the flexibility of ice resistance gemstones, which are different from weapons and equipment that had innate ice resistance for weapons and equipment that had innate resistances. These resistances usually came at the cost of sacrificing some of their basic attributes. Moreover, most weapons and equipment with resistance increased only one type of resistance, in addition to having level restrictions, and would become obsolete as players reached higher levels. Players would also have to prepare different types of resistance equipment, depending on what kind of dungeon they were raiding. This was a great extravagance that even expert players could not afford. On the other hand, resistance gemstones could be freely equipped and removed at the cost of a little money. When raiding dungeons with different environments, players simply needed to switch to the appropriate resistance gemstones due to these reasons. Lakeheart City gained sudden popularity in the Black Dragon Empire, thanks to the resource known as Ice Jade. In Silverwing's previous life, Lakeheart City had managed to grow into the Empire's 6th most populated city at its peak. For comparison, since the player population in an empire far exceeded that of a kingdom, even an Empire's 6th ranking city would have a higher player population than the capital city of a kingdom. Finally, Silverwing's previous plans and investments were coming to fruition. With the increased number of players attracted to Lakeheart City, Silverwing's branch guild would undoubtedly be able to recruit plenty of elite and expert players. Soon, it will be able to truly contend against the first-rate guilds of the Black Dragon Empire. After Silverwing was done observing the situation of Lakeheart City, he rode an advanced horse carriage to Countess Katie Green's mansion, having nothing better to do while seated inside the carriage. Silverwing contacted Gentle Snow back when he sent Gentle Snow to develop in Lakeheart City. He had her continuously collect Ice Jades. Now, the perfect time to let the Ice Jades display their true value had come. Guild leader, "You done with your quest already?" Gentle Snow asked, feeling slightly surprised to receive a call from Silverwing before he had left. He had informed Silverwing's core upper echelon that he was going to do a quest and would be incommunicado for a short period. He had also instructed them to handle the guild's affairs at their discretion and to contact him only for extremely important matters. "My quest is still ongoing. It'll most likely take a while longer to complete it, Shurfeng replied, shaking his head. Collecting soul, dissolving flowers was easier said than done. It had been over half a day since he established the Adventurer Alliance. Yet the Alliance had managed to collect only 5 soul, dissolving flowers thus far. It would be quite some time before he would have all 20 soul dissolving flowers he needed. Do you have some business with me, then? Gentle Snow asked Demachem. How is the collection of ice jade coming along? Shurfeng said, nodding ice jade. When Gentle Snow heard Shurfeng's question, her lips curled into a contented smile. She then raised 4 of her jade-white fingers to the screen. 40,000? That's quite a lot. Shurfeng was slightly surprised. Although Lake Heart City produced ice jade, it was not available in large quantities. Back when ice jade became very popular, even super guilds had needed to invest a lot of time and effort to collect as many as 40,000 ice jades. Meanwhile, 40,000 ice jades were enough to fully equip several thousand players with ice resistance. Gemstones guild leader. You guessed wrong this time, Gentle Snow said, smiling as she shook her head. Thus far, we've collected 400,000 ice jades already. Roughly 60% of the ice jades available in Lake Heart City right now is in our hands. 400,000? Shurfeng could not help but be stunned. Although he had asked Gentle Snow to collect ice jades, he had never imagined she could collect so many 400,000 ice jades. If converted to coins right now, they would be worth 120,000 gold. Meanwhile, this price was only the beginning. In the future, it could easily reach 40 plus silver per piece. Moreover, before ice jades became popular, they sold for only 4 or 5 silver coins each. If the price grew to 34 or 35 silver, then they could make a net profit of 30 silver per piece. If they sold all 400,000 of their stockpiled ice jades at that time, their net profit would be 120,000 gold. With that kind of money, they could complete all the development and fortification works of Silverwing Town in one go. There would be no need to rely on the income of Zero Wing City and the Candlelight trading firm to gradually furnish the town good. Have some people transfer these ice jades to the warehouse of Lake Heart City's Candlelight trading firm immediately. I'll go collect them afterward, Shurfeng said. Right. Make sure to keep this matter a secret. While ice jade was indeed very important to the various large guilds, so much so that they would be willing to purchase it at a high price, its value in the ice crystal world would be even higher. After all, players were already snatching up even weapons and equipment with innate ice resistance like crazy. One could easily imagine how popular ice jades would be. Their guild leader. Rest assured, back when we collected these ice jades, I had specifically sent my closest aides to handle the purchases. Only a few people in the entire guild know about our stockpile. Although Gentle Snow was curious about what Shurfeng intended to do with so many ice jades, she simply nodded her head and had some of her trusted aides deliver the ice jades to the Candlelight trading firm's warehouse. By the time Shurfeng was done conversing with Gentle Snow, he had also arrived before Countess Katie Green's mansion. Chapter 1758, Treasure Acquired. Chapter 1758, Treasure Acquired. As he arrived before the Countess's mansion and disembarked from the advanced horse carriage, Shurfeng noticed several cloaked players enter the mansion under the steward Milton's lead. When these cloaked players entered the mansion, they watched their surroundings constantly, as if they were afraid of being followed. When these players noticed Shurfeng, they became alert, their expressions turning somber. Someone's already discovered this place. Seeing the party's wariness, Shurfeng had a general idea of what they were thinking. Countess Katie Green's exchange services were a secret. Moreover, every item she offered was a treasure to players. If they could monopolize these treasures, they could profit massively. However, if others discovered this secret, it would increase their competition and reduce their profits. Moreover, the more people that knew about the Countess, the harder it would be to keep the secret naturally. These 6 players understood this when the Countess's secret had become public in the past. The various large guilds had contested for her services, and the competition had become so intense that battles had been waged on the street outside of the Countess's mansion. In the end, though, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had monopolized the Countess and garrisoned players at the mansion's entrance long-term, preventing outsiders from entering. After watching Shurfeng for a moment, The six-man party hastened their way into the mansion. Feng simply chuckled in response and continued onward. The Countess only offered so many items, and in the six players' opinion, he must be here to purchase these items as well. They likely wanted to get ahead of him and buy as many items as they could before he reached the Countess. Unfortunately for those six players, Feng wasn't here to buy items. As Feng reached the mansion's main entrance, he sensed someone's presence nearby. He immediately activated omniscient eyes to inspect his surroundings. Guild players? Feng quickly discovered a level 50 assassin hidden behind a tree roughly 60 yards away from him. This assassin also wore a guild emblem that he had never seen before. It seems this place won't stay a secret for much longer. It was evident that some guild had targeted those six players. Once a guild discovered Countess Katie Green's exchange services, it wouldn't be long before even more people learned about them. After all, there were simply too many players in a guild. There were bound to be spies from other guilds. As well, this was also why Feng had never told any of Zero Wing's upper echelons about his business here. This way, none of the spies in Zero Wing could learn about this place, but he also felt relatively fortunate. Had he chosen to visit the Countess at a later date, there would have been a ton of players in the Countess's mansion. They might even have discovered the secret about the temporal sand. If the various superpowers learned about the treasure of time, and subsequently the 7 treasures, they'd use all of their power to obtain them. If that happened, his quest would become exponentially more difficult. After waiting at the entrance for some time, Milton returned to greet Feng. Under the steward's lead, Feng then entered the Countess's mansion. After Feng entered the mansion, the masked assassin behind the tree made his way towards the entrance. A sly smile appeared on his face as he watched Feng's disappearing figure. Guild leader. As you've guessed, those people seem to have discovered some secret exchange point. The exchange point is in Countess Katie Green's mansion in Lakeheart City. The masked assassin reported to the middle-aged man on the screen before him. Excellent. Now that we've discovered their secret, we'll have to remove those players from God's domain. I will not allow other people access to my treasure. The gray-robed, skinny man replied, sneering, aside from the people you instructed me to follow, another person has entered the mansion. It seems that person has discovered this exchange point as well. What should we do about them? The assassin asked. Someone else knows about it. The middle-aged man frowned slightly. Do you know who? They were wearing a black cloak. Unfortunately, even after I used my advanced identification skill, I couldn't see his real identity. All I got was unknown. The assassin reported. Keep an eye on him and figure out a way to uncover his identity. Once you know who he is, get rid of him if possible. We don't need so many people knowing about the Countess's secret. The middle-aged man said after giving the matter some thought, making a slicing gesture across his neck with a hand. Understood. I placed a tracking mark on that player. He definitely won't get away from me, the assassin said, nodding. Good. I'll send some people to assist you. Keep an eye on those players, the middle-aged man said before disconnecting the call. Inside the Countess's mansion, under Milton's lead, Feng quickly arrived in a lounge decorated with various refined antiques. Currently, Countess Katie Green discussed business with the 6 players Feng had seen earlier. Feng noticed more items on display on the table before the Countess than there had been during his previous visit. There were a total of 14 items, ranging from weapons and equipment to various designs and recipes. Every item was worth fortunes and would be extremely difficult to obtain elsewhere. Meanwhile, not only did the party of 6 purchase 3 of the 14 items, but they also purchased 30-plus grains of temporal sand. Each grain of temporal sand cost 1 mana stone, which was an item that could only be acquired from killing the bosses in large-scale team dungeons. To independent players, obtaining 1 mana stone was extremely difficult, let alone 30-plus. Moreover, the 6-man party had used mana stones to purchase the other 3 items. The party had spent more mana stones than what a party of ordinary experts could acquire. As Feng approached the table and took a seat, the 6 players rose from their seats. Just before they left, these players sent Feng gleeful gazes. It was as if they were stating that they had already purchased every item available, and Feng had gotten there too late to buy anything. However, Feng could only laugh inwardly at their response. Outwardly, though. He said nothing as he watched these players leave the room. Demon Hunter, you're finally here. It seems you've acquired the items I've asked for? Katie Green smiled at Foam, who sat before her. Her smile felt incredibly intimate, as if she were greeting a longtime friend in response. Foam nodded silently. The Countess's words stunned the 6 players, who had yet to exit the room, fully what is going on. The 6 players watched the Countess speak so casually to Foam with disbelief whenever they visited Katie Green. The Countess maintained a dignified air. Even when they purchased items, she barely spoke to them. Yet the Countess treated Foam like an old acquaintance, warm and friendly. For a moment, they even wondered if the Katie Green before them now was the Countess they knew, as the 6 players considered lingering to hear the conversation between Katie Green and Foam. The Countess shot them a glare. My business with you is finished. You may leave. Katie Green snapped with a frosty tone immediately. The steward Milton ushered the party out of the room. This further stupefied the party of 6. They could not help but wonder about Feng's identity to warrant such treatment from a Countess of the Black Dragon Empire. However, even if they wanted to know more about Feng's identity and his purpose here, 2 guards began to walk towards them. It was evident that the guards intended to use force to evict them from the mansion. After a short moment, the party of 6 was chased out of the mansion. Meanwhile, only Foam and Countess Katie Green remained in the quiet, elegant lounge. Right, they're gone. You can show me the items now, Katie Green said, anticipation flashing in her eyes as she watched Foam. Her desire for the eternal ice crystals was evident without speaking. Foam retrieved the synthesized eternal ice crystals from his bag and lined them up on the table before him. One after another, when he placed the 10 eternal ice crystals on the table, the room's temperature fell abruptly. If not for his sufficiently high ice resistance, he might have had difficulty moving. Wonderful. These are indeed the eternal ice crystals I have been looking for. Excitement lit up Katie Green's flawless face. Immediately, she stored the eternal ice crystals away before retrieving a dark gray pearl bracelet from the void, tossing it to Foam. The instant Foam received the bracelet, a series of system announcements bombarded his ears, stunning him. Chapter 1759, Empire's Highlord. Chapter 1759, Empire's Highlord. System, congratulations. Epic ranked, main storyline quest, Ice Crystal World completed. Rewarding 1 bracelet of time, legacy skill points +3, Black Dragon Empire reputation +100, Katie Green's favorability +50, and +50% to current experience bar. Suddenly, Feng's experience bar filled up rapidly, going from 41% to 91% of level 66 in the blink of an eye, and saving him several days' worth of grinding. However, compared to the reward, the part that truly surprised Foam was the system announcements that followed. Black Dragon Empire Region System Announcement. A player has triggered a new expansion pack, Ice Crystal World. The Empire has conferred Countess Katie Green the title of Highlord, and she will become the Empire's 8th Highlord. From now onward, Lakeheart City will become Highlord Katie Green's territory. Black Dragon Empire Region System Announcement. In 3 hours, Highlord Katie Green will open a gate to the Ice Crystal World in Lakeheart City and will lead the Black Dragon Empire's 1st Division on the conquest of the Ice Crystal World, officially starting the Empire's conquest of other worlds. The system announcements repeated 3 times, echoing in the ears of every player in the Black Dragon Empire at this moment, let alone Foam. Even the upper echelons of the Empire's various large guilds were stupefied by these announcements. Conquest of other worlds? Is this a joke? Who managed to trigger such an amazing expansion pack? This was definitely the first time they had encountered a situation where an empire launched an expedition against another world. As for this so-called other world, ordinary players might not have an idea what it was, but those in the upper echelons of large guilds had a general notion, because the libraries within the Empire contained some basic information introducing other worlds. One could easily find this information with a careful search. Meanwhile, the information introducing other worlds stated that other worlds were incomplete, smaller worlds containing many resources that could not be found on the continent of God's domain. According to rumor, Ancient gods created these other worlds to store their treasures hence. Regardless of which era it was on the continent of God's domain, there were bound to be kingdoms and empires that would try to conquer these other worlds to monopolize the resources available there among the various expeditions launched against other worlds in the history of God's domain. For by ancient kingdoms were especially notable. Back then, these kingdoms hadn't been particularly strong. However, after conquering another world, they had grown into empires within a very short period hence. The conquest of an otherworld was a major event in any kingdom or empire meanwhile. This was also a major event to players, as it meant that they would gain access to the resources of the targeted otherworld. The resources available in an otherworld were much more abundant than those on the continent of God's domain. If a guild managed to monopolize the resources of an otherworld, they could develop rapidly. The upper echelons of the Black Dragon Empire's various large guilds glowed upon seeing the system announcements. They immediately held emergency meetings to discuss matters regarding the Otherworld expedition. Lakeheart City, outside of Highlord Katie Green's mansion. After the steward Milton chased the 6 players out of the mansion, they all stood stock still with dumbfounded expressions on their faces as they looked at the latest system announcements. Boss, isn't the NPC we just traded with called Katie Green? Why did she suddenly become one of the Empire's Highlords? What's more, she's even launching a conquest of the Ice Crystal World. No, that's not right. The system announcement appeared as soon as we left Katie Green's mansion. And according to that, a player triggered the new expansion pack. It must be related to that cloaked swordsman. Indeed, based on the Countess's behavior when she was dealing with that swordsman, there must be some kind of secret between them. Boss, what should we do now? Our luck is really good. Since that person triggered the new expansion pack, he should have plenty of information about the expansion pack itself. We'll wait here for him. If we can get some information on the expansion pack from that guy, we'll have a head start over everyone else. Right. As long as we get that kid to spill information on the new expansion pack, our Eternal Song Adventurer team might be able to become one of the top few adventurer teams of the Black Dragon Empire, just like that. All 6 in the party nodded in agreement with the level 51 swordsman's suggestion. A new expansion pack signified the appearance of a huge opportunity, offering potential benefits that definitely wouldn't be the slightest bit inferior to the high-ranking items available from the Countess. Meanwhile, inside the lounge of the Highlord's mansion, Katie Green herself had undergone a massive transformation originally. Katie Green was a refined lady dressed in elegant attire. Now, however, she wore an exquisite battle dress decorated in red and white. She looked more like a female general than a noble lady at the moment. Although her battle dress was made from cloth and appeared to provide very little in terms of protection, in reality, the dress was made out of enhanced cloth that was stronger than even steel. At her waist hung a light blue longsword that not only looked dazzlingly beautiful, but also radiated a frightening aura. Meanwhile, Katie Green's statistics had also undergone a heaven-defying transformation. She had become a level 200, Tier 5 Sacred Magic Knight. Currently, only a few people in the entire Black Dragon Empire could hope to rival her in terms of strength. I really have to thank you for this. With these eternal ice crystals, I have finally managed to open a pathway to the Ice Crystal World and complete my long-cherished wish. If you ever visit the Ice Crystal World in the future, I will welcome you as a guest, Katie Green said, sending Sherfong a faint smile. She then turned around and left the lounge to carry out the necessary preparations to launch an expedition against the Ice Crystal World. System, congratulations. You have received Katie Green's favor and obtained the Honorary Knight title. Honorary Knight. Enjoy the authority of a noble when present within any territory ruled by Katie Green. When Sherfong fully processed everything that just happened, a frown formed on his face. The recent developments were too sudden. Had he known something like this would happen, he never would have completed this epic ranked main storyline quest so quickly. The Otherworld expedition meant that a long-term pathway leading to the Ice Crystal World would be opened. It also meant that players on the continent of God's domain would be able to travel freely to the Ice Crystal World in the future. In that case, his plan to make a fortune via these two worlds was effectively ruined. I need to step up my operations. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng stored the Bracelet of Time and left the lounge, his next destination being the Candlelight trading firm. Given the situation, he could only sell the collected ice jades in the ice crystal world and try to make as much profit as possible right now. Once players on the continent of God's domain started streaming into the ice crystal world, he would definitely face greater competition on this front. However, as soon as Shifeng exited the mansion, 6 figures suddenly surrounded him. These 6 figures were none other than the 6 players that had been exchanging items with Katie Green earlier. "Do you have business with me?" Shifeng asked as he eyed the party of 6. "You're the person that triggered the new expansion pack, right?" The leader of the party, a level 51 swordsman named Silent Eagle, asked, smiling as he looked at Shifeng. "What if I say that I'm not?" Upon hearing Silent Eagle's words, Shifeng understood that his identity as the precipitator of the new expansion pack was already exposed. "Stop lying. As soon as we left the mansion and you started chatting with the Countess, an expansion pack related to the Countess appeared. Who do you think you're trying to fool?" A level 51 shield warrior demanded angrily. "Then, what is your goal in stopping me?" Shifeng asked, "Is there even a need to say this? Tell us all the information you have on this new expansion pack." Silent Eagle laughed. "What if I don't speak?" Shifeng revealed a faint smile as he sent a glance at Silent Eagle. "Are you planning to take action against me?" "Take action?" Silent Eagle shook his head, chuckling. No. We don't have the courage to take action inside Lakeheart City. However, although we can't take direct action against you, we've already placed a marker on you. We'll be able to find you no matter where you go. I believe the various large guilds in the Black Dragon Empire will be very interested in meeting with the player that triggered the latest expansion pack. What do you think they will do if we tell them about you?" "I see." Shifeng mostly understood Silent Eagle's purpose now. The man was using the large guilds to threaten him for information. The various large guilds had branches all over the Black Dragon Empire. As long as his location got exposed, these guilds would definitely hunt him down relentlessly. "If you don't wish to get hunted by the various large guilds, you'd best tell us all the information you have regarding the latest expansion pack. This will be beneficial to both you and me," Silent Eagle said, chuckling. "Is that so?" Taking a deep breath, Shifeng eyed Silent Eagle's party of 6 and then said, "However, I feel that I have an even better option in mind." "What is it?" Silent Eagle asked curiously. "For example, I will bury all 6 of you here." Saying so, Shifeng suddenly unsheathed Killing Ray and released 4 arcs of lightning ahead of him, menacing Silent Eagle's party. "This is Lakeheart City. You dare?" Silent Eagle stared in disbelief at the approaching lightning arcs. However, before Silent Eagle's party could say anything else, the 4 lightning arcs devoured them, transforming them into ash with a bunch of items in their place. Chapter 1760. The Mantis stalks the Cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Chapter 1760. The Mantis stalks the Cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. The 4 lightning arcs of thundering flash killed Silent Eagle and 3 of his party members instantly. Now, only a level 50 Oracle and a level 51 Ranger remained standing before Shifeng, with dumbfounded expressions on their faces. The 2 players never thought that Shifeng would actually take action, much less that he would do so without the slightest shred of hesitation. After all, they were in Lakeheart City right now. Although their current location was not the busy central district, as long as a player took action inside the city, the NPC soldiers would not let the offender get away at that time. Depending on the severity of the offender's actions, not only would they be killed, but they might end up in jail as well. Now that Shifeng had killed 4 players inside the city, he would be locked up for 7 days at the very minimum, an even worse penalty than getting killed by another player. Not to mention, he had just recently triggered a new expansion pack. If he got jailed for 8 days, he would lose the opportunity to take advantage of his knowledge regarding the new expansion pack. He was simply insane to actually take action inside the city. "Yuri dead. The NPC soldiers definitely won't let you get away," the level 50 Oracle exclaimed, horrified as he pointed at Shifeng. "Crazy bastard. You are a real lunatic. You actually decided to go for mutual destruction just to avoid getting your location exposed." Are you not afraid of losing this advantage of yours? The level 51 Ranger demanded with a somber expression. Mutual destruction? Unfortunately, you guys are not qualified to make me sacrifice myself. As soon as the Oracle and the Ranger were done speaking, an indifferent voice immediately entered their ears. In the next moment, the abyssal blade in Feng's other hand released a blinding glow. The swordsman then suddenly disappeared from where he stood. By the time he reappeared, he was already standing in front of them void steps. Flame burst. The two players were previously already shocked by Feng's actions. Hence, they failed to react in time to his sudden and swift attack. When the abyssal blade cut through them, their bodies were instantly incinerated into nothingness, two ownerless items taking their place a moment later after killing Silent Eagle's party of 6. Feng quickly collected and stored the 7 items the party dropped. From start to end, merely 4 seconds had passed. Only after the battle was over did the distant NPC soldiers react to the fight. Meanwhile, the level 50 masked assassin, who was hiding behind a tree 50 yards away from Feng, was greatly shocked as he looked at the swordsman. Who is he? He was actually able to kill Eternal Song's party of 6 so quickly. The masked assassin's expression turned serious as he replayed Feng's actions in his mind. Although Eternal Song was not a top adventurer team in the Black Dragon Empire, it was still a considerably well-known one. The adventurer team had several hundred members and plenty of experts. Even he would not be able to deal with a party of 6 Eternal Song members all by himself. Yet Feng had accomplished this feat in just a few seconds. Moreover, Feng had even killed Silent Eagle's party right in the middle of Lake Heart City. The swordsman's strength was truly horrific. Although the masked assassin felt fearful of Feng, he still could not help smiling. His reaction was because he had managed to listen in on the conversation between Silent Eagle and Feng by using his eavesdrop skill. Eavesdrop was a super rare skill of the assassin class that enhanced the user's hearing. With the skill, he could easily pick up a conversation 50 yards away from him. He could even listen in on a conversation held behind closed doors if he wanted to. It was also because of this skill that his guild leader had selected him to keep watch over Silent Eagle's party, the person that triggered the new expansion pack. Is it? If I notify the guild leader about this, he will definitely be very happy. Now, not only did I discover an exchange point for high-ranking items, but I also found information regarding the new expansion pack. With this, I should have no problems entering the guild's main force. The masked assassin inwardly laughed in joy. He had gained such an unexpected harvest from stalking Silent Eagle's party. The value of this harvest was much greater than even the discovery of the secret exchange point. However, this person is too strong. We'll need the peak experts of the guild to capture him. He had already placed a tracking marker on Feng. Unless he got killed like Silent Eagle, his tracking marker would not disappear. Moreover, thanks to Silent Eagle's party foolishly threatening Feng, the masked assassin had obtained even more information regarding the swordsman. Now, his guild would have a much easier time capturing Feng as the masked assassin was entertaining such thoughts. Feng, who had just finished collecting his spoils of war, suddenly swung Killing Ray in the direction of the assassin lightning slash. Suddenly, a massive lightning bolt tore through space, leaving a pitch-black spatial tear in its wake as it streaked toward the masked assassin. The attack had been so quick that, before the masked assassin even realized he was under attack, the lightning bolt had already torn his body in half. In the next moment, the masked assassin's vision started darkening. What's going on? Why is my vision darkening? The masked assassin looked at his surroundings in confusion. When his eyes fell on his HP bar, which was located at the top left corner of his vision, he gasped inwardly. How'd I die? Even after the masked assassin's body had collapsed to the ground, the assassin himself still could not believe what just happened was true. He failed to understand how he had died, so suddenly he clearly stood 50 yards away from Feng. Moreover, he had remained in stealth all this time. Even a Tier 2 expert should not be able to detect his presence. Despite that, the swordsman managed not only to discover him, but also to strike with pinpoint accuracy. The attack had been so fast that the assassin didn't even realize he had been attacked. What the masked assassin did not know was that Feng had long since noticed his presence. Shurfeng was no ordinary Tier 2 player. Currently, he had already reached level 66. Hence, the Masked Assassin stealth skill had a greatly reduced effect against him. Not to mention, Shurfeng also possessed extraordinary basic attributes. Although he could not see the Masked Assassin's figure clearly, he could still grasp the assassin's general location fairly easily. Moreover, with omniscient eyes 100-yard perception range, it was simply impossible for a level 50, Tier 1 assassin to hide from him now that the final fly has been dealt with. It's about time I left this place. After taking one last glance at the tree the masked assassin had hidden behind, Shurfeng promptly decided to hightail it, not even bothering to loot the item the assassin dropped. At this time, the NPC soldiers were already running toward his direction. As he did not notice anything special about the item the assassin dropped, he decided not to waste any more time here. He immediately activated space movement and departed from Lake Heart City. Meanwhile, some players were currently standing a few hundred yards from Katie Green's mansion with bewildered expressions on their faces. Who's that person? Isn't he a little too amazing? Crap! He managed to kill multiple level 50 experts in just a few seconds. Is that guy a monster? Too amazing! Not only did he kill multiple players inside the city, but he also managed to escape with his life. Even the peak experts of super guilds wouldn't be capable of such a feat. These players had witnessed the process of Shurfeng slaying Silent Eagle's party and the masked assassin from start to end. Very quickly, they spread the footage they recorded around the Black Dragon Empire's official forums. An amazing individual appears in Lake Heart City, slays several experts in the city, and leaves safely. When news of this battle spread, a huge commotion arose in Lake Heart City. The players of the city had never thought that anyone could achieve such a feat at the same time. This situation also brought home to players that NPC cities were not as safe as they took them to be. Meanwhile, by this time, Shurfeng, the perpetrator of this incident, had already changed to another appearance using the demon mask and re-entered Lake Heart City. He then nonchalantly hailed an advanced horse carriage and rode it to the candlelight trading firm. With nothing better to do, he started inspecting the loot from Silent Eagle's party. Chapter 1761, Pandora's Rubik's Cube. Chapter 1761, Pandora's Rubik's Cube. When Shurfeng examined the items he had recently picked up, he was stunned. Did those 6 rob a guild treasury? When Shurfeng had first seen the items Silent Eagle's party had dropped, he nearly thought he had seen wrong. However, all the items had new tags, which indicated that they were the latest additions to his bag. Space Silent Eagle's party had dropped a total of 7 items. Among them, 6 were equipment the 6 players had worn. 5 pieces were level 50 mysterious iron equipment, and 1 was a level 50 secret silver equipment. To current players, these 6 pieces of equipment were a considerable fortune. This was especially true for the secret silver equipment. Even the various large guilds' level 50-plus experts would only have a few such pieces. However, compared to the last item he had picked up, the 6 pieces of equipment were inconsequential. This was because this last item was actually an epic rank tool called the Pandora's Rubik's Cube. This had been a well-known and highly sought-after item by the various large guilds in Shurfeng's previous life. However, there was an extremely small number of these tools in the game, and even first-rate guilds had struggled to acquire one. The various large guilds had sought this epic tool due to the Pandora's Rubik's Cube's ability to strengthen equipment. Pandora's Rubik's Cube, epic rank item. An item cursed by the gods. Those who abuse Pandora's Rubik's Cube will face a cruel reality skill 1 dash. Magic Refinement. Absorb a large amount of mana, condensing it and forming high-purity mana. Generate 1 drop of mana water using 1 magic crystal. Generate 1 drop of mana source water using 1 mana stone. Skill 2 dash. Demon God's Curse. By using 10 drops of mana water, infuse mana into a piece of equipment at a 10% success rate, increasing the attributes of the targeted equipment by 15% for 12 hours if the enhancement attempt succeeds. There is a 20% chance for nothing to happen. There is a 70% chance for the targeted equipment to be cursed with a weakened mana debuff, decreasing its attributes by 30% for 24 hours by using 1 drop of mana source water. infuse mana into a piece of equipment at a 15% success rate, increasing the attributes of the targeted equipment by 25% for 12 hours if the enhancement attempt succeeds. There is a 15% chance for nothing to happen. There is a 70% chance for the targeted equipment to be cursed with a weakened mana debuff, decreasing its attributes by 50% for 24 hours. Pandora's Rubik's Cube is cursed and will drop upon death. To ordinary players, the effects of Pandora's Rubik's Cube were meaningless at best. To guilds, however, its ability was incredibly precious. Unlike ordinary players, large guilds had enough equipment and resources to support the expenditure and potential loss incurred from using Pandora's Rubik's Cube. They were also more than willing to take on this cost, as long as they could strengthen some of their equipment. This was especially true when their members' weapon and equipment had reached their current limits. If a team's members had a 25% attribute increase to every piece of equipment they wore, the team would have a much easier time raiding powerful bosses. Because of this, the various large guilds in Shurfeng's previous life had constantly tried to obtain a Pandora's Rubik's Cube. Shurfeng had never thought that Silent Eagle's party would actually have a super rare tool like this with players' current levels. This tool should be impossible to obtain. They must have purchased it from Katie Green. It seems that I've benefited quite a bit from their efforts. Shurfeng suddenly recalled watching Silent Eagle's party purchase items from Katie Green. This Pandora's Rubik's Cube was likely one of the high-ranking items the party had obtained from the Countess. Lakeheart City, Candlelight Trading Firm. After Zero Wing had taken control of Lakeheart City, Candlelight had swiftly developed in the city. It had taken no time for Candlelight Shop to become the city's #1 shop. Including the recent increase in traffic, Lakeheart City's Candlelight Trading Firm was no less lively than the one in White River City. Moreover, in terms of quality, Lakeheart City's players were superior to White River City's players. Meanwhile, after the recent announcement regarding the new expansion pack, the number of players that visited the trading firm had reached an all-time high. As soon as Shurfeng left his carriage, he noticed a significant rise in traffic on the street. To secure as much of an advantage as possible in the upcoming conquest of the Ice Crystal world, the various large guilds had dispatched many of their experts to Lakeheart City. Shurfeng quickly spotted members from 2 first-rate guilds, not to mention those from second- and third-rate guilds. It seemed as if Lakeheart City had become the Black Dragon Empire's central hub. The various large guilds gathered in the city in droves. This only confirmed Shurfeng's need to hasten his plans. Immediately, he entered the Candlelight Trading Firm and visited the trading firm's warehouse. As Shurfeng was about to enter the warehouse, Gentle Snow contacted him. Guild leader, I just investigated the new expansion pack. Highlord Katie Green has already established a massive teleportation pathway in the city's central plaza. Although players are prohibited from entering the plaza right now, a notice has been issued stating that only level 50 and above will be permitted to use the pathway. Meanwhile, each player will have to pay a teleportation fee of 10 magic crystals, Gentle Snow said. With our guild's current stock, I'm afraid that we won't be able to send many players to the Ice Crystal world. Initially, she had been fiercely interested in the Ice Crystal world conquest since Zero Wing's branch guild was located in Lakeheart City. With the home ground advantage, Zero Wing would have a considerable edge when developing in this new otherworld. Unfortunately, not only had the system set a clearly defined level limit for players, but the teleportation fee was also 10 magic crystals per player. This price was simply excessive. Just sending a 1,000-man team to the new otherworld would cost 10,000 magic crystals. Moreover, 1,000 players wouldn't be enough if a guild truly intended to join the conquest. At the very least, they would need to send 2,000 or 3,000 players. In other words, participating in this conquest would cost guilds at least 20,000 or 30,000 magic crystals. Even first-rate guild would endure a headache over this cost. Moreover, it wasn't certain that they would make enough profits to cover the cost 10 magic crystals per person. Shurfeng was astonished when he heard this price. It was too cheap. He had gone through great pains to clear the Ancient Shrine's trial and obtain the Shrine Warrior title. However, even with the Shrine Warrior title, he still had to pay 50 magic crystals to travel to or from the Ice Crystal world, yet the teleportation pathway would only cost 10 magic crystals per player. It was infuriating out of all of the otherworld conquests he had heard about in his previous life. The teleportation fee for this conquest was definitely the cheapest. Generally, the teleportation pathways would cost around 30 magic crystals per person before the invading country's army broke through the otherworld's defensive net. Only after the invading country had established a city and stabilized the teleportation pathway to the targeted otherworld would the teleportation fee decrease now, but the teleportation fee was only 10 magic crystals. More players would be able to join the Ice Crystal World Conquest. The conquest would also finish faster than usual. It seems I really need to speed things up. Fortunately, players would only be able to truly enter the Ice Crystal World after Katie Green's army had broken through the Ice Crystal World defensive net. He then instructed General Snow to find out more about this conquest. He also instructed her to dispatch a small number of experts to follow the army into the Ice Crystal World and notify him of the army's progress as for himself. Sherfone quickly retrieved the 400,000 Ice Jade and hurried back to the Ice Crystal World. Chapter 1762, Cold Wind City's Number 1 Power. Chapter 1762, Cold Wind City's Number 1 Power. Ice Crystal World, the Snow Rift. As Sherfone traversed through the Snow Rift, he came across multiple guilds and adventurer teams that were grinding and harvesting rare materials in preparation to raid the Snow Ruin, which was located in the deepest part of the Snow Rift. As long as players conquered the Snow Ruin, a path connecting the region of Cold Wind City to other regions would open. At that time, Cold Wind City could interact with a few other cities, and players here would be able to travel to more maps and acquire more resources than various guilds. However, we're trying to conquer the Snow Ruin to acquire city contribution points, enabling them to take control of Cold Wind City as soon as possible after returning to Asura's residence in Cold Wind City. Sherfone noticed that the queue standing outside the residence had grown. The Asura Hall, the Asura Adventure Team established, is truly amazing. I never thought that it would be so wonderfully effective for training. I know, right? I've heard that 2 expert players sparred in one of the training rooms. After just an hour, both players saw a noticeable improvement to their combat standards. They can now defeat players that were of similar combat standards to them before with ease. That's nothing. Previously, one of my friends in the Adventure Alliance had been stuck at 79% with his skill completion rates. After training in one of those training rooms for 1 hour, he had actually achieved a maximum skill completion rate of 84%. He could also maintain it at 81%. The 5 silver coins he spent for that room were worth it. Right now, the Asura Hall is packed with players. I really regret not joining the Adventure Alliance sooner. I could have been training in one of those rooms by now. That's right. Now, everyone that has joined the Adventure Alliance is queuing up for the training rooms. If we don't join in on the action, we'll get left behind. I've withdrawn all of the magic crystals I've stockpiled thus far. I've heard that if you pay in magic crystals, not only will it cost you 4 silver per hour, but you can even rent a training room for 2 hours per day. The independent players lined up outside Asura's residence all chatted about the Adventurer Alliance with great interest. The recently established Asura Hall had become the main topic of their conversations. Seeing this, Sherfone chuckled as he entered Asura's residence. Although he had only established the Asura Hall a few hours ago, it had already begun to serve its intended purpose. The first thing Sherfone did after returning to the residence was call a meeting with Xianxia and the other Adventure Alliance management members. Commander, do you need us for something? Xianxia asked curiously. She and the other managers were all swamped with work. Just registering the new applicants for the Adventurer Alliance required a lot of manpower, not to mention the exchange work for materials and points. As the various rare materials market value fluctuated every day, the Adventurer Alliance had to adjust its prices constantly. Managing the Adventurer Alliance was many times more troublesome than managing the Asura Adventurer Team. How is the Adventurer Alliance's current situation? Sherfone asked. Thanks to the Asura Hall, the Adventurer Alliance has become the number 1 power in Cold Wind City. We already have over 300,000 members, and this number continues to climb. I don't believe it will be long before the Alliance has 1 million members, Xianxia said, smiling. The Adventurer Alliance's growth had completely exceeded her expectations. If the Adventurer Alliance's member count reached 1 million, nearly half of the city's player population would belong to the Alliance. It would also have more members than all of the guilds in the city combined. With such a force, even if the Adventurer Alliance failed to gain true authority over Coldwind City, the Alliance would be the city's absolute overlord. The Alliance's word would be law. So many people have already joined? Sherfong could not help but be surprised initially. He had expected the Alliance to gain 100,000 plus members at best, hitting 500,000 before things started to slow down. However, it would seem that he had slightly underestimated the value of the Adventurer Alliance's exchange services and the Asura Hall Commander. That's not all. Many independent players have expressed interest in joining the Asura Adventurer team. They're hoping that we'll start recruitment soon. At the same time, several of the top-ranking adventurer teams in Coldwind City have requested that we grant them some authority in the Adventurer Alliance. If we do, they'll join the Alliance immediately and focus on supporting the Alliance's development. Xianxia said as she took out several contracts. A few of Coldwind City's top-ranking adventurer teams have proposed. Not only did the city's top-ranked adventurer teams wield considerable strength, but they also nurtured their own lifestyle players. Hence, they were not particularly concerned about joining an idle power like the Adventurer Alliance, as, for the level 50 fine gold equipment and magic light sets the Adventurer Alliance offered, they could simply send some of their members to join the Alliance to purchase these items. They didn't need to join the Alliance as a whole, however. After the Asura Hall had opened to the public, the various adventurer teams in Coldwind City had lost their calm. While they could take advantage of the Alliance's exchange services, sending a few of their members to join, all of their members needed to be in the Alliance to utilize the Asura Hall's training rooms. However, these top-ranked adventurer teams weren't willing to submit to Asura's management like the weaker teams. Hence, they wanted some authority within the Adventurer Alliance. Things have reached such a point already. Sherfong revealed a faint smile as he looked through the contracts. All right. Even if they hadn't asked, I had planned to set up ranks within the Alliance. Since they've asked, I can use this opportunity to organize the ranks. The Adventurer Alliance was a massive collection of adventurer teams and independent players. Although the Alliance did not restrict its members' freedom, and members were allowed to leave whenever they wished, the Alliance needed to provide some assurances. However, as the Alliance had too many members, management would be troublesome. Managing the Alliance would be no easier than managing a large guild. Hence, the Alliance's members needed to be segregated into certain ranks. There were bound to be some people that contributed more to the Adventurer Alliance than others and vice versa. It was impossible to treat everyone equally. Otherwise, who would be willing to contribute to the Adventurer Alliance? If everyone was treated the same regardless of their contribution, then all of the players would only contribute the minimum necessary for their purposes, following which Sherfong divided the Adventurer Alliance's members into 4 ranks: Bronze, Silver, Gold, and Epic. Each rank would enjoy a different level of authority and different benefits within the Alliance. Players in adventurer teams' ranks would be based on their individual strength and contributions to the Adventurer Alliance. Among the 4 ranks, players in adventurer teams of the Bronze rank would receive a 10% discount when purchasing items and would have access to some high-ranked items that weren't available to normal members. Players in adventurer teams of the Silver rank would receive a 20% discount and every benefit Bronze members enjoyed, including the level of authority. Gold members would similarly receive a 20% discount. The Alliance would also provide a certain amount of resources and credits to Gold members each month. Overall, Gold members would enjoy the authority and benefits that upper echelons had in the various large guilds. Moreover, unlike guild upper echelons, Gold members were not bound by any restrictions. In addition, Gold-ranked adventurer teams would have the authority to manage one of the Alliance's branches. As for Epic rank, things were slightly different. There could only be 12 Epic-ranked adventurer teams at a time. An adventurer team's qualifications for Epic rank would be based on their placement in the Gold rank. In other words, the top 12 ranking Gold adventurer teams would become the Adventurer Alliance's Epic adventurer teams. Depending on the Epic adventurer team's abilities, they would be granted the authority to operate multiple branches. As for individual players, there was no set limit to how many individual players could reach the epic rank. Individual players could reach epic rank as long as they earned a sufficient contribution value and achieved a certain degree of strength. The Adventure Alliance would give epic-ranked players priority when purchasing resources and other benefits that could easily rival what a large guild's vice-guild leader enjoyed commander. When the various adventurer teams and independent players learn about the new ranking system, they'll go mad with joy. However, if we do something like this, I'm afraid that, aside from needing a ton of resources, we'll also need massive financial support. Although Xianxia felt appreciated Shifeng's plan, the Adventure Alliance would need a ton of credits to support the various adventurer teams and players that reach the gold and epic ranks. Leave the funding to me, Shifeng said as he waved a hand, indicating that there wouldn't be a problem. All you need to do is let every player in Coldwind City know about this new system. Shifeng needed to secure a steady foundation for the Adventure Alliance in the Ice Crystal world swiftly. If he took too long, he'd face a lot of issues once the Black Dragon Empire's various large guilds entered the Ice Crystal world. That won't be a problem. I'll see to it right away. After saying so, Xianxia published the new regulations Shifeng had stated on Coldwind City's official forums. Chapter 1763, Popular Alliance. Chapter 1763, Popular Alliance. After Xianxia left the meeting room, Shifeng had someone gather the forging players the Adventure Alliance had recruited thus far. If the Adventure Alliance were to become self-sustaining, it had to have its own production team. Hence, before he had left Coldwind City, he had instructed Xianxia to recruit a batch of lifestyle players for the Alliance, and the Alliance would nurture these lifestyle players internally for the 400,000 ice jades he had brought from Lakeheart City. Selling them directly wouldn't be cost-effective. Only after the Alliance's advanced forgers crafted the ice jades into ice-resistance gemstones would the material show its true value. Although the Candlelight trading firm had quite a few advanced forgers, these advanced forgers had their own work to do. Candlelight simply couldn't afford to spare the time and manpower needed to handle 400,000 ice jades. Fortunately, the Ice Crystal world's lifestyle player standard was quite high. This was especially true for forging players that crafted weapons and equipment. One could easily find and recruit advanced lifestyle players. Around 10 minutes later, over 100 forgers had arrived to the meeting room. Every one of these players wore the advanced forger's insignia. If Shifeng led this group to Starmoon Kingdom, it would definitely shock the kingdom's various major powers. Even the Candlelight trading firm would be hard-pressed to show off over 100 advanced forgers. As for other trading firms and guilds, they had no hope of doing so. Only the 100-plus advanced forgers in the meeting room were no match for the advanced forgers on the continent of God's domain when it came to forging standards. Currently, all 100-plus advanced forgers waited quietly in Asura's meeting room, clearly anxious and excited. This was because they shared the room with Shifeng, who, in their opinion, was unreachable. Their anxiety and excitement weren't just due to Shifeng's aura, but more so because he was the Asura Adventure Team's commander and the Adventure Alliance's creator. One could say that Shifeng was the true #1 player in Coldwind City. To independent forgers like them, Shifeng lived in an entirely different world than they did. None of them had ever expected that they'd get to meet Shifeng in person. Once they left, they'd be able to brag about this to their friend for the rest of their lives. You have already signed a partnership contract with the Adventure Alliance. From now on, you're the Alliance's reserve members. You will be awarded contribution value based on your normal performance. Once you achieve a certain contribution value, you'll receive a promotion. Naturally, the higher your rank is within the Alliance, the better the benefits you will enjoy in the future. It is even possible for you to enjoy treatment and benefits rivaling vice guild leaders in large guilds, but with more freedom. Whether you reach this standard or not will depend on your personal effort. Hearing Shifeng's words, the advanced forgers were stunned, their mouths hanging open. They simply could not believe their ears. As long as they contributed enough to the Adventure Alliance, they would receive promotions. Moreover, they might even earn the power and benefits large guilds' vice guild leaders enjoyed if they worked hard enough. Ordinary players like them couldn't hope to compare to large guilds' vice guild leaders. As for the benefits that came with such a position, holding the position for several years would earn them enough money that they wouldn't have to worry for the rest of their lives. They had dreamed of enjoying such benefits many times before, but they also knew that players of their caliber could never reach such heights yet. Now, these benefits were now within their sight. Such a dream was no longer an illusion. Why wouldn't they be shocked and excited? And since Sherfeng was the Adventurer Alliance's creator, they knew that his words were true immediately. Fighting spirit flared in the advanced forgers. They all wanted to get to work immediately. Commander, tell us what you need us to do. We'll complete the task with perfection. Commander, give us our task. None of these players were fools. There was no way Sherfeng had gathered them here just to tell them about the new ranking system and the corresponding benefits. He had definitely called them here to do something, and they all watched him with eager gazes. All right, I won't mince words. I need you to help me refine an item, Sherfeng said, nodding in approval when he saw the fighting spirit burn in everyone's eyes. However, this refinement is slightly unique. As you refine the item, you must not complete the final step. In other words, you won't receive any proficiency, but you will earn corresponding adventurer team points and contribution value. If you don't have any problems with this, you can head to the Forging Association now. We've already prepared special forging rooms for you. We'll send the necessary materials to you shortly. Refining ice jade was not easy. The ice jade itself was a rare material, and the complex refining process would take a considerable amount of time to complete. Meanwhile, the final process of turning an ice jade into an ice resistance gemstone had a very low success rate as well. Advanced forgers would have a theoretical success rate of only 20%. Only a master forger like himself had a slightly higher success rate of 30%. Including some support tools, he should reach a theoretical success rate of 35%, although that was only a 15% increase. It was a massive improvement to any lifestyle. Player demand for ice jade was growing rapidly, and Gentle Snow couldn't collect as many as she had previously. To maximize the ice jades he currently had, Sherfeng decided to complete the final refining step himself, although having advanced forgers complete most of the refinement process would reduce the production success rate slightly. The small decrease would be worth the large amount of time Sherfeng would save hearing Sherfeng's instructions. The advanced forgers charged out of the room and dashed towards the Forging Association, afraid that others would get a head start on them. Elsewhere, Xianxia quickly arranged the Adventurer Alliance's new regulations and published them on the forums. The moment the Alliance's new regulations went public, they dumbfounded every player in Coldwind City. What's going on? Did the Asura adventurer just win a lottery? How generous! Does Asura have the support of some major corporation? Even if I have to settle for gold rank, I'll still make enough money to live without worry. All hail Asura! Crap! These benefits are even better than what some guilds offer. This won't do. I need to leave my guild and join the Adventurer Alliance right away. Everyone, independent players and guild players, was interested and tempted by the new benefits the Adventurer Alliance offered. Not only did the Adventurer Alliance place little to no restrictions on its members, but it also provided benefits that could rival that of guilds. Since that was the case, why wouldn't they join the Adventurer Alliance? To independent experts, these new benefits made the Adventurer Alliance even more attractive. Not only would they be free of stifling restrictions, but after they reached a certain rank, the Alliance would also pay them a certain amount of credits per month. Meanwhile, in Hecate's residence in Coldwind City, several of Hecate's upper echelons stood in the glorious guild leader's office wearing gloomy expressions. Is the Asura adventurer team insane? It actually dares to offer such benefits to independent players? Asura has gone so far just to win the public's hearts. Isn't it afraid of going bankrupt? The Adventurer Alliance's new benefits shocked the upper echelons present. When the various large guilds recruited members, particularly members that were granted a fixed salary, they would impose strict restrictions, such as requiring them to raid a certain number of dungeons and bosses each day. Their members had very little freedom. After all, if their guilds did not do so, it wouldn't earn back the funds it spent on these members. However, the Adventurer Alliance was different. Its members had a lot of freedom, and the only real way the Alliance could make money was through its exchange services. If the Alliance granted its ranked members with such benefits despite such a limited income, the Alliance would hemorrhage money. Only a lunatic would offer such benefits interesting. Asura is stooping to such an unscrupulous method to monopolize Cold Wind City's rare materials? Carnage's expression darkened slightly. He then turned to the young woman beside him and asked, "How are the 12 Heavens recuperating? And have we obtained the equipment from the Adventurer Alliance yet?" "They're already well rested. As for the equipment, we've purchased enough for their use. They can move out at any time," the young woman reported, smiling good. "We'll head over to the Snow Ruin now. It's about time we teach the Asura Adventurer team that their efforts are for naught," Carnage hissed with a sneer. Elsewhere, Shurfeng refined Ice Jade like a madman, although his final success rate was only around 32%. Shurfeng was satisfied with it after working for 4 days straight. He had finally refined all 400,000 Ice Jades. In the end, he had forged 128,000 ice resistance gemstones. He had also earned enough EXP to push him to level 67 good. "I'm finally done." Shurfeng was overwhelmed with excitement as he gazed at the ice resistance gemstones in his bag. It's about time to collect Cold Wind City's money. Chapter 1764, Unstoppable Price. Chapter 1764, Unstoppable Price. Silver sparkles of light glittered all over the dimly lit forging room. After tidying up the ice resistance gemstones and storing them in his bag space, Shurfeng sorted them into groups. Not all of the ice resistance gemstones he had crafted were equal. The ice resistance they provided ranged between 5 and 8 points. When he sold them, he'd have to price them accordingly. And these were only the normal ice resistance gemstones thanks to the black steel insignia. Shurfeng had a 3% chance of improving the attributes on an item he forged. Each of the ice resistance gemstones the black steel insignia had enhanced provided upward of 10 points in ice resistance. Naturally, these gemstones were worth far more than the normal ones. While Shurfeng organized his bag space, Lifeless Thorn contacted him. "Commander, we have an urgent situation. Hecate has found a group of extraordinarily powerful players. Before this group arrived, Hecate had been stuck on the Snow Ruin's first underground floor, but now they're progressing through the dungeon rapidly. The guild's team recently surpassed us, entering the 4th underground floor. They are only one away from the final floor now," Lifeless Thorn said, greatly frustrated that Hecate's team had surpassed his in the raid. The Snow Ruin was like a regional dungeon. With each floor they descended, they would face greater challenges. Moreover, a team could only progress to the next floor after killing each floor's guardian boss. Despite the fact that he and his team had strived for the past 2 days, they still couldn't get past the 3rd underground floor. To make matters worse, they had to watch Hecate's members descend to the 4th underground floor while they had to wait for the guardian boss to respawn. Their raid progression is so fast. Shurfeng was slightly surprised. He had read the reports regarding the Snow Ruin, so he knew how difficult the ruin was to raid. The 3rd floor's guardian boss was already a level 62 Grand Lord ranked archaic species. In addition, the boss had unique skills and fought in special environments that heavily favored them. Moreover, an ancient barrier enveloped the Snow Ruin that prevented the usage of any tools. Items such as the Bible of Darkness, summoning scrolls, and magic arrays were prohibited. Players had to rely on their own strength to clear the ruin. Even a 100-man team of Tier 2 players of the same level would struggle greatly to defeat the 3rd underground floor's guardian boss. Yet Hecate had succeeded. This outcome truly exceeded Shurfeng's expectations. "Commander, why don't we call some of Asura's members from the main continent?" Lifeless Thorn suggested. The team he currently worked with was comprised of 100 of the strongest Asura members in Cold Wind City. He had even included Solitary 9 and Xianxia, who were managing the Asura Adventurer team and Adventurer Alliance's affairs in the raid. However, they still couldn't get past the 3rd floor's guardian boss. Their only option left was to mobilize the Asura members still on the continent of God's domain. After a period of training, Those members' combat standards had surpassed Cold Wind City's experts by leaps and bounds. Forget about it. Although doing so would increase the raid team's overall combat power, the increase would be very limited. It isn't enough, Feng said, shaking his head. Since the boss hasn't respawned yet, you should return and rest up. Once I'm done dealing with my matters, I'll take a look at the Snow Ruins 3rd floor. If we can't find a way through the boss, it won't be too late to figure out another way. All right, I'll have everyone head back. Lifeless Thorn found Feng's plan reasonable. It was true that although, as for Feng taking part in the raid, personally, Lifeless Thorn did not think that would make much of a difference, either. The Snow Ruins Guardian bosses had to be defeated with the power of a team. There was a limit to how much an individual could contribute to the raid, however. Lifeless Thorn still looked forward to Feng taking charge of the raid team. They might very well be able to get through the 3rd floor with his help. As for the 4th floor, they'd have to find a way to deal with that Guardian boss when they came to it. If push came to shove, they could ask Zero Wing's experts for help. He was fully aware that the group from Zero Wing was far stronger than him. If these monstrous players took action, surpassing Hecate would be child's play, however. What Lifeless Thorn did not know was that Feng had never had any intentions of involving Zero Wing's members in the Ice Crystal World struggles. Moreover, now that Zero Wing had grown so large, the guild required manpower in many aspects. It could no longer afford to gather its top combatants following, which Feng spent half an hour or so categorizing the ice resistance gemstones, delight filling his eyes as he did. There were 42,651 gemstones that added 5 points of ice resistance, 37,332 that added 6 points, and 12,451 that added 8 points. Feng also had 2,921 gemstones that provided 10 points or more. Back on the continent of God's Domain, 5-point gemstones currently sold for around 1 gold, 50 silver on the market. That was very close to the production cost. These were also the gemstones he had the most of, although he counted himself lucky since he had only crafted 40,000 plus 5-point gemstones out of the 400,000 attempts naturally. The 6-point gemstones were worth more, selling for around 2 gold. Most of the ice resistance gemstones on the market were 6-point gemstones. As for 7-point gemstones, they were slightly rarer and could sell for roughly 3 gold. The 8-point gemstones were very rare, selling for around 5 gold. Meanwhile, successfully forging over 33,000 7-point gemstones and over 12,000 8-point gemstones was truly beyond Feng's expectations. As for the ice resistance gemstones that offered 10 or more points in ice resistance, needless to say, they could easily sell for 10 gold or more. After all, ice resistance gemstones would always retain their value. Even if players only had a full set of 5-point gemstones, they would acquire more than enough ice resistance to deal with frosty environments and ice-type bosses. Feng then brought the ice resistance gemstones to Asura's residence, placing them in the Adventurer Alliance's trade window. He even placed the entry on the catalog's first page. However, unlike the catalog's other items, the ice resistance gemstones could only be purchased with the auction system. Moreover, players had to use both magic crystals and Adventurer Alliance points, with magic crystals having a higher priority. In other words, regardless of how many points players bid, the player that bid the most magic crystals would win the auction. The Adventurer Alliance points would only be used as a tiebreaker if the top contenders bid the same number of magic crystals. Meanwhile, Feng set the minimum bid for the 5-point gemstones at 4 magic crystals. Not want to post too many gemstones at a single time. Feng only posted 205-point gemstones shortly after Feng updated the exchange catalog. The players who had visited the Adventure Alliance to purchase items noticed the change. Immediately, a commotion arose in Asura's residence ice resistance gemstones. The Adventure Alliance is amazing. It actually has such an item as well. Amazing. 1 gemstone adds 5 points in ice resistance. That almost rivals the ice resistance from mysterious iron equipment. Crap. If I could fully equip myself with these ice resistance gemstones, I could explore the Snow Rift practically unhindered. Just where did the Adventurer Alliance get its hands on such an item? Items that provided ice resistance were highly sought after by Cold Wind City's players. Although the Ice Crystal world had many ice resistance items, none of them were like the Ice Resistance Gemstone, which would not become obsolete after a certain level. News of the Ice Resistance Gemstones spread like wildfire among the city's various adventurer teams and guilds. These organizations immediately sent representatives to purchase these gemstones. A flood of independent players also rushed to compete for the Ice Resistance Gemstones, although magic crystals were rare and hard to obtain in Coldwind City. There weren't many places where players could spend them. This was especially true for independent players. Most players would rather trade their magic crystals for ice resistance equipment. However, the various guilds hoarded most weapons and equipment that increased ice resistance. No guild would sell such items to independent players. Hence, now that a treasure like the Ice Resistance Gemstone had appeared, independent players had to fight for some of their own. Shortly after, the Ice Resistance Gemstone's prices continued to rise. The price instantly rose to 5 magic crystals per stone. It then climbed to 5 magic crystals and 100 points, 200 points. Meanwhile, each Adventurer Alliance point was currently worth 20 copper coins. Very quickly, the price had reached 6 magic crystals. At this point, the Ice Resistance Gemstones prices had hit the limit of what independent elite players could afford. Even so, this outcome had greatly exceeded Sure-Fang's expectations, yet the price increase still showed no signs of stopping. Chapter 1765, Frightening Profit. Chapter 1765, Frightening Profit. In less than 5 minutes after Sure-Fang updated the exchange catalog, the 5-point Ice Resistance Gemstones had reached a price of 7 magic crystals. The demand for the gemstones had completely exceeded Sure-Fang's expectations. He had never thought that Coldwind City's players would be so desperate for them in the end. Sure-Fang had earned 1,320 magic crystals from the 200 Ice Resistance Gemstones. In addition, the Adventurer Alliance had reclaimed a lot of the points it had awarded. Crap. I just got here, and they're already sold out? Why are there so many rich people? There are actually people willing to fork out 7 magic crystals for those gemstones? What? That's it? There aren't any more? Why are there only 200 gemstones? There aren't even enough for all of us here. Damn it. I knew I should have placed a bid. If I had 4 or 5 Ice Resistance Gemstones, I could even solo tank that Ice-type Great Lord I found earlier. I'd be able to earn back all of the money I spent. The crowd in Asura's exchange hall were stupefied by the auction's abrupt end. It had ended so quickly that the city's large guilds had missed the chance to bid before the gemstones had sold out. The independent experts that had adopted a wait-and-see attitude suddenly regretted their choice guild leader. What should we do? I arrived late, and by the time I got here, the Ice Resistance Gemstones had sold out. What? They're already gone? What should I do now? Wait there for a little while longer. If no more show up, try to buy the gemstones from the players that purchase them for a high price. The Snow Ruins environment is too harsh. Without sufficient ice resistance, our main force members' basic attributes will drop, and they won't be able to fight at their full strength. We must obtain those ice resistance gemstones. The various guilds instructed their spies in Asura's residence to wait for more ice resistance gemstones to show up. Meanwhile, Sure-Fang didn't hurry to put up the second batch of ice resistance gemstones after the first sold out. Instead, he waited roughly 10 minutes for more players to gather in the exchange hall before posting another 1,000 gemstones. He altered the starting bid to 5 magic crystals. This time, the 200 ice resistance gemstones had merely been bait for the general populace. Now that an adequate number of players had gathered in Asura's residence, he could start selling the ice resistance gemstones for real. Now the moment the 1,000 ice resistance gemstones appeared in the exchange catalog, everyone in the hall started to place their bids in a frenzy. The independent experts, adventurer teams, and guilds that hadn't gotten a chance to bid earlier began to place one bid after another, and almost all of them started off with a 7 magic crystal bid. After around 5 minutes, Sure-Fang earned another 7,110 magic crystals. He was earning magic crystals several times faster than even Zero Wing City. However, Sure-Fang knew that this was only the beginning. Coldwind City had over 2 million players. A measly 1,000 ice resistance gemstones wouldn't even satisfy the needs of the various adventurer teams and guilds, let alone independent players following which, Shifeng transferred all of the 5-point gemstones to the Residence's warehouse and had the system automatically upload ice resistance gemstones to the exchange catalog in batches of 500 to 1,000 once every 10 or 15 minutes. As for the other ice resistance gemstones, Shifeng had no intentions of selling them for now for the current Cold Wind City. 40,000 plus ice resistance gemstones should be just enough to meet demand. If he sold the higher quality gemstones, he wouldn't be able to get a good price, while Shifeng sold the ice resistance gemstones. Lifeless Thorn and the others had returned to Asura's residence, and rested players' stamina and concentration consumption rates increased drastically in the snow ruin. Even if they lay down and did nothing, their stamina and concentration would continue to drain. Commander, this is the information we have on the third floor's Guardian boss. Although raiding this boss doesn't require a high amount of ice resistance, its passive skill, Frozen in Time, is very troublesome. This skill targets the top 20 DPS on the team and reduces their attack speed by 100%. In addition, it spawns a chieftain beside each of the affected players. These chieftains are the same level as the affected players and have very high attack power, even rivaling great lords of the same level. In addition, the boss has a second passive skill called Bloodlust. As its HP drops, its strength, attack speed, and defense increase. Lifeless Thorn said, clearly frustrated as he spoke about the third floor's Guardian boss. How much HP did the boss have by the end of the battle? Shifeng asked. 50%. Lifeless Thorn said, slightly embarrassed, is the team's average DPS not high enough? The outcome didn't particularly surprise Shifeng. The third floor's Guardian boss evidently required raw power to defeat. Meanwhile, the raid team only had 12 Tier 2 players. As the boss's passive skill restricted the top 20 players' DPS, Lifeless Thorn and the other Tier 2 players couldn't cause any damage, and the rest of the team's DPS obviously wasn't high enough. It was not surprising that the boss had managed to whittle the raid team down. Even if Shifeng joined the team, the outcome would likely be the same. MHM. Everyone in the team is wearing the best equipment we have available. Honestly, though, if the team's DPS could land every attack, it should be possible to kill it, but the boss is very good at dodging and blocking incoming attacks. Without a sufficiently high combat standard, it is very difficult for players to damage the boss, Lifeless Thorn said, nodding. Got it. It seems that we need to improve everyone's equipment. Collect every piece of equipment your team is using and bring it all to me, Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. If one's combat standards were lacking, they could simply make up for it with basic attributes. This was one of the long-standing methods God's Domains players had practiced to raid difficult bosses. Improve their equipment? Is that even possible? Lifeless Thorn could not help his confusion. The raid team already wore the best equipment the Asura adventurer team had. It was basically impossible to improve the raid team's equipment standard further, but since the order had come from Shifeng, Lifeless Thorn did not give the matter much thought. He immediately gathered the raid team and had them hand over their equipment. In any case, he had planned to collect everyone's equipment to repair it all once Shifeng received the equipment. He found a normal lounge in the residence and retrieved Pandora's Rubik's Cube from his bag. The Pandora's Rubik's Cube had been so popular during his previous life because of the many regional dungeons and team dungeons that prohibited tools in the game's later stages. Pandora's Rubik's Cube was an exception to this rule. The enhancements Pandora's Rubik's Cube provided were akin to an enchantment. If the enhancements were placed before players entered the restricted zone, it would remain with them once inside. Hence, despite Pandora's Rubik's Cube's massive detriment, it had still been highly sought after. The only problem was that it cost a lot of magic crystals to use. Fortunately, several batches of ice-resistant gemstones had sold thus far. After selling 3,000 plus gemstones, Shifeng had over 21,000 magic crystals. This was more than enough to enhance a 100-man team's equipment without hesitation. Shifeng converted 10,000 magic crystals into mana water to increase his chances of success. Shifeng had Icarus's Heart's Divine Providence as well. He had also invested 200 units of life force to activate the skill, increasing the amount of luck he received to the maximum, as well as increasing the skill's duration and decreasing its cooldown. He then started to strengthen each piece of equipment before him. There were nearly 1,000 pieces of equipment waiting for him. While Divine Providence was in effect, over half of his enhancement attempts had succeeded. Fortunately, nothing had changed for most of the remaining half. Only 100-plus pieces had been cursed and couldn't be used for a short time. However, the Asura Adventurer team had plenty of equipment to spare. By the time Feng finished enhancing all 100 players' equipment, he had spent a total of 18,650 magic crystals. If converted to coins, that would be 5,595 gold. If the various large guilds learned Feng had just spent 18,650 magic crystals to enhance a bunch of equipment for just 24 hours, they'd curse him and call him a lunatic. He had spent as many magic crystals as a third-rate guild's entire stockpile. Feng, however, did not particularly mind the cost. While he had been busy with the raid team's equipment, he had sold another 5,000 or so ice resistance crystals and earned nearly 35,000 magic crystals. Right now, he was earning magic crystals faster than he could spend them. Once he finished with the raid team's equipment, Feng convened the raid team to distribute this equipment. If there are no problems, we'll set out immediately, Feng said as he handed the entire team's equipment to Lifeless Thorn. When Lifeless Thorn received the equipment and inspected the items, his mind froze. Commander, what did you do? The equipment's attributes have increased by so much. Lifeless Thorn could tell that most of the items Feng had handed him were the same items he had given the swordsman earlier, yet the attributes had undergone a massive transformation. He had never even heard of anything like this before. I only enhanced them slightly and gave every piece of equipment a temporary 15% attribute increase, Feng said. He had originally wanted to enhance the equipment with mana stones, but he hadn't had enough magic crystals on hand. Hence, he had to settle for the weaker version for now 15%. For a moment, Lifeless Thorn wondered if he had misheard. If a piece of equipment were upgraded by a single rank, its basic attributes would improve by roughly 15%. In other words, Feng had effectively increased the raid team's overall equipment standard by an entire rank. Furthermore, the enhancement wasn't limited to basic attributes. Even the equipment skills had been upgraded by 15% when the raid team's members received the equipment. They couldn't help but gape at the items. They even wondered if these were the items they had worn originally. Chapter 1766, Asura arrives. Chapter 1766, Asura arrives. Cold Wind City, Snow Rift. The Snow Rift was a mountain range that stretched for several hundred kilometers, blocking the path that connected Cold Wind City to other cities. As players ventured deeper into the mountain range, they'd encounter more powerful monsters, even bosses over level 100. It was not a place that current players could casually explore at this stage of the game. The only viable way to travel from Cold Wind City to other cities was to enter the Snow Ruin and activate the teleportation device there. The teleportation device was connected to a teleportation array on the other side of the Snow Rift to get a head start and reach other regions before others. The various adventurer teams and guilds in Cold Wind City had dispatched teams to the Snow Ruin and were frantically raiding it. Frost apes occupied the Snow Ruin's surroundings all year round. Not only were the Frost apes nimble, but they also knew how to arm themselves and fight like humans. Including the fact that they were used to the cold environments, they possessed very high combat power. Moreover, the weakest Frost ape around the Snow Ruin was a level 55 chieftain, with lords taking up the majority. The leader of each Frost ape patrol squad that wandered the Snow Ruin was even at the Great Lord Runka's. The Snow Ruins area was a Frost ape nest. A very large number of Frost apes could be found around the ruin. Moreover, as players approached the Snow Ruin, they'd encounter stronger Frost apes. An ordinary 100-man elite team would have almost no chance of even getting close to the Snow Ruin, which even the Frost apes considered a forbidden land, let alone challenge the dungeon. Meanwhile, a short distance away, a 100-man team rapidly approached the Snow Ruin. Dozens of Frost apes charged at the team, including 5 Great Lords and over a dozen Lords. Yet despite such a force, the 100-man team pushed the monsters aside and continued with ease. Seeing this, the other 100-man team some distance behind the advancing team could not help but grow envious. However, even though the other teams were jealous, they could do nothing about it. This was because the advancing team was Centurion Dynasty's main force. Every member was equipped with a minimum of level 50 mysterious iron equipment, with over half of their equipment consisting of level 50 secret silver equipment. A few of the leading figures even wore a few pieces of level 50 fine gold equipment. In contrast, the other teams barely had a handful of level 50 secret silver equipment among their players. Not to mention fine gold equipment, these frost apes are really persistent. They're always like this whenever we come here. Even after we kill one of them, another one just takes its place. Just getting into the snow ruin costs us a considerable amount of stamina and concentration. A level 53, Tier 2 Shield Warrior complained. Currently, the Shield Warrior used his Dark Gray Tower Shield to hold back 3 level 57 Great Lord ranked Frost Ape Captains. Although the Shield Warrior complained, his feet never stopped moving. He constantly maintained his aggro on the 3 Frost Ape Captains, preventing the Great Lord from breaking past his team's defensive line and damaging to the rear line. Players were almost at the entrance. Ranged unit, prepare to open up a path. Everyone else, prepare to move. We can't waste too much stamina dealing with a Frost Ape Chieftain this time. Today we must get through the first underground floor. A level 53, Tier 2 Berserker wielding a massive silver greatsword shouted as he fought a Frost Ape Captain on his own. Under the might of his Tier 2 skills, the Great Lord was forced to retreat. The players around the Berserker were in awe of the strength he displayed. This Tier 2 Berserker was none other than Sky Slicer, Centurion Dynasty's guild leader and one of Coldwind City's top 10 experts. Meanwhile, roughly 500 yards away from Centurion Dynasty's team, a frost ape that was twice as large as the others watched the fight. This gigantic frost ape wore tattered armor and wielded twin sabers. Frost Ape Chieftain, humanoid creature, Grand Lord. Level 58. HP 64, 000/64, 000/000. The Frost Ape Chieftain was the Snow Ruins' unofficial gatekeeper. The Grand Lord would attack any player that tried to approach the dungeon. Due to the Frost Ape Chieftain, many teams' expeditions to the ruin had been terminated before they got to it. Even the various guilds' main forces disliked dealing with a monster as an ancient magic array, which increased stamina and concentration consumption, enveloped the snow ruin surroundings. Players would lose a considerable amount of these resources if they fought the Frost Ape Captain. Even if they defeated the Grand Lord without complications, they would have a harder time challenging the snow ruin. Hence, the various guilds always tried to avoid the Grand Lord and reduce any unnecessary stamina and concentration consumption to focus on the dungeon. As Centurion Dynasty's main force moved within 100 yards of the Frost Ape Chieftain, the Grand Lord roared and charged at the team. 9 Great Lord-ranked Frost Ape guards followed closely behind Quicksand. Hold the Chieftain. The other MTs, take care of the guards. Ranged unit, use everything you have to repel the guards. Everyone else, charge into the ruin. Sky Slicer hurriedly shouted with a battle cry. Quicksand, the level 53, Tier 2 Shield Warrior, raised a shield to receive the Frost Ape Chieftain's approaching slash, the muscles of his arms bulging. Boom. Quicksand was immediately forced to retreat by 5 steps, a damage over -10,000 appearing above his head. Meanwhile, the Frost Ape Chieftain's charge had abruptly halted. Though, seeing that its first attack had failed, the Grand Lord swung its other saber. Reacting quickly, Quicksand slanted his shield and deflected the attack, mitigating a significant portion of the force at this time. The other MTs and Sky Slicer charged at the approaching Frost Ape guards under the combined bombardment of the team's ranged players. The team broke through the Frost Ape guards' blockade and opened a path into the snow ruin. After about 2 minutes, the team finally shook off the Frost Ape Captain and guards and entered the snow ruin. The team's entry also forced the Grand Lord and Great Lords to give up their chase. Seeing this, awe and envy overwhelmed the other teams that were preparing to enter the dungeon. They doubted that they could get past the Frost Ape chieftains so easily, and they knew that they'd incur some casualties if they tried. Everyone, rest up. We'll enter the first underground floor in 1 minute. Sky Slicer commanded as he swept a glance over his team members. Every member of the team had lost a considerable amount of their HPs and mana during that fight. Hearing this, Centurion Dynasty's members breathed a sigh of relief. They were also delighted that they had gotten past the Frost Ape Chieftain much easier than the last visit. Now, they'd have a greater chance of clearing the first floor. While Centurion Dynasty's players rested, they heard multiple explosions from outside of the snow ruin. Moreover, the sound grew louder as the seconds ticked by. Is another bunch of ignorant newcomers trying to take advantage of our efforts to get in? Sky Slicer, who rested on the ground, cracked open an eye as he sneered. This was not the first time their team had encountered such a situation, although their team had revealed a gap in the Frost Ape Chieftain's defense as they entered the dungeon. The Grand Lord's failure to stop the intruders would eventually enrage it. While enraged, the Frost Ape Chieftain's strength and speed would increase significantly. The Frost Ape Guard would also receive a strength boost. This had undoubtedly increased the difficulty of breaking into the snow ruin. The correct way to enter the snow ruin would be to wait until the Frost Ape Chieftain and Frost Ape Guards calm down. These ignorant newcomers are in for a big surprise. I'm guessing that they will team wipe. Even Boss Quicksand can't stand against the Frost Ape Chieftain after it goes berserk. This should teach those people a lesson. Didn't they see the other teams outside, sitting around and waiting, rather than charging into the ruin after us? While the Centurion Dynasty's members discussed the newcomers, the sounds of battle outside of the snow ruin grew more intense. After 30 seconds, though, silence returned to the snow ruin. It seems they've wiped. The battle sure ended quickly. As the area fell silent, some of Centurion Dynasty's members expressed pity, while others laughed and ridiculed. Let's get ready to set out. Sky Slicer said once he noticed that his team had mostly recovered. Just as the team members began to stand and head into the first underground floor, a team walked through the snow ruins' dilapidated entrance. Contrary to the raid team's expectations, however, these newcomers had lost barely any HP, let alone looking miserable. Moreover, the team still had all 100 of its members. What's going on? Sky Slicer stared at the intact 100-man team with wide-eyed. Centurion Dynasty's other members also gaped at the newcomers. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. That was the enraged Frost Ape Chieftain they were talking about. Who are these people? Hold on. Isn't that Asura's lifeless thorn? It's the Asura adventure team. Meanwhile, after glancing at Centurion Dynasty's members, Surephone and the others moved past them into the snow ruins' first floor, leaving the stupefied guild members behind them. Chapter 1767, Hero Mode. Chapter 1767, Hero Mode. In the quiet, dilapidated hall, Centurion Dynasty's members only snapped out of their daze after Surephone and his team had entered the first underground floor so strong. They actually managed to enter the ruin despite going up against the enraged Frost Ape Chieftain. It's no wonder why they can reach the third underground floor. Why are they here again? Didn't they just head back to rest some time ago? That's Asura's commander leading the team. It seems that Asura plans to go all out in the raid. This is going to be interesting. I've heard that Hecate has also started raiding the snow ruin with everything they've got and has reached the 4th floor already. I wonder how Asura's raid team will fare. Although Asura is powerful, this is the snow ruin, where a team's overall strength matters more than the individual. I've heard that Hecate's main branch dispatched quite a few of its experts to ensure the guild's success in the raid. In terms of overall strength, Hecate's raid team should be far superior to Asura's. Asura will likely have a difficult time restoring its lost reputation. Indeed, the snow ruin's difficulty multiplies with each floor. Asura's team has been stuck on the 3rd underground floor for several days now. Even if Asura's commander joins the raid, they'll probably still fail to beat the 3rd floor's boss. Centurion Dynasty's members debated as they watched Asura's members depart. Although the Asura adventurer team had displayed frightening strength thus far, it was still only an adventurer team. Its foundations couldn't compare to Hecate's Asura plans to compete with Hecate for first clear. Sky Slicer revealed a smile as he watched Sure Fang's group disappear. It seems that we'll have to take advantage of this situation. Sky Slicer shared the opinion that Asura was no match for Hecate in the struggle for the Snow Ruins' first clear. This was because he had already acquired some internal information regarding Hecate, so he knew just how powerful its current raid team was. The team had 19 Tier 2 players alone, and the guild had gathered the majority of its top combatants for the raid meanwhile, including Sure Fang. Asura's raid team had 13 Tier 2 players. Among them, 3 had only recently been promoted. Just in terms of Tier 2 combatants, Hecate had quite the lead over Asura. It was safe to say that the Asura Adventurer team had no hope of catching up to Hecate. However, Asura wasn't entirely out of options if it wished to catch up. It could increase its count of Tier 2 experts, but that was impossible to do in a short time. The only other way to increase its Tier 2 player count was to seek external aid. Meanwhile, Centurion Dynasty had the second highest Tier 2 expert count in Cold Wind City, with a total of 3. The other guilds and adventure teams didn't even have one. Asura would definitely seek cooperation with Centurion Dynasty to increase the number of Tier 2 players in its team. Naturally, Hecate would do the same. After all, if Asura gained the help of 3 additional Tier 2 players, the adventurer team would pose a significant threat. Once the Asura adventure team entered the Snow Ruin, Carnage, who currently fought on the 4th underground floor, received news of Asura's return. The VE convinced their commander to help to restore their reputation. Carnage could not help but laugh when he read the report his subordinate had sent. Unfortunately, the Asura adventurer team no longer has a chance. Hecate will claim the Snow Ruins first clear. Raiding the Snow Ruin was not an easy task. Players would face different challenges on each floor and would have to find different ways of progressing. Moreover, as players descended into the ruin, not only would they face stronger Guardian bosses, but the boss's respawn rate would also grow longer. The bosses on the 1st and 2nd underground floors would respawn in 1 and 2 hours respectively. On the 3rd floor, however, the respawn time would increase to 4 hours. Since the 4th floor was 1 away from the last, its Guardian boss would require 48 hours to respawn. The system had set such long respawn times to prevent other teams from disturbing the raid. In addition, the Snow Ruins final boss was incredibly tough and required a lot of time to raid. Meanwhile, Hecate's team had reduced the 4th floor boss's HP to 50% already. They basically had this raid in the bag and would almost certainly progress to the 5th floor. Even if Asura reached the 4th floor, the adventurer team's efforts would be a waste. Not only would Asura fail to learn about the 4th floor boss, but it would also have to waste a full day for the boss to respawn. During this time, Hecate's team could research the final boss and find a way to defeat it. In other words, Asura's raid progress would lag behind Hecate's by at least 2 days. This was not an easy gap to bridge. Furthermore, some of Hecate's experts who had left to challenge their Tier 2 promotions should finish their promotion quests and return to the guild before the team raided the final boss. Then, Hecate would have even more Tier 2 players on its team. Meanwhile, Sure Fang and his companion stood on the only teleportation array in the teleportation hall on the Snow Ruins' 1st underground floor. Esteemed adventurers, some of you already have the 3rd underground floor's mark. You may teleport directly to the 3rd underground floor. However, the Guardian boss has yet to respawn. Do you still wish to head to the 3rd underground floor? A translucent elder soul, who stood beside the teleportation array, asked Sure Fang's group. It still hasn't respawned? Sure Fang frowned slightly. He then continued, "Then, send us to the 3rd underground floor's hero mode." Sure Fang's declaration stunned his team member's commander. That's the hero mode. Lifeless Thorn could not help but panic when he heard Sure Fang choose the hero mode. The Snow Ruin was a special regional dungeon that had 2 difficulty settings, normal and hero. The 2 modes were independent, and players would be sent to different spaces depending on the mode they chose. However, players only needed to clear the normal mode to reach the next floor. Aside from the better drops, hero mode didn't offer any benefits. However, this mode was far more difficult than normal mode. Most importantly, players would be barred from challenging the difficulty for a full week after each attempt. But before Asura's members could dissuade their commander, Silverwing confirmed the teleportation to the third underground floor's hero mode in the blink of an eye. The team arrived on the hero mode's third underground floor. Looking around, the team didn't spot any monsters roaming around the floor. Instead, a single 8-meter-tall, 6-armed frost ape quietly stood in the center. The ape wielded a long sword in each of its hands. Meanwhile, a magic barrier had sealed off the gate to the fourth underground floor. This was nothing like normal mode. Frost Ape Warlord, humanoid creature, specialized archaic species, Grand Lord. Level 63. HP 160, 000/160, 000/000. Gasps slipped from the players when they saw the Frost Ape Warlord's attributes. The hard mode Frost Ape Warlord was much stronger than the boss in normal mode. In normal mode, the Frost Ape Warlord was only a level 62 Grand Lord ranked archaic species. It only had 120 million HP and 4 arms as well. However, not only was the Frost Ape Warlord before them a specialized archaic species, but it also had 6 arms and 160 million HP. Of the players present, only Silverwing maintained his composure. Other players might be intimidated by a hero mode regional dungeon. But Silverwing, who had raided Otherworld's hero mode regional dungeons in the past, knew that there wasn't much of a difficulty difference between this mode and normal mode. The combat power of the monsters inside the dungeon would increase by roughly 20% to 30% only. Their HPs as well would increase between 30% to 50% only. Now that his team's basic attributes had increased by 15%, clearing the Snow Ruins hero mode wasn't exactly impossible. Furthermore, he had originally wanted to raid the Snow Ruins hero mode. He was accelerating his plans, a specialized archaic species. After glancing at the Frost Ape Warlord, Silverwing took out a bunch of weapons and passed them to his team members. From now on, everyone is to use the weapon I give you and listen to my instructions. If you don't listen and use the weapons casually, I'll banish you from the adventurer team. Hearing Silverwing's determination, his companions couldn't help but shudder. However, upon receiving the weapons, aside from Lifeless Thorn and the other members who had visited the continent of God's domain, these players gasped in astonishment. The attributes on the weapons Silverwing had just given them were simply amazing. These new weapons were much stronger than their current weapons. As they watched Silverwing hand out the weapons, Lifeless Thorn and the others, who had been quite anxious, beamed. Others might not realize exactly how powerful these weapons were, but they knew. These mana weapons could dramatically boost their combat power and allow them to exert power that could transcend tiers. Now, they'd even be able to take on a mythic monster without fear, much less a Grand Lord ranked, specialized archaic species. Unfortunately, since mana weapons weren't indefinite, they couldn't be used casually. Now that everyone has a mana weapon, let's get to work. Solitary, you'll start the raid. Silverwing commanded once everyone was properly equipped on it. Solitary 9 licked his lips as he excitedly charged at the Frost Ape Warlord. Chapter 1768, Sockham's Blade. Roar. As Solitary 9 came within 150 yards of the Frost Ape Warlord, the Grand Lord abruptly opened its eyes and let loose an angry roar that echoed throughout the third underground floor. Even the ground trembled at its bellow. Without waiting for Solitary 9 to reach it, the Frost Ape Warlord advanced, its body transforming into a powerful gale as it charged at the shield warrior in the blink of an eye. The Ape Warlord arrived before Solitary 9 and swung one of its long swords at the shield warrior. Reacting quickly, Solitary 9 raised his shield slightly and deflected the Ape Warlord's longsword, sending the weapon crashing into the ground beside him. Immediately after, he tightened his grip around his one-handed axe and swung it at the Ape Warlord, silver divine runes appearing on the head of the axe as it moved Tier 2 skill, Angry Blow. In the next moment, the one-handed axe sneaked past the Frost Ape Warlord's defenses and landed on its body. Upon getting struck, the Grand Lord shrieked in pain. 51,854. Everyone present was dumbfounded at this damage. This number was too absurd. Previously, when going up against the normal mode Frost Ape Warlord, Solitary 9 could deal only a little over minus 20,000 damage when using a Tier 2 skill. Now, despite going up against the Hero Mode version, he actually more than doubled that damage after getting struck. The Frost Ape Warlord became enraged. This time, it fiercely swung 2 of its long swords at Solitary 9. Upon seeing this, Solitary 9 executed a spiral jump. At the same time, his shield gave off a dazzling glow. Both long swords the Ape Warlord swung, then involuntarily shifted a cut at the shield Tier 2 defensive skill, Attack Redirection. When activated, Attack Redirection forced the target to land all of their attacks on the user's shield. At the same time, the user's defense would be increased by 100% and the damage received reduced by 50%. Attack Redirection was a very rare defensive skill when both longswords landed on Solitary 9's shield. 2 damages of minus 2,600 appeared above his head. After the shield warrior reached level 55, his HP exceeded 65,000. This amount of damage was nothing to him. One healer would be enough to keep him alive and healthy while Solitary 9 was still in midair. He used the opportunity to land another blow on the Frost Ape Warlord, 49, for 31. After this attack, the shield warrior had thoroughly pulled the Ape Warlord's aggro to himself. Now, only Solitary 9 existed in the Ape Warlord's eyes good. Everyone else joined the fight. Shifeng commanded following Shifeng's command. Everyone in the team surged forward taking the lead. Lifeless Thorn executed Thrusting Assault and stabbed his glowing Tier 3 mana spear at one of the Ape Warlord's joints, the blow forcefully redirecting the Ape Warlord's movements. A damage exceeding minus 90,000 also appeared above the Grand Lord's head meanwhile. Cleansing Whistle, Xianxia, and the other Tier 2 players also triggered their respective mana weapons abilities, their attacks wreaking over minus 80,000 damage each. They dealt much higher damage than MTs like Solitary 9 and Dark Madness. Even without using their mana weapons ability, they could still mete out over minus 40,000 damage as, for the Tier 1 players in the team, when they activated their Tier 2 mana weapons, they could inflict over minus 30,000 damage with their attacks. If their weapons were in their passive state, they still dealt over minus 10,000 damage with each attack. This situation made everyone in the team feel as if the Hero Mode Frost Ape Warlord was actually easier to deal with than the normal mode one following which, the Ape Warlord's HP fell rapidly, reaching 90% after just a short moment. When its HP hit 90%, its 2 passive skills took effect. Immediately, the top 20 DPS of the team had their attack speed reduced by 100%. At the same time, the Grand Lord's attack power and defense rose everyone's attention. Use your weapon skill only when you are certain you can hit the boss. If you're not 100% certain, just attack normally. Dark, you and Solitary take turns attracting the boss's attention. Prioritize killing the mobs that appear. Shifeng instructed through the team chat although their attack speed had been reduced, that did not mean that their attack power had declined. So long as they could land their attacks on the boss, they could still deal damage following which, Shifeng activated Abyssal Curse, lowering the boss's attributes by 10%, giving his team an easier time against the boss due to the mana weapons. Although the Frost Ape Warlord's 2 passive skills had taken effect, the Tier 1 players in the team were still able to deal over minus 10,000 damage with their attacks. They were not much weaker than an ordinary Tier 2 player. As a result, the boss's HP still decreased at a rapid pace 80%, 60%, 30%, despite the Grand Lord becoming increasingly powerful as its HP diminished. It still failed to cope with Asura's team, which effectively rivaled a 100-man team of Tier 2 players. When the Ape Warlord's HP fell to 20%, it abruptly raised its 6 long swords into the air and started gathering a large amount of mana around the weapons. It was clearly planning to use a powerful team wipe skill, something that the normal mode Frost Ape Warlord did not possess. Everyone, gather at my location. Shifeng did not grow flustered in this situation. After all, he had dealt with Hero Mode bosses plenty of times in the past. Hence, he expected the Frost Ape Warlord to possess a team wipe skill. Everyone present was an expert. Upon hearing Shifeng's command, they speedily gathered around him, however. As the Ape Warlord skill had a short channeling time of only 3 seconds, not everyone managed to get to Shifeng before the boss's skill activated. In the next moment, the Grand Lord rapidly brandished its 6 long swords simultaneously, sending energy blades flying in all directions. The power contained within those energy blades shattered even the sturdy stone floor. Meanwhile, the energy blades flew up to 100 yards before they disappeared. 3 players that failed to get within range of Shifeng's activated absolute domain were killed instantly. The frightening, destructive power of the boss's team wipe skill had everyone alive gasping. However, after using its team wipe skill, the Frost Ape Warlord fell into a sluggish state, its movement speed decreasing significantly. This situation allowed Asura's members to land attacks on it more easily in less than 2 minutes. The Frost Ape Warlord fell under Shifeng's Divine Providence enhanced attack, dropping a bunch of items around its corpse. Seeing the Frost Ape Warlord dead, everyone could not help but sigh ruefully. They never thought that the hero mode boss would be so easy to deal with. Even when Hecate's raid team challenged and defeated the normal mode Frost Ape Warlord, the team had lost over half of its members. On the other hand, they had defeated the hero mode version at the cost of only 3 lives. If not for the boss's team wipe skill, they might have even managed to clear the floor without suffering a single casualty to resurrect the fallen. Once everyone's recovered, we'll head down to the 4th underground floor, Shifeng instructed. He then proceeded to collect the boss's loot. Although he had activated Divine Providence, at the end of the day, the Frost Ape Warlord was still a monster of the Ice Crystal world. Practically all of the items it dropped were materials, albeit epic ranked ones. Only 2 items were equipment: level 50 fine gold ranked mage robes and a level 50 fine gold ranked 2-handed axe. Even so, this loot still made many of the team's experts drool. Among the 30-plus items that dropped, only one managed to catch Shifeng's attention: the Sockham's blade forging design. Sockham's blade was a level 50 dark gold weapon. To the current God's domain that had a severe scarcity of top-tier level 50 weapons and equipment, a level 50 dark gold weapon was an item beyond most players' reach. After tidying up the loot, Shifeng noted that his team had already recovered fully. He then led his team down to the 4th underground floor. The 4th underground floor was a maze that was littered with traps, which made traversing the floor extremely difficult. After spending over an hour exploring the maze, the team arrived before a spacious hall. Sure enough, there aren't any mobs here, either. After arriving at the end of the maze, Shifeng noticed that the situation here was similar to that on the 3rd floor. There were no wandering mobs here at all. There were only 2 4-winged gargoyles standing at the entrance leading down to the next floor. Stone Guardian, Archaic Species, Grand Lord. Level 64. HP 130, 000, 000/130, 000. We need to deal with 2 bosses on this floor. Shifeng smiled as he looked at the 2 gargoyles. Solitary and dark. Each of you take on one of these bosses. We'll split the team into 2 groups of 50 and raid the bosses separately. Other teams might find dealing with 2 bosses simultaneously to be headache-inducing, but the 2 Stone Guardians were not a problem for Asura's current raid team. As Refinement Realm experts, both Solitary 9 and Dark Madness were more than capable of tanking a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species all by themselves. As for DPS, although the team's damage dealers would be split between 2 teams, they could still cope with the Stone Guardians, thanks to the mana weapons in the end. Just like Shifeng had expected, before even 20 minutes had passed, both Stone Guardians had fallen to Asura's raid team, dying under Shifeng's swords. In total, the 2 bosses had dropped over 30 items, none of which managed to catch Shifeng's attention. The only noteworthy items in the loot were 3 pieces of level 50 equipment. 2 pieces were fine gold rank, while 1 was dark gold ranked leather boots. After resting for 10 minutes or so, Shifeng led the team down to the 5th underground floor, which was also the final floor of the snow ruin. At the same time as Asura's team was descending to the final floor, a system announcement suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Chapter 1769, Hero Mode First Clear. Chapter 1769, Hero Mode First Clear Cold Wind City Region System Announcement. Congratulations! Hecate Guild has defeated the Snow Ruin Stone Guardian and completed the Stoneheart quest. Guild popularity increased by 2,000 points. Rewarding Snow Ruin's Blessing. The system announcement repeated 3 times, its contents echoing in every player's ears in the Cold Wind City region. Didn't Hecate recently reach the 4th underground floor? Could they have defeated the 4th floor's guardian boss? Hecate is too amazing. Not only did his team reach the Snow Ruin's 4th underground floor on their first try, but they also defeated its boss. As expected of a first-rate guild, other guilds and adventurer teams really can't compare. Now that Hecate's raid team has completed its guild quest and obtained the Snow Ruin's blessing, the team will have a much easier time raiding the Snow Ruin. It seems Hecate is sure to obtain the Snow Ruin's first clear this time. The Asura adventurer team is pretty pitiful. Despite its efforts to expand the Adventurer Alliance and collect rare materials, Hecate is still the more powerful organization. The general public marveled at Hecate's achievement. The various powers that still challenge the Snow Ruin even considered giving up on contesting for the dungeon's first clear. At the same time, they expressed their sympathy for the Asura adventurer team. Damn it, how did things turn out this way? Sky Slicer frowned as he read the system announcement. He had thought that Hecate only had a slight advantage over the Asura adventurer team. He hadn't expected the guild's raid team to be powerful enough to reach the final floor in a single attempt. Moreover, Hecate had completed the epic guild quest. Stoneheart, the Centurion Dynasty, had this guild quest as well. However, the quest's initial phase was extremely complex. Even now, the Centurion Dynasty had yet to complete the initial collection quest. Yet, not only had Hecate completed the initial phase so quickly, but it had also slain the 4th floor's guardian boss and obtained the Stoneheart. Now that Hecate had completed the Stoneheart quest, every member of the guild would receive the Snow Ruin's blessing. With the Snow Ruin's blessing, not only would Hecate's members receive an 8% increase to their basic attributes when inside the Snow Ruin, but they would also receive 10% less damage when hit. Their stamina and concentration consumption would reduce by 10% as well. With this, Hecate would have a much easier time dealing with the Snow Ruin's final boss. Meanwhile, on the normal mode Snow Ruin's 5th underground floor, unlike the previous floors, players were led straight to an ancient shrine immediately after descending from the 4th floor. A 6-meter-tall, skeletal giant waited in the shrine's center to greet visiting players. Sacred, golden armor was draped over the giant's bones, and a great sword, emitting a faint glow, had been thrust into the ground before the guardian boss. Although the skeletal giant stood there, doing nothing, it radiated an indescribable sense of majesty and power. Skeleton King, Undead, Specialized Archaic Species, Grand Lord, Level 65. HP 220,000/220,000,000. Currently, a group of players stood outside the shrine with resolute expressions. This group was none other than Hecate's main force. Good. Now that we've completed our quest and the Snow Ruin's blessing is in our hands, we'll proceed according to plan. We'll prioritize defense and study the boss's movement patterns and skills first. Once we have a clear idea of what we're dealing with, we'll raid it with everything we've got. Carnage said, smiling as he looked at the system announcement vice guild leader. You're being overly cautious. We just got an 8% boost to our basic attributes and a 10% damage reduction. Although the boss is a specialized archaic species, it is only a Grand Lord, a 2-meter-tall, robust shield warrior said, flashing the Skeleton King a contemptuous look. The 11 players around the robust man nodded in agreement. They were not taking the Skeleton King seriously whatsoever. However, the other Hecate members broke out in a cold sweat as they listened to the shield warrior. Only Hecate's 12 heavens would dare to make such a claim. Anyone else would likely be terrified of challenging the Skeleton King, much less make light of the boss. However, Hecate's 12 heavens were indeed qualified to make such a claim. Not only were all 12 of them Tier 2 players, but they also wore dazzling equipment. The most inferior piece on them was level 50 secret silver rank, with the majority consisted of level 50 fine gold rank. Some even wore epic equipment. As for their levels, all 12 were level 55. Their combat standards were also ridiculously high, and even a refinement realm expert like Vast Heaven could not last more than 20 moves against them. It was also due to the 12 heavens that Hecate had qualified to begin its path towards becoming a super first-rate guild. It's better to be safe than sorry. I don't want to waste too much time on the snow ruin. Carnage responded indifferently. He was very familiar with the 12 heavens' strength. All 12 were Hecate's apex combatants. All right, let's start the raid. As soon as Carnage gave out the command, the 12 heavens charged forward with everyone else following closely behind them. The moment the 12 heavens set foot in the shrine, emerald fire flashed in the Skeleton King's hollow eye sockets. The skeletal giant then turned to the approaching players. This is the world of the dead. The living are not permitted here. The Skeleton King bellowed. It then removed the great sword from the ground and swung it at the 3 Tier 2 MTs leading the charge. Purple flames burst forth from the Skeleton King's great sword, threatening to devour the players. However, just before the purple flames reached the Tier 2 MTs, a Tier 2 elementalist at the rear line chanted an incantation and pointed her staff upward. Tier 2 defensive spell, Frost Barricade. In the next moment, a translucent barrier of ice formed before the 3 Tier 2 MTs, blocking the path and preventing the purple flames from reaching them. Only after the purple flames dissipated did the Tier 2 elementalist forcibly remove the frost barricade. When the frost barricade disappeared, the 3 level 55 Tier 2 MTs took action simultaneously, sneaking 3 Tier 2 skills past the Skeleton King's defenses and striking the Grand Lord directly. Each skill dealt over minus 20,000 damage. The round of attacks also solidified the 3 MT's hold on the Skeleton King's aggro. Once the other Hecate members were in position, they bombarded the Skeleton King with their own attacks. The Skeleton King's single-target attacks were far more powerful than those of the previous Guardian bosses. Even its normal attacks could push a Tier 2 metric tons backward by over a dozen yards and cause over minus 26,000 damage. Moreover, this was after the Tier 2 metric tons had blocked the attack with their shield. If the Tier 2 MTs received one of the boss's single-target skills with their shields, they would lose over minus 50,000 HP. If the MTs failed to block a skill attack, it was safe to say that they would die instantly. Moreover, every time the Skeleton King's HP fell past a certain threshold, the boss would summon a large group of skeleton warriors. If these skeleton warriors were not defeated within a certain time, the Skeleton King would convert them into HP. To make matters worse, the Skeleton King would randomly cast Hellflame, an AoE spell. The boss aimed this spell at random targets each time it cast it, not the 3 MTs. If players came into contact with the Hellflame, even an MT would not last more than 2 seconds. Overall, the Skeleton King was a very tough boss to raid. However, every member on Hecate's raid team was an expert. This was especially true for the 12 Heavens 3 MTs. The 3 Tier 2 MTs would systematically rotate in and out of battle, taking turns tanking and landing hits on the boss. Their timing and positioning were extremely accurate, and this just barely allowed them to face the Skeleton King head-on. Only, doing so was a considerable burden on the rear-line healers. Not once had the healers stopped casting their spells since the raid had begun. Moreover, the healers had to avoid the skeleton warriors and hell flame attacks from time to time. In such a way, Hecate's raid team whittled down the Skeleton King. When the Skeleton King's HP fell to 50%, the Grand Lord went berserk and emerald fire wrapped around its greatsword. Seeing this, Carnage commanded every player with a berserk skill to activate it. By the time the emerald flames faded, less than 70 players remained standing. Fortunately, all 3 Tier 2 MTs were still alive. However, This reduction in combat power made defeating the skeleton warriors far more difficult for Hecate's members. As both sides fought, both the Skeleton King's HP and Hecate's member count continuously decreased. 20%, 10%, 5%. By the time the Skeleton King collapsed, less than 20 players remained of Hecate's 100-man team. Only 7 of the 12 heavens had survived. The outcome had been gruesome. Cold Wind City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Hecate for obtaining the first clear on the normal mode Snow Ruin, rewarding 2,000 guild popularity points and 300 Cold Wind City contribution points. We did it. Vice Guild Leader, as we predicted, we only needed 500 contribution points to take control of Cold Wind City. Now we just need to complete a few epic rank city quests to earn the remaining 200 contribution points. The Hecate members that were still alive could not help their excitement upon seeing the system announcement. Even Carnage's eyes glowed as a pleasant feeling warmed his heart. Meanwhile, news of Hecate's success shocked Cold Wind City's players. After this, Hecate's dominance over Cold Wind City was inevitable. In the future, Cold Wind City was bound to become Hecate's territory. However, as everyone expressed their surprise over the news, another system announcement reached their ears. Cold Wind City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to the Asura Adventurer team for obtaining the first clear on the hero mode Snow Ruin, rewarding heroes key and 500 Cold Wind City contribution points. Chapter 1770, Cold Wind City's Ruler. Hellscythe_Lucky Old Cat as the system announcement rang out again. The members of Hecate's raid team, who were originally celebrating their attainment of the Snow Ruin's first clear, fell into a daze. Did I hear wrong? Hero mode's first clear? There must be a mistake. How could anyone possibly clear the hero mode at this stage of the game? Right. Previously, Asura's raid team couldn't even beat the third floor boss. How could it possibly beat the hero mode's final boss? As Hecate's members stared at the latest system announcement, they could not bring themselves to believe what they were seeing was true. The hero mode Snow Ruin's difficulty was significantly greater than the normal mode versions. If a team did not gather enough good equipment from the normal mode Snow Ruin, challenging the hero mode was practically impossible. Meanwhile, Asura's raid team wasn't even capable of clearing normal mode before. So, just how could it possibly clear hero mode? Hero mode? Carnage's expression darkened at this sudden turn of events. He had never thought that Asura would actually challenge the hero mode. However, the fact that Asura had cleared the hero mode Snow Ruin was still not the most important part. The crucial point was that Asura had gained 500 Cold Wind City contribution points currently. The minimum requirement for an organization to take control of Cold Wind City was to have 500 contribution points. In other words, the Asura Adventurer team had already taken control of Cold Wind City and become the city's ruler. For the following month, Asura would hold a certain amount of authority over Cold Wind City. Only after 1 month had passed would the system conduct a re-evaluation and designate the player organization with the highest contribution points as the new ruler of the city. During this 1 month, Asura would gain plenty of benefits as the ruler of the city. If Hecate wished to overtake Asura in terms of city contribution points, then the guild would have to put in many times the effort it was putting in now, while Hecate's members were reeling from Asura's clearing the hero mode Snow Ruin. Cold Wind City was in an uproar. All hail, Asura! Amazing! Asura managed to secure the first clear of the hero mode Snow Ruin. Just how strong is Asura's main force? Hecate is truly pitiful. Shortly after it got the first clear of the normal mode Snow Ruin, its achievement immediately got overshadowed by Asura's. However, with this, we independent players will have a great time in Cold Wind City. Since the Adventurer Alliance belongs to the Asura Adventurer team, the Adventurer Alliance will definitely develop into an even better organization. In the future, it might actually be possible to exchange for level 50 Dark Gold equipment from the Alliance. The system announcement of the Asura Adventurer team, claiming the hero mode Snow Ruin's first clear, brought endless joy to Cold Wind City's independent players. Now, many of them wish to join the Asura Adventurer team. As for the various guilds of Cold Wind City, This news signaled the beginning of their nightmare. Had Hecate been the one to take control of Cold Wind City, the guild would have definitely placed heavy pressure on the Asura Adventurer team and the Adventurer Alliance. At that time, the independent players of Cold Wind City would have been made to realize the strength of guilds. However, now that Cold Wind City had fallen into Asura's control, more players would feel that joining the Adventurer Alliance was better than joining a guild. If that happened, then guilds would have even less living space in Cold Wind City. Meanwhile, Sky Slicer of the Centurion Dynasty was also dumbfounded when he received the system announcement. He simply could not fathom how the Asura Adventurer team had accomplished such a feat. That was the hero mode Snow Ruin they were talking about. Even Hecate's raid team, which had 19 Tier 2 players, did not dare to challenge hero mode. Yet, Asura had managed to clear it with just 13 Tier 2 players in its team. No matter how he looked at it, this had to be a joke from the system. With this, his plans to take advantage of the situation to gain some benefits for his guild were ruined. To make matters worse, his guild's living space in Cold Wind City would even get further constricted while the outside world was in an uproar over the latest system announcement. Inside the hero mode Snow Ruin's 5th underground floor, Sherphone was currently collecting the Skeleton King's loot. As for everyone else in the team, they were lying on the floor and panting in exhaustion in hero mode. The Skeleton King was a bona fide level 65 mythic monster. If not for Solitary 9 and Dark Madness constantly activating their Tier 3 mana weapons and taking turns tanking using their Berserk skills, the team would have been annihilated. As for the Hell Flame the Skeleton King used, it was basically a large-scale destruction spell. Whenever the Skeleton King used Hell Flame, the team had to rely on Sure Fang's absolute domain to survive. When the battle was over, the team had less than 40 survivors. Close to the end of the battle, even Solitary 9 and Dark Madness had died under the Skeleton King's flaming greatsword. The rear line healers couldn't keep up with the Skeleton King's DPS at all. Fortunately, after Sure Fang activated his Berserk skill, the team had managed to make it through the final stretch and defeated the Skeleton King. Meanwhile, the Skeleton King's death brought everyone two big surprises. The first one came in the form of a massive amount of EXP. The surviving members of the team received EXP equivalent to an entire day's worth of grinding. The second one was the appearance of a jackpot. The Skeleton King dropped so many items that just picking them all up took Sherphone quite a lot of time in total. The Skeleton King's jackpot had over 200 items. Among them, more than 180 consisted of rare materials, mana stones, and magic crystals. As many as 5 mana stones had dropped. Quite a few of the rare materials were the main materials required to produce level 50 plus dark gold weapons and equipment. Every material was worth a considerable amount of money. Among the remaining items were 1 weaponer score an epic ranked greatsword named Incineration Blade, and 7 pieces of equipment. The weapon was none other than the greatsword the Skeleton King had used, which was not only very powerful, but also very stylish. As for the equipment, they were either level 50 dark gold equipment or level 55 fine gold equipment. The sight of these 8 items caused everyone's eyes to sparkle. Monsters rarely dropped weapons and equipment in the Ice Crystal world, let alone dark gold rank. Even fine gold weapons and equipment were extremely rare. As for epic weapons, those were practically myths in Cold Wind City. However, Sherphone had no intention of distributing the weapons and equipment to any specific person. Instead, he intended to place them in the Asura Adventurer team's exchange catalog and allow Asura's members to exchange for them. These items would serve as an incentive to motivate Asura's members to work harder. Meanwhile, for the team operation this time, he also granted everyone their deserved contribution points, which could be used to exchange for the items they wanted. The remaining dozen or so items included 3 master rank potions, 2 tier 3 magic scrolls, a design for level 50 dark gold rank cloth armor robes, and a design for level 50 fine gold rank plate armor arm guards. There was also one item in particular that surprised Sherphone, and that was the Hell Chariot design. When Sherphone picked up the ancient tome, which was even twice as thick as a dictionary, and read the name Hell Chariot design written on the cover, for a moment, he actually thought he was hallucinating a war chariot. This was a weapon meant for large-scale battles. It possessed not only frightening destructive power, but also the ability to ferry large numbers of players across long distances. A high-ranking item that could be used to conduct ambushes and field battles, it also had excellent siege and defensive capabilities compared to a war chariot. The miniature ballista was no different from garbage. The miniature ballista moved very slowly and took a very long time to load. It also had no defensive capability and, hence, could be destroyed easily. In contrast, a war chariot was very fast and boasted powerful defensive capabilities. A war chariot could ensure that the players riding inside did not receive any damage from attacks. Somewhat similar to the ships at Silverwing, had never imagined that the Snow Ruins final boss would drop such an item in terms of value. All the other items the Skeleton King dropped combined were not even worth 1/5 of the Hell Chariot design after taking a few deep breaths and calming himself down. Silverwing activated Omniscient Eyes and appraised the Hell Chariot design. He wanted to know what rank the Chariot design was exactly. Chapter 1771, Hell Chariot. Hellscythe_lucky old Cadas. Silverwing used Omniscient Eyes on the tome in his hands. A loading bar appeared before him, needing 10 seconds to fill completely. 10 seconds. Silverwing's heartbeat quickened when he saw the loading bar. The longer the appraisal time, the more valuable the appraised item was. War chariots could be categorized into basic, intermediate, advanced, master, and grandmaster ranks, the chariot's value increasing with each subsequent rank. The war chariot's abilities were also stronger with each rank. A basic war chariot possessed enough combat power to deal with a great lord, but only a fool would use it against a monster. War chariots truly shined in siege battles and combat between players. Using a war chariot to deal with monsters was overly extravagant. Unlike normal weapons and tools, repairing a war chariot required more than just coins. Players would also have to supply the materials. If a war chariot were used to grind monsters, the income wouldn't even be enough to cover the repair costs. Moreover, the required materials were very rare and hard to obtain. Once the loading bar was full, the Hell Chariot design's details appeared before Silverwing. Hell Chariot design, intermediate design, can be used to produce the Hell Chariot. Hell Chariot maximum capacity. 20 people, increases movement speed by 180%. Possesses Tier 2 defensive capabilities. Durability 400, 400 additional skill 1 dash. Magic Shield. Constructs a Tier 3 magic barrier that can absorb up to a maximum of 2 million damage for 20 seconds. Each use costs 20 magic crystals. Cooldown 10 minutes. Additional skill 2 dash. Hell Cannon. 1,500 range. Deals a devastating blow at the Tier 3 standard to a 30-yard radius. Each use costs 100 magic crystals. Cooldown 15 seconds. Additional skill 3 dash. Flame Spears. Creates 12 flame spears. Each flame spear carries power at the peak of Tier 2 and has a 150-yard attack range. Cooldown 3 seconds. What a powerful war chariot. Silverwing's eyes glowed with excitement as he read the Hell Chariot's attribute panel. He had seen many intermediate war chariots in the past, but the Hell Chariot's attributes could even rank among the top intermediate war chariots. Normal intermediate war chariots only had 300 points of durability and only increased movement speed by 160%, which was roughly the same as a mysterious iron mount, yet the Hell Chariot increased movement speed by 180%. That was on par with the increase of a secret silver mount. However, the skills had to be the best part about this Hell Chariot. Ordinary intermediate war chariots only provided a Tier 2 magic shield that could reduce damage from Tier 2 attacks by 70% and Tier 3 attacks by 40%. Meanwhile, the war chariot's Tier 3 magic shield could reduce damage from Tier 2 attacks by 80%, Tier 3 attacks by 70%, and Tier 4 attacks by 40%. With such a powerful magic shield, even a Tier 4 mythic monster wouldn't be able to destroy the Hell Chariot within a short time. As for the production requirements, they weren't particularly demanding. Only 3 master engineers and 1 master forger were needed to produce the Hell Chariot. The only troublesome part was the main material, Titan Oregon. A single Hell Chariot required 500 pieces of Titan or a super rare, or that was even hard to find in the Storm Empire, which was famed for its production. This was because Titan, or was one of the main materials for epic equipment. It seems that I'll need Melancholic to focus on collecting Titan Oregon. Sure Feng started plotting as he gazed at the Hell Chariot design in his hands. It wouldn't be impossible for the Candlelight Trading Firm to gather 3 master engineers and a master forger. The materials were the only other problem. Once they solved that, they could mass-produce the Hell Chariot if Zero Wing had a tool like the Hell Chariot. Its members could easily venture deep into neutral maps to grind and explore. The guild's members wouldn't need to compete with other guilds for nearby maps. In that case, Zero Wing's members would acquire more resources for the guild and themselves. A war chariot wasn't just a weapon of war. It was also a powerful transportation tool, much better than a mount. This was because players would not lose stamina and concentration when traveling in a war chariot. Moreover, war chariots could regenerate players' stamina and concentration. Although its ability to do so wasn't as good as a normal NPC city, the most important point was that war chariots could hold simple repair tools. This allowed players to repair their weapons and equipment without visiting a smithy. Only, the repair fees were extremely high, 3 times a city's prices. Also, there was a limit to how many repairs a war chariot could conduct. The simple repair tools that could be loaded onto an intermediate war chariot could only repair up to a maximum of 10,000 points of durability. However, to expert teams that valued time over money, this was a wonderful perk, following which Sherfone carefully stored the Hell Chariot design and inspected the hero's key, which he had acquired for securing the first clear of the hero mode Snow Ruin hero's key. Snow Ruin, dark gold rank item, can be used to activate the Snow Ruin's primordial teleportation magic array. Can teleport up to a maximum of 500 players to the other side of the teleportation array cooldown. 144 hours, 3 natural days, as expected of the first clear reward for hero mode. The system actually gave out such an item. Sherfone was astonished as he read the hero's keys attribute panel. Unlike on the continent of God's domain, traveling between cities in any other world was not an easy task. If Otherworld's players wished to visit other cities, they had to acquire an entry permit. The teleportation function between 2 cities would only activate after a certain number of players had secured entry permits. Before this requirement was fulfilled, players with a teleportation entry permit would physically have to travel to the city specified in the entry permit or use some secret passage. There was no other way for players to travel between 2 cities. Meanwhile, after killing the Skeleton King, a golden chest had appeared in the shrine, containing teleportation entry permits. When raiding the normal mode Skeleton King, players would only gain between 100 and 150 entry permits. Meanwhile, hero mode provided between 200 and 300 entry permits. Moreover, once players cleared the Snow Ruin, regardless of which mode they challenged, they would be prevented from challenging the Snow Ruin again for 7 days. However, the hero's key could teleport 500 players to a different region directly. Moreover, it only had a 3-day cooldown to the various guilds and adventurer teams that were trying to find a foothold in a different region as quickly as possible. This was a godly tool, Commander. There are a total of 265 entry permits in the golden chest. What should we do with them? Yini could not help but ask as she retrieved the entry permits. Currently, throughout Coldwind City, only Asura and Hecate possessed entry permits to other cities. Meanwhile, these entry permits would only bind to players after use. In other words, they could be sold or traded for Coldwind City's players. Traveling to another region was a golden opportunity. Many of these players dreamed of acquiring an entry permit, especially the city's various guilds. If they sold the entry permits they had right now, they could definitely make a fortune. For the time being, our priority is to expand our development to other cities, Sherfone said, shaking his head. Head back to Coldwind City immediately and find some experts and trustworthy management individuals that are willing to develop in another city from the adventurer team. Have them gather in the residence. I'll head over to meet with them once I've finished my task. The Black Dragon Empire's various large guilds were preparing to travel into the Ice Crystal World. To secure more of this otherworld's resources for Zero Wing, the Asura adventurer team had to occupy more cities in the Ice Crystal world. Otherwise, once the Black Dragon Empire's various large guilds arrived in the Ice Crystal world cities, it would become far more difficult for Asura to secure a foothold in those cities. After all, both Asura and Zero Wing were far from a match for the Empire's large guilds in terms of resources and manpower. We're expanding our development to other cities. Xianxia's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing Shifeng's words. She was painfully curious about the Ice Crystal world's other cities. Cold Wind City was only a minor city, not one of the other world's main cities following Shifeng's command. Xianxia promptly left the snow ruin to gather the Asura adventurer team's expert players. As for Shifeng, he made his way to Cold Wind City City Hall. Chapter 1772, Acting City Lord. Hellscythe_lucky old cat. After Shifeng entered the City Hall, he noticed that quite a few Hecate members stood at the front desk to pick up city quests. It was evident that Hecate had no intention of giving up on Cold Wind City and was preparing to compete for the city's authority once again. The guild had even picked up 2 of the top 5 most difficult contribution quests available. There were many contribution quests available in Cold Wind City, but they were all very difficult and could not be completed by ordinary experts. As for the top 10 most difficult contribution quests, each of them could rival epic quests. After completing these epic contribution quests, one would acquire roughly 50 city contribution points. Each of the top 5 contribution quests awarded 100 CCPs or more. In addition, players had to pay a hefty deposit when picking up these contribution quests. In the case of the top 5 contribution quests, the deposit was 500 gold plus 5,000 magic crystals. If players failed to complete the quest, they wouldn't get their deposit back yet. Hecate had picked up 2 of the top 5 quests at the same time. 1,000 gold might not be much for a first-rate guild like Hecate, but 10,000 magic crystals was no small amount. After all, the Ice Crystal world was an other world that had low production of magic crystals. However, Shifeng did not give the matter much thought as he followed the NPC senior administrator straight to the office of Cold Wind City's magistrate to receive a portion of authority over the city. Bookshelves filled with books lined the peaceful office's walls. Currently, a young man in noble garb sat behind a desk, reading through some documents. Upon seeing Shifeng, the youth set aside his work. This youth was none other than Fraught, Cold Wind City's magistrate and a level 180. Tier 4 Sky Knight. It was very rare for one to become a Tier 4 Sky Knight at such a young age, so it was clear how much talent and potential Fraught had. Adventurer, you're here, Fraught said as he looked at Shifeng. Greetings, Lord Magistrate. I have come here today as a representative of the Asura adventurer team. I wish to become the acting city lord and help contribute to Cold Wind City. Shifeng respectfully declared, I have heard of your deeds. Your Asura adventurer team is quite capable. You have opened the snow ruin that has been sealed for many years and the path to other cities. If your adventurer team possesses such strength, I believe that letting you manage Cold Wind City should be a wise decision, Fraught said, nodding in approval after observing Shifeng for a moment. He then took a silver token from one of his desk drawers, placing the eagle-shaped token on the table, and said, This is the acting city lord's token. With this, you'll command a portion of authority over Cold Wind City. However, I must warn you that if someone more capable comes to me, I will take the token back and give it to that person. Hopefully, you will utilize this token properly and help Cold Wind City develop. Saying so, Fraught passed Shifeng the acting city lord's token. Upon receiving the token, triumph filled Shifeng's heart. With this token, he would be considered Cold Wind City's ruler and possess advanced authority over the city. He could now turn the entire city into the Asura adventurer team's headquarters. After becoming the acting city lord, he would gain access to several empty plots of land in Cold Wind City's central district. These plots were specifically reserved for the acting city lord to build advanced constructions, such as advanced smithies, advanced restaurants, advanced shops, and advanced magic stores. Advanced shops, in particular, could even be used to host large-scale auctions, in which more than just players could participate. NPCs would be able to auction items as well. Only, these large-scale auctions could only be hosted once a week. In addition, Becoming an acting city lord granted him the authority to construct a teleportation plaza in the Central District. He could establish teleportation gates that transported players to Cold Wind City's border fortresses. These border fortresses were very far from Cold Wind City itself, and most of them occupied level 60 plus high resource maps. These maps contained many resources unique to the Ice Crystal world. However, if players tried to reach these border fortresses on foot, they would have to pass through multiple level 90 or above maps. Aside from extreme danger, the journey was very time-consuming. Hence, traveling there via teleportation gate was the best option. The acting city lord managed these teleportation gates, and both the teleportation fees and the currency used would be left to their discretion. Of course, the system would impose a maximum and minimum amount. Meanwhile, the acting city lord would receive 20% of the income from the teleportation gates. This was the greatest benefit of being an acting city lord thinking up to this point. Sherfong headed to a VIP lounge on the City Hall's second floor and began to discuss the teleportation gates construction with the NPC senior administrator. The sooner he built the teleportation gates, the more the Asura adventurer team would benefit, my lord. This is the information on the teleportation gates you have requested. From small to large teleportation gates, everything is on this list, the senior administrator said as he handed Sherfong a list of available teleportation gates. How expensive. It's no wonder why the guilds that had taken control over otherworld NPC cities in the past hadn't constructed teleportation gates early on. Sherfong was utterly astonished as he read the construction costs. Just constructing a small teleportation gate cost 10,000 gold and 80,000 magic crystals. Meanwhile, a small teleportation gate only allowed travel to 3 fortresses and would only teleport a maximum of 50 people at a time. Meanwhile, a medium teleportation gate cost 20,000 gold and 200,000 magic crystals to construct. It allowed teleportation to 6 fortresses, with each teleportation transporting a maximum of 100 people. Though the mana cost for each teleportation was the same as the small teleportation gate. In other words, a medium teleportation gate could generate more profit. As for the large teleportation gate, it cost 40,000 gold and 300,000 magic crystals to build. It allowed teleportation to 10 fortresses, and each teleportation could carry up to 200 people. Similarly, the teleportation cost of a large teleportation gate was equal to that of the small teleportation gate, of course, since a teleportation gate would be very beneficial to Cold Wind City's development. It would also award Sherfong a considerable number of city contribution points. He wouldn't just be spending his coins and magic crystals to allow his successors to take advantage of his effort building. Certain advanced constructions would award CCPs as well. Only the amount varied depending on the type of construction. This was also the reason that once a player became an acting city lord, it was very difficult for others to surpass them, my lord. As you're the first adventurer to be chosen as the acting city lord, we can offer you 2 special teleportation gates. Here is the information for these gates, the senior administrator said as he passed 2 more lists to Sherfong. Once you have made your decision, you may notify me at any time. Of the 2 new lists the senior administrator had provided, both recorded information on small teleportation gates. However, unlike the normal version, these 2 gates each had an additional function. The first gate allowed teleportation to 4 border fortresses, but the construction price was 10,000 gold and 100,000 magic crystals. As for the second gate, it still only allowed teleportation to 3 border fortresses, but it also included teleportation to the main hall of the Snow Rift Snow Ruin. Like the first gate, its construction price was 10,000 gold and 100,000 magic crystals. How fraudulent. 1 additional teleportation point increases the cost by 20,000 magic crystals. Sherfong could not help but inwardly curse at the system as he read the list. However, after giving the matter some thought, he found this pricing to be reasonable. After all, these options were only offered to the first acting city lord. The next acting city lord wouldn't have this benefit. He then said, I wish to construct a teleportation gate that is connected to the Snow Ruin. While having the connection to an additional border fortress was valuable, He could gain more benefits in the short term if he allowed teleportation to the Snow Ruin. After all, teleporting between the Snow Rift and Cold Wind City would be helpful to players who wanted to venture to other cities. This was especially true for the Asura adventurer team. Furthermore, it would be some time before players could grind in the maps around the border fortresses after saying so. Shurfeng took out the magic crystals he earned from selling ice resistance gemstones while he had been away in the Snow Ruin. He had sold another 16,000 ice resistance gemstones and earned 110,000 magic crystals. Although the magic crystals he had weren't enough to construct a medium teleportation gate, constructing a small teleportation gate shouldn't be a problem. Chapter 1773, Unifying Cold Wind City inside the quiet VIP lounge. After Shurfeng paid the 10,000 gold and 100,000 magic crystals, a magic barrier formed in Cold Wind City's central plaza. Players caught within the barrier were immediately teleported out of the central plaza. What's going on? Why can't anyone get into the central plaza? Is that even possible? It's true. I can't get into the central plaza. I can't even see what's going on inside. The players standing around the pitch-black barrier that had enveloped the central plaza could not help their growing curiosity about the new development. A short moment later, every player in Cold Wind City heard the ring of a system announcement. Cold Wind City Region System Announcement. The Asura adventurer team has constructed a teleportation gate in the central plaza. Players can now use the teleportation gate to travel to the connected border fortresses. More detailed information will be posted on the Central Plaza's notice board. The system announcement repeated 3 times. What's going on? A teleportation gate? We can actually teleport to other regions now? That doesn't seem to be the case. Anyone over at the Central Plaza right now? Mind updating us on the situation? I just read the notice. The Asura adventurer team is amazing. The new teleportation gate Asura has constructed allows us to teleport to 2 level 60+ maps. Moreover, this teleportation gate is linked to the Snow Ruin. If we want to explore the Snow Rift or Snow Ruin, we can just teleport there now. We won't have to run all the way anymore. Damn, doesn't that mean it'll become much easier to travel and grind there now? For a time, Cold Wind City's independent players excitedly celebrated the new construction. To them, players were doomed to live long-term in Cold Wind City. Nothing could be more troublesome than physically traveling to maps. Practically half their time in the game was spent on travel. Now that there was a teleportation gate that could send them to the Snow Rift directly, they could spend more time grinding. This, in turn, would increase their leveling speed in contrast to the independent players' reactions. The upper echelons from the city's various guilds wore gloomy expressions when they heard the news. Independent players might not have a clear idea of what kind of authority an acting city lord possessed, but this information was not foreign to the various guilds. It took only a little investigation to find out the various guilds had believed that they still had a chance of wresting the position of acting city lord away from Asura within the next month. But now, their hopes had been dashed. The Asura adventurer team was invincible in Cold Wind City. The teleportation gate's activation meant that Asura could start collecting teleportation fees and earn a massive amount of income. With these funds, Asura could commission more advanced constructions and earn more city contribution points. Meanwhile, their guilds would hold less influence in Cold Wind City as time went on. From now on, the Asura adventurer team would make the rules in Cold Wind City. Vice Guild Leader, what should we do? Vice Heaven, who occupied the Snow Ruin's first upper floor hall, turned to Carnage when he saw the latest system announcement now that Asura had built a teleportation gate. Hecate would have a very difficult time trying to compete with Asura, even if it completed several epic contribution quests. Interesting. It seems that I have underestimated Asura's commander, Carnage said, smiling. However, if Asura thinks it can compete with Hecate just because it has secured Cold Wind City, then it has made a massive mistake. Notify the vultures and have them take action. Have the vultures take action? Vast Heaven's eyes sparkled upon hearing the order. I'll notify them right away. In one of the City Hall's VIP lounge. Once Shurfeng had paid the construction fee, the senior administrator, Mercons, gave Shifeng a detailed form relating to the small teleportation gate. To fill out the form would allow Shifeng to decide the teleportation's pricing and ranking systems in God's domain. The smaller a teleportation gate was, the greater its operating cost would be, and vice versa. Hence, the system had determined that the minimum teleportation fee for traveling to the snow ruin was 1 silver, 50 copper, and its maximum could be set to 5 silver in the end. Shifeng had decided to set the teleportation fee for the snow ruin at 2 silver. While this price might be a little high for current ordinary players, it was affordable for elite players. With the amount of time players could save, they could easily earn back the 2 silver and Morias for the ranking system. Shifeng had settled on 3 ranks: Basic, Silver, and Gold. At the Basic rank, players would not receive any discounts when using the teleportation gate. Players at the Silver rank received a 10% discount, and players at the Gold rank received a 20% discount. At the Gold rank, players only needed to pay 1 silver, 60 copper to use the teleportation gate, which was only 10 copper more than the minimum price for the Adventurer Alliance. Members would enjoy access to Silver rank discount when using the teleportation gate as long as they reached Silver rank in the Alliance, and Gold rank members would enjoy the Gold rank discount when teleporting. In the Asura Adventurer team, elite members would get access to the Silver rank discount, while core members could use the Gold rank discount after this rule was set. Not only would it tempt more of Cold Wind City's players to join the Adventurer Alliance, but they'd also contribute more to the Alliance to raise their ranks. After all, the teleportation gate was an incredible convenience for players. Players would use the teleportation gate frequently, since just traveling to a nearby map like the Snow Rift would save them 20 to 40 copper, depending on their rank in the Adventurer Alliance. As for teleporting to the 3 border fortresses, which were even further away from Cold Wind City, players would be able to save even more money. In the long term, the 10% to 20% discount would save players a huge amount of money at that time. The Adventure Alliance's development in Cold Wind City would skyrocket when Shifeng finished with the teleportation gate. He left the city hall and returned to Asura's residence. Constructing the teleportation gate was only a small matter to Shifeng. He still had much larger problems, which were his original purpose for visiting the ice crystal world, collecting soul, dissolving flowers. Despite exhausting all options, he had only collected 6 soul, dissolving flowers thus far. He was still far from reaching his goal of 20 stalks. Moreover, he had been in the ice crystal world for such a long time already. This meant that he had already obtained all of the available soul dissolving flowers in Cold Wind City. He wouldn't be able to acquire more within a short time if he wanted to acquire the 20 soul dissolving flowers quickly and complete the Philosopher's Hand quest. He had to visit the ice crystal world's other cities. Upon entering the courtyard of Asura's residence, Shifeng was greeted by the sight of many high-spirited players. When these Asura members noticed Shifeng's return, they promptly greeted him with joy and respect. "Commander, you're back." "Greetings, Commander." Seeing a crowd rapidly form around him, Shifeng did not dare to tarry. After responding with a few nods, he sped into the residence. "Commander, I've gathered the people you asked for. Aside from 500 experts from our Asura Adventurer team, we've also selected 200 advanced lifestyle players from the Adventurer Alliance. We have a total of 700 players ready to depart," Xianxia said as she gestured to the rows of players in the lobby. Smiling, she continued, "Even if we visit another NPC city, we won't be much weaker than its well-known adventurer teams." It was not easy for guilds and adventurer teams to secure a foothold in other NPC cities since they had to compete with the local guilds and adventurer teams. However, with 500 expert players, the Asura Adventurer team should be capable of contending with a large-scale adventurer team with around 2,000 or 3,000 members, including the 200 advanced lifestyle players. Even if Asura's new branch couldn't trade with the local guilds or adventurer teams for any good equipment, it could produce its own high-quality equipment using the materials it earned from killing monsters. Moreover, as long as this first deployment endured, the Asura Adventurer team could send reinforcements from Cold Wind City. Fortunately, I've grown quite a bit stronger recently and got myself a piece of level 50 secret silver equipment. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met the conditions to take part in the expansion expedition. Now, of it to fight alongside the commander in another city. I know, right? We're even earning 50% bonus contribution value for this expedition. We'll also earn 15% more points. By the time the others visit the new city, we might have already reached bronze rank in the Alliance. When the team members saw Silverwing, they chatted quietly amongst themselves. Good. Since everyone's here, let's move out, Silverwing said after glancing at everyone's excited expressions. He then led the group to the Central Plaza. Chapter 1774. Initial appearance in a foreign region. Hellscythe_lucky old cat. Since NPCs were in charge of building the teleportation gate at the Central Plaza, after Silverwing paid the necessary fees, construction took less than 10 minutes as the pitch-black barrier enveloping the Central Plaza disappeared. A 6-meter-tall stone gate inside came into view. The ground around the gate had all sorts of divine runes and magic arrays carved into it, which increased the mana density at the Central Plaza slightly. Currently, a large number of players had gathered around the Central Plaza, their eyes filled with interest as they looked at the teleportation gate. Some adventurer teams couldn't hold back their curiosity and directly teleported to the 3 border fortresses the teleportation gate connected to. When Silverwing's expedition team arrived at the Central Plaza, it immediately attracted the attention of every player there now that Asura had become the master of Coldwind City. No power in Coldwind City dared oppose the adventurer team anymore. Only those seeking to halt their development in Coldwind City would go against Asura. Now, following Silverwing's arrangement, Asura's expedition team started teleporting to the snow ruin in batches. What's Asura trying to do with so many players? Didn't you see that they teleported to the snow ruin? Moreover, there are quite a few low-leveled lifestyle players in the team. I guess that they plan to develop in another region city. Crap, Asura is too amazing. It's already trying to expand to another city. With this, the guilds of Coldwind City will fall even further behind Asura. I know, right? I heard that some of the smaller guilds have already disbanded in order to join the Asura adventurer team. Asura's recruitment standard is very high. Although I've reached the Trial Tower's 4th floor already, I was still deemed too weak when I tried applying. Right now, I can only slowly improve my ranking in the Adventurer Alliance. While the bystanders at the Central Plaza were discussing the Asura adventurer team, Silverwing's group had arrived at the Snow Ruins main hall. Once everyone was present, Silverwing used the hero's key and teleported 500 players to the other end of the primordial teleportation magic array. As for everyone else, they teleported there using the teleportation entry permit. When everyone opened their eyes again, they had already arrived inside an abandoned shrine. The shrine was so dilapidated that snowy white clouds peeked through the many holes in the roof. Meanwhile, this shrine was located at the other end of the Snow Rift system. Congratulations! You have arrived in the Frozen City region. We made it over just like that. When everyone heard the system notification, they had a sense of unreality. It felt as if they were still in the Coldwind City region. All right, everyone, get ready. We're setting out for Frozen City. Silverwing commanded. Although they had teleported to another region, they were still inside the Snow Rift, which remained a forbidden land for players. Needless to say, there were definitely plenty of monsters here. However, before the expedition team even got 1,000 yards away from the abandoned shrine, a group of players suddenly surged out from the snow-capped forest on both sides of the team. Very quickly, these new arrivals not only blocked off the expedition team's path of advance, but also formed an encirclement around the team with a glance. Silverwing and the others could easily tell that this group of new arrivals comprised at least 30,000 players, every one of them wearing Hecate's guild emblem. From the sneers and killing intent these Hecate members displayed, these guild players obviously held bad intentions towards them before Silverwing and the others could do anything. The sky above them suddenly darkened. A moment later, everyone in Asura's team gained a debuff that prevented them from using teleportation tools and teleportation skills for 3 hours. The Tier 3 Magic Scroll War Blockade? Silverwing could not help but frown as he looked at the debuff on him. Commander, this is bad. They clearly came prepared. Right now, we can't even use instantaneous movement magic scrolls to leave this place, Xianxia said, an ugly expression on her face as she looked at the Hecate members surrounding them. Their opponent outnumbered them by too much. Moreover, these Hecate members were all very well equipped. Even the weakest piece of equipment on them was level 50 mysterious iron rank. As for their levels, they were all at least level 53. Quite a few of them also radiated a chilling aura. These players were evidently experts that had fought on many battlefields. Most likely, they were not the slightest bit weaker than herself and the other Tier 2 experts of Asura. Meanwhile, the 20-plus players standing at the forefront of the guild's lineup even felt lethal to Xianxia as Hecate's army drew closer. Asura's members grew anxious at this time. A berserker clad in dark blue armor walked out from Hecate's army. Looking at Silverwing and the others, the berserker laughed loudly. "Ha ha! Aren't you people from Asura very amazing? Why are you getting afraid now?" This berserker was none other than Vast Heaven. It is normal for them to be afraid. After all, we have a total of 40,000 elites and experts gathered here. What could they possibly do with their measly 700 players? Said a slim man clad in dark gray mage robes, standing beside Vast Heaven, chuckling. However, the Vice Guild leader sure has a high opinion of them to have actually sent so many of us here to stop them. The 11 Tier 2 players standing beside him nodded in agreement with the gray-robed man's words. The Vice Guild leader has told me to remind you all to be careful of Asura's commander. That man is very strong, Vast Heaven said as he fixed his gaze on Silverwing. That person is Asura's commander? He doesn't look like much at all. Regardless, since the Vice Guild leader has already said so, leave that person to us. We'll leave the small fries to you, the slim man said as he glanced at Silverwing, a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Blade, I'll attack first later on. You ambush him from the side. We'll give this brat a taste of what it feels to be utterly helpless. Sure. The level 55, Tier 2 assassin standing beside the slim man replied indifferently before disappearing from where he stood. All right, I'll go deal with those small fries, Vast Heaven said, a hint of disappointment in his voice as he watched the Tier 2 Elementalist and Tier 2 Assassin moving out. The Tier 2 Elementalist walking straight toward Silverwing, and the Tier 2 Assassin that just disappeared were both part of the 12 Heavens. They also ranked number 1 in their respective classes in Hecate. The Elementalist was Cold Brew, while the Assassin was Blade Hand. Either of them could defeat him easily. Working together would amplify the combat power they could display by multiple times. Hence, instantly killing a Tier 2 player would be child's play for them at this point. Hecate's other members had also started slowly closing in on Asura's members facing such a force. Even Xianxia, who was a Tier 2 player, could not help but gulp. As for the other experts of Asura, they were already breaking out in a cold sweat. After all, this was the first time they were going up against such a massive force. Resisting the horrific aura and pressure Hecate's army projected was deeply ingrained. Yet in such a situation, they could only watch the guild players draw near. We're doomed. Hecate is too ruthless. We have only 700 people on our side, yet they actually dispatched so many elite and expert players to deal with us. The members of Asura's expedition team panicked as Hecate's members closed in on them when less than 100 yards separated the two sides. Cold Brew smiled as he looked at Silverwing. He then chuckled and said, "You guys are pretty good at the snow ruin before, to have actually claimed the hero mode's first clear and snatched our guild's Coldwind City. It's a pity that, instead of meekly staying and ruling that backwater city of yours, you even dared to come running over to this place. Well, tell me how you want to die." Everyone relied on their own capabilities to struggle for Coldwind City. Is there need to call it snatching? Looking at Cold Brew slowly approaching him, Silverwing smiled and said, "Moreover, in Coldwind City, it was clearly you guys that started attacking us first. During this time, you people from Hecate have even ambushed and killed over 400 members of our adventurer team, causing us to suffer severe losses. Today, I'll use this opportunity to claim full compensation from you." "Ha ha! You want to take revenge on us?" Cold Brew laughed loudly. "Our guild had countless enemies. Unfortunately, we annihilated every one of them in the end. How will your Asura adventurer team take revenge on us?" As soon as Cold Brew said so, The large group of experts behind him sprang into action. Like a pack of fierce tigers, they surged towards Asura's members. "We'll take revenge like this." Feng replied, plucking a scroll and the evil god's eye from his bag. He then unfurled the Tier 3 large-scale destruction magic scroll, Purgatory Flames, and used the evil god's eye's world power on it. Burn. Purgatory Flames. Chapter 1775. Nightmares Beginning in the Narrow Valley. As Feng completed the Tier 3 magic scroll's incantation, 3 crimson magic arrays appeared beneath and circled Feng's feet. Immediately after, the ground started to tremble, extending forward and away from Feng. Even Hecate's members, who stood over 50 yards away, felt the intense quaking. Damn it. It's a large-scale destruction spell. Everyone dodge. Cold Brew panicked when he noticed a torrent of mana surge towards Feng. However, the magic scroll Feng had used had a very short channeling time. By the time Hecate's members had noticed it, the 3 crimson magic arrays formation had completed. In the next moment, a gigantic, flaming phoenix, with a wingspan of easily over 100 meters, appeared above Feng. The heat the phoenix radiated melted the snow around it. Boom. With a screech, the phoenix flapped its wings once and disappeared, sundering the space it had occupied. In the blink of an eye, the phoenix arrived before Hecate's army. Seeing the approaching avian, horror flashed on the faces of Hecate's members. At the same time, thoughts of escape flooded their minds. However, compared to the phoenix's speed, Hecate's members were little more than snails. Wherever the phoenix passed, a sea of fire followed. When Vast Heaven, who led the charge against Asura's members, saw the flames, his eyes widened in shock. With a frustrated gaze, he turned towards Feng as the fire devoured him, his HP falling to 0 instantly as his body turned to ash. After Vast Heaven disappeared, an item took his place. If these flames even killed a Tier 2 player like Vast Heaven upon contact, Hecate's Tier 1 players didn't have a chance of survival. Agonized screams echoed throughout the Valley Asura. Cold Brew's expression darkened as he glared at the phoenix as it flew past him. Due to the valley's narrow terrain, the single attack had claimed more than 3,000 Hecate members. 4 of the 12 heavens, who weren't adept at protecting themselves, had died as well. The loss Hecate just suffered was egregious. Everyone, charge. Let's teach Hecate's members that if they target our adventurer team, they'll have to pay in blood. Feng commanded through the team chat as the phoenix disappeared. Asura will fully compensate you for any losses you suffer today. Against an army of 40,000 elite and expert players, even a 100-man Tier 2 team would fall. After all, players had limited stamina. Furthermore, Hecate had come prepared for this ambush. The guild had all kinds of magic scrolls and tools for this battle. Even if the 100 Tier 2 experts could maneuver around the battlefield and dodge incoming attacks, some hits were bound to land. All these players could do was try to flee. Fighting was simply suicide. Originally, Purgatory Flames was an AoE spell that dealt fire damage to an area of 20 by 100 yards, but with World's Powers enhancement, its range had grown to 400 yards. It was just enough to open a path through Hecate's army. As long as they could break free from this encirclement, they would have a chance of survival. Right? At worst, we'll just die once. Isn't that just one piece of equipment? Let them have it. We follow the commander's orders. Nice. I've been itching for some payback. Hearing Feng's words, Asura's members burned with fighting spirit, their fear of Hecate vanishing. Good. Let's charge. As his team brimmed with fighting spirit, Feng nodded approvingly. He then took out the Bible of Darkness and summoned a Tier 3 demon to remove anyone in his way. He then followed after the demon kill. Kill these bastards from Hecate. Asura's members flowed into a defensive formation, with the experts around the perimeter and the lifestyle players in the center, and followed after their commander when he saw Hecate's members start to fill the gap in their army's formation. Feng used Flame Domain to reopen his path, instantly slaying another several hundred players. Do not let them escape. All range players, attack with everything you've got. Cold Brew shouted as Asura's members tried to escape. He then cast the Tier 2 spell, Frostflame Bullet at Asura's members. Frostflame Bullet had a very strong penetrating ability. Even if players blocked the spell with their weapons or shields, they would receive a significant amount of damage. The 8 Frostflame bullets that appeared instantly killed 2 of Asura's experts that had stood along the edge of Asura's formation. The Hecate members, who stood along the valley sides, began to launch their own attacks, raining spells and arrows down on Asura's members. Although Asura's members did their best to block these attacks, there were just too many, and some got past their defenses, plowing into these players. Asura's expedition team had lost over 30 players after a single intense bombardment from Hecate's players. The difference in strength was clear for all to see as Hecate's members prepared to launch a second wave. Yini displayed her strength. As a Tier 2 druid, her combat power might not be a match for other Tier 2 players, but when it came to defensive and healing capabilities, she was extremely powerful. Tier 2 spell, Song of the Forest. Suddenly, a light green dome with a 50-yard radius formed around Xianxia. When Hecate's attacks entered the light green barrier, their power drastically decreased. In addition, the Asura members inside the barrier recovered 2% of their HP every second. Although it wasn't much, this helped to alleviate the burden on the other healers due to Song of the Forest. Only a dozen or so Asura members died in the second wave of attacks. Seeing the spell's powerful effects, Cold Brew gnashed his teeth and retrieved a precious Tier 3 large-scale destruction magic scroll. He activated it, aiming for Asura's expedition team, but as the spell was about to take effect, Shurfeng blocked the attack by activating Absolute Domain. In the end, the spell failed to damage any of Asura's team. Shurfeng proceeded to slaughter Hecate's frontline. He dispatched every melee player that approached his team as fast as possible. He also activated Heavenly Dragon's power to enhance his combat power, further Thundering Flash, Lightning Edge, Shadow Blade. Aside from the players with powerful life-saving skills, the Tier 1 players that stood in Shurfeng's path couldn't last more than one hit against the swordsman. Like the Grim Reaper, Shurfeng harvested the lives of Hecate's members, one after another, to ensure that none of Hecate's members could get past him to target his allies. Shurfeng abandoned his defense. He focused on killing as many enemies as possible, taking some hits in the process. There was no lack of expert players among the Hecate members who charged at Shurfeng. And not only did these experts have incredible aim, but they also had an excellent grasp of timing. While Shurfeng focused on carving a path of blood, spells and arrows skillfully flew towards Shurfeng's blind spots to strike the swordsman. 2, 387-1, 657-1, 346-2, 046. Seeing the damages above Shurfeng's heads, the attacking Hecate members gaped, their eyes nearly falling from their sockets. Impossible. My attack only did a little over 1,000 damage. Is he even human? He received so many attacks, yet his HP has barely moved. Hecate's players were horrified as they watched Shurfeng take little to no damage from their ranged allies' attacks. As they charged towards Asura's team, Shurfeng slew practically every player in his path with a single attack, and expert players were no exception. He easily maneuvered past their defenses, landing direct hits and killing them instantly. Only expert players that had activated a berserk skill had lasted a few more hits. In contrast, their attacks were little more than raindrops to this swordsman. Even after landing several dozen attacks, they had only managed to drop Shurfeng's HP to 80%. Meanwhile, Asura's healers only needed a split second to restore Shurfeng's HP to full. This was a nightmare. However, things were not looking so good for Asura's members either. Although Shurfeng easily held on, attacks from all sides bombarded his teammates, and they suffered one casualty after another. To make matters worse, more of Hecate's members were drawing near just before Hecate's melee unit reached Asura's members and surrounded them. A gigantic magic array appeared above the battlefield before a powerful force swept down from it. Under this force, Hecate's members felt their bodies grow heavy as their attributes and physiques started to wane. In contrast, Asura's members suddenly felt lighter, a surge of power flooding in their bodies. Even their minds cleared considerably. What's going on? Cold Brew could sense that the battlefield's mana density had increased, boosting Asura's attributes. Chapter 1776. Asura's Sword Hellscythe_Lucky Old Cat. After Sure Feng spent 7,000 magic crystals to activate the Ring of Gospel's World Projection and Ring of Brilliance, the attributes of Asura's members increased, and those of Hecate's members decreased. The change immediately alleviated the pressure on Asura's members. Now, Asura's ranged members were able to repel Hecate's melee members with greater ease. Even when their attacks struck the enemy MT's shields, the impact pushed the MTs back, stopping their advance momentarily after a single round of attacks from Asura's ranged members. The offensive formation of Hecate's MTs shattered. When a second round of attacks descended, over 30 Hecate MTs died. For a moment, Hecate's melee unit couldn't close the distance between itself and Asura's expedition team. The commander's move is awesome. With this, these bastards can't even come within melee range of us. The Asura members that had begun to despair felt their hopes rekindle. They might be able to cope with Hecate's ranged attacks by blocking and dodging. But if they allowed Hecate's melee members to come in close and personal, they would definitely be in a bind. If they were pinned down for too long, Hecate's ranged members would make quick work of them thanks to World Projection and Ring of Brilliance. Asura's advancement had increased considerably. Now, with the exception of Hecate's Tier 2 players, Asura's members held their ground against the incoming attacks. Hecate's Tier 1 players could no longer break their formation. Meanwhile, Sure Feng, who opened a path for his team, was like a killing machine despite Sure Feng having only advanced 1/4 of the way through Hecate's blockade. More than 400 players had died by his swords in addition. Sure Feng's Tier 3 demon disrupted Hecate's formation from time to time. This prevented Hecate's members from slowing Sure Feng down, and Hecate's members could only watch as Sure Feng made his way through there. Ranks Blade, go. Stop him with the vultures. We must not let these people get away, Cold Brew said, gnashing his teeth as he watched Sure Feng plow through Hecate's army. Unhindered, Sure Feng played a crucial part in this battle. If he hadn't torn a hole in their encirclement, Asura's members wouldn't have had a chance of breaking through. Moreover, too many Hecate members had died at Sure Feng's hands. Sure Feng left only corpses in his wake. If they did not remove the man from the battle now, they would suffer immense losses. Got it? Blade Hand, who had hidden a short distance away from Asura's expedition team, replied through the team chat. He then led the 6 assassins around him and snuck toward Sure Feng. The vultures was a party of assassins Hecate had specifically nurtured to eliminate important figures in other large guilds. The vultures had successfully assassinated the upper echelons of super first-rate guilds in the past, when the vultures were within 30 yards of Sure Feng. The 6 assassins each took a magic array scroll from their bags when they were within 25 yards. They used shadow steps and instantly appeared beside Sure Feng's seal. The vultures moved extremely quickly and simultaneously unfurled the magic array scrolls in their hands. However, Sure Feng's response was also swift. He instantly knew what these newcomers intended to do. Immediately, he began brandishing his swords orbit. Dazzling stars bombarded the 6 assassins, one after another with both hands occupied. The vultures couldn't defend themselves. Hence, they promptly activated wind steps, utilizing the brief invulnerability the skill provided to block Sure Feng's strikes, while they continued to activate their magic array scrolls. Suddenly, a magic array formed beneath Sure Feng's feet. He then felt a powerful gravitational pull as chains emerged from the magic array and wrapped around his body, reducing his basic attributes, movement speed, and attack speed by 60%. Moreover, a magic barrier formed around him, Blade Hand, and the vultures, sealing them off from the outside world. No attack spells or healing spells would be able to get through this barrier. Die! Blade Hand appeared behind Sure Feng, slashing his 2 daggers at the swordsman while he activated his berserk skill. Similarly, the 6 vultures activated their berserk skills and used Absolute Strike, the assassin class's strongest Tier 1 skill, since the attacks had been launched from such a close range, and Sure Feng's attributes and speed had been drastically reduced. He couldn't defend himself in time. As a result, all 7 attacks hit their mark at the same time. Commander, Anxiety and concern overwhelmed Xianxia as she watched Shifeng take the hits facing 1 Tier 2 assassin and 6 Tier 1 assassins with activated Berserk skills. Even Shifeng, who had activated Heavenly Dragon's power, would likely fall. He's finally dead. Cold Brew could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the attack strike Shifeng, with Shifeng dead. The remaining members of Asura were fish on the chopping block. Moreover, the fact that they had killed Shifeng, the Asura Adventurer Team's commander, more or less justified the large number of casualties they had suffered. However, unlike Cold Brew, the Vultures and Blade Hand, who were inside the magic array, expressed neither joy nor relief. Instead, they stared at Shifeng with grim expressions. This was because their weapons had not struck Shifeng at all. Rather, a translucent barrier enveloping Shifeng's body had stopped their weapons. What a powerful assassination technique. For a moment, even I thought I was dead meat. After glancing at his 7 tense assailants, Shifeng took a look at the Void Shield he had activated. His Void Shield had already lost more than 30% of its energy. If he had failed to activate the barrier in time, he definitely would have died. It's only a protective shield. I refuse to believe it can last forever. After recovering from a shock, Blade Hand altered his dagger's trajectory and launched another attack. Similarly, the 6 vultures launched their own assault. The 7 assassins remained cold and unmoving as they attacked Shifeng's protective shield in a frenzy, disregarding any cost while inside the magic array. Their basic attributes surpassed Shifeng's. They were also faster than the swordsman. Meanwhile, skills that generated protective shields could only absorb a limited amount of damage. As long as they broke through the protective shield, Shifeng would die. All the same daggers and short swords rapidly struck Shifeng's void shield. Dang! Shifeng executed sword's orbit to defend himself, but each time he blocked an attack, his arms would tremble slightly. In terms of strength, he was no match for the 7 assassins. Meanwhile, the assassins' coordination prevented him from blocking all of their attacks. As a result, his Void Shield's energy continued to deplete 60%, 50%, 30%. While Void Shield's energy drained, the expedition team's situation had taken a turn for the worst. Since Asura's members had halted their advance for a time, Hecate's members were able to land more attacks. As a result, Asura lost members rapidly. Seeing this, Shifeng could not help but sigh. Immediately, he activated Blade Liberation, his aura's intensity skyrocketing the instant Blade Hand, and the vultures came into contact with Shifeng's killing ray. They felt their arms go numb. The impact sent them flying and crashing into the magic barrier, which rippled under the force. How did he recover his strength? Blade Hand's expression darkened further as he watched Shifeng, who stood proudly in the center of the magic barrier. He could not understand how Shifeng's attributes had increased by such a large margin. However, Shifeng had no intention of giving Blade Hand's group any time to think as he took the initiative to attack. Dang! Shifeng's attack speed was so high that even Tier 2 players had a hard time keeping up with his swords. Although Blade Hand and the vultures were assassins, not even they were a match for this swordsman's speed. They had to rely on their instincts to block Shifeng's swords. The 7 assassins knew that they were pushing themselves to their limits, yet every time their daggers or short swords came into contact with Shifeng's swords, an intense feedback coursed through their arms. The resulting impact was so powerful that they were even forced to retreat by several steps. Eventually, they could no longer keep up and were forced to use Vanish, temporarily negating Shifeng's attacks. Using the brief invulnerability, they launched a suicidal attack. The reckless assault instantly shattered Shifeng's void shield and slightly lowered his HP. Seeing that they had finally dealt damage, Blade Hand and the vultures regained a little hope. Immediately, the 7 assassins disregarded defense and launched another reckless assault. However, just as their attacks were about to strike Shifeng, their targets split into 2 identical copies. Phantom kill. Blade Hand and the vultures were dumbfounded, but since their brief invulnerability was still active, they thrust their blades at the 2 copies. However, with the 7 assassins' attacks divided, and the fact that Feng had an absurd amount of HP and defense. The assassins failed to kill either of Feng's copies when the 7 assassins' temporary invulnerability ended. Feng and his doppelganger simultaneously activated Shadow Blade, sending 20 strikes flying at the assassins. There is little space for players to move around inside the magic barrier, and as a result, 5 of the 7 assassins were killed instantly. Feng and his doppelganger then executed Purgatory Pentaslash, each bombarding the 2 remaining assassins with 5 slashes. The power of each slash grew stronger than the last, and by the time Feng and his doppelganger landed their 5th hit, their opponents were paralyzed suddenly. A streak of blue light cut down Blade Hand, and the last vulture this time. The 2 assassins were powerless. When the streak of light cut through the 2 assassins' leather armor, both were thrown into the magic barrier, staring with widened eyes as they died. They simply could not bring themselves to believe that some commander of a measly adventurer team had turned the tables on Hecate's vultures, who were powerful enough to make the various large guilds tremble with fear. Although Blade Hand wanted to say something, his HP had reached 0. His vision faded to black as his body transformed into a streak of light and disappeared, leaving behind a piece of equipment shortly after. The magic barrier around Feng shattered and vanished.